पानी के लिए तो मतलब इन्हें नाश्ता तो मतलब कितने दिन का अच्छी क्या करना होता तो ये कितना सब बातें करूँ अरे तो
वाले में लगेगा यूजर आईडी में अच्छा पासवर्ड ही
भैया कितनी देर में शुरू होगी कोई बताएगा?
10 बजे 10 बजे।
ओ
ये कैपिटल में है
मैं मेरा वॉइस चेक करना चाह रहा था। तो क्या आप मुझे सुन पा रहे हैं?
सुन पा रहे हैं
Yes, sir. That's clear and audible. Please carry on, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Session 1. One more session you be here. You introduce the first speaker. Then you can close in with first, introduce second. Then I'll come. है ना?
इस तरह की एक तो बोली से आती है तो रबड़ की
हाँ वो
और एक वैसे आती है टाइट की होती है
क्या श्वेता स्टार्ट कर सकते हैं?
ये नहीं चेक कर रहे हैं कि
Well, I am ready. आप जब कहेंगे मैं शुरू कर सकता हूँ.
Good morning, Mr. Sharma.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. We can start, no?
Well, it's up to you. It's 9:55 precise.
Okay, sure. So, good morning to all the participants connected to us from across the country.
Morning, sir.
Today we have Vishal Sharma, who will be covering a very important topic of the student police cadet program. That's a team spirit. A few words about Sri Vishal Sharma. Sri Sharma is a trainer for entrepreneurial motivation consultant and is a resource person. He is postgraduate in business administration from Time Institute, Tirupati, Andhra Pradesh, and is closely associated with Hindalco, Grasim, Ultratech, Bangor, Bharti, Bhilwara Group, Raj Birani Group, JK Group for training on various managerial and motivational resources. He is closely associated and working with Bureau of Police Research and Development, Center Detective Training School, BPR&D Ghaziabad, Delhi Police, Directorate of Civil Defence, New Delhi, Director General of Home Guards, New Delhi. He is a visiting faculty at Indian Retail School, Delhi, NIFT, Delhi, Modi Academic International Institute, Delhi, IMT Ghaziabad, IIPM Gurgaon, and YMCA Delhi. He has very depth knowledge on management issues like OT, group dynamics, leadership, cross-culture management, organizational theory, design and development on various management-related subjects. Today, he is going to deliver a talk on team spirit. I am hopeful that his talk will be quite helpful in changing task of organizing the activities of student police cadet program. With these few words, I welcome Sri Vishal Sharma to deliver the talk. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Good morning to all the participants, all the officers. I hope I am audible to you properly. I just want to make sure that there's no. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now we have participants from across the country, I've been told, and for that reason, I suppose the session I should take entirely in English. Is that so?
Okay, sir. Okay.
Yeah. Because there would be some participants, I believe, who are not quite comfortable in Hindi. And in case if someone finds it difficult, so they can just stop me midway and I can repeat in case if you fail to cut across what I'm saying. Although I will try my best that I speak English in an accent which all of you can comprehend very easily. So to start with this subject team spirit, just give me a moment. I would like to just slow down the fan here. Somehow it becomes a big challenge for me how to do justice with this topic because these type of topics are somehow different from the other topics which you basically get trained upon. The team spirit or leadership and these type of behavioral topics, they require classroom training to do justice in the sense because you have to take part on interpersonal level, in at group level, and then you have to do some exercises together. And that's how we find the essence of the topic. Delivering a talk and then connecting the message becomes a challenging task for the faculty. But still, I will try, and let's hope out of this interaction of 1.5 years or so something with you all, you hopefully would be able to catch something useful for implementation or your work scenario in your daily day-to-day life. Before I start, maybe I would like to start with showing you a clip. There are certain presentations clips which I would share with you during the course of my interaction. and then we'll connect that what is the theme behind the this clip which I'm sharing with you. I am not very tech savvy person because I am used to taking classroom classes. Still, I would just try it here. Let me just try opening up the clip. 1 second. I'm opening it here. Oh. Okay. To start with the team spirit on a lighter note, maybe let's see a clip. This is a scene of a metro station in Australia.
सर आपका लैपटॉप का साउंड ऑफ है सर.
Okay.
साउंड येत नाही सर आप.
माइक म्यूट है सर.
वो वाला उनका शर्मा जी.
सर आपला माइक म्यूट आहे.
Receiving your audio.
विशाल सर आपका माइक म्यूट है.
फोन नंबर है उनका. बोलो बोलो.
यहाँ से अनम्यूट नहीं कर सकते.
नहीं सर हमारे हाथ में उधर सर कुछ नहीं रहा आवाज. विशाल सर आपका माइक म्यूट है.
तो हमारा भी नहीं सुनाई दे रहा इसका मतलब.
वो बोल रहे हैं लेकिन अनम्यूट.
इसको होस्ट अनम्यूट कर सकते हैं सर.
एक सर हमारे पास राइट कुछ ही समय दे दिया.
फोन करो सर.
हाँ करो.
तो उसमें आवाज होती कि नहीं, मैं ये चेक कर रहा था. बट एनीवे मैं मोबाइल के थ्रू बोलता हूँ जिसमें आपको साफ सुनाई दे रहा है. ठीक है, ठीक. Okay, I'm continuing with the previous mode. मेरा जो जो मोबाइल है उसी से मैं आपको बोल रहा हूँ और आप सुन पा रहे हैं मेरे को, ठीक है सर? मैं स्क्रीन अपने लैपटॉप की खोलना चाह रहा हूँ पूरी बड़ी दोबारा से। ये कैसे इसमें आएगा? या आ गया। Okay, so you have seen the clip? आपने एक, मैंने मेट्रो स्टेशन का जो एक क्लिप है ट्रेन का, वो आपसे शेयर करा, आपने देखा?
Yes, that we have seen.
ओके। मैं आपको एक क्लिप और दिखाना चाहता हूँ, बिकॉज हमारा जो थोड़ा सा आपसे इंटरेक्शन होगा, कुछ आप क्लिप्स पहले देख लीजिए एंड उसके बाद जो है इसमें आपके साथ में डिस्कशन में थोड़ा मजा आएगा। मैं एक क्लिप और आपको दिखाता हूँ, देखिए।
Sharma ji, and we are not getting any audio about that video.
आप सिर्फ वीडियो देखें।
Only we
मैं
are
आपको
getting only
बताऊंगा।
video, but no audio.
नो प्रॉब्लम, मैं डिस्कस करूंगा आपसे।
Okay.
वो कर रहा है क्या?
Okay, the second video I have shared and मैं आपसे अब ये दो वीडियोस के अंदर जो है हमने जो आपसे शेयर, जो आपने देखा है, मैं अभी डिस्कस करता हूँ। लेट द स्क्रीन ओपन्स। ओके, सो मैंने आपसे ये एक clips हैं. एक metro there is a clip. The first one which I showed you, it is of a metro station at Australia, maybe at Adelaide. वहाँ का एक आया था clip, and then this second video clip, it is of a school in Japan. Well, sorry, I can hear someone saying something at the background. Anyway, so what is the essence here? मैं आपसे शुरुआत करता हूँ. If you analyze this video, maybe the first video, which is of a metro station, what has happened here? There is a gentleman who tried to board the train, and all of a sudden his feet slipped and it got stuck between the platform and the train door. And immediately all the passengers, they showed some kind of wisdom, because आपके पीछे से कुछ आवाज मेरे को आ रही है. Okay, so the passengers came out of the train bogies and they showed wisdom. The train was halted. There was no panic around, and the driver was asked not to move the train at any cost. And then what we saw, the passengers, they came together. They even pushed the train to the level that it got lifted to a certain degree and the feet came out. This is what happened. I'll just repeat it in Hindi. जो पैसेंजर्स थे वो ट्रेन के बोगीज में से निकल के आए, कोई पैनिक नहीं हुआ. ड्राइवर को बोला गया कि आप ट्रेन को अभी मत चलाइए, और सारे पैसेंजर्स ने मिलके ट्रेन को टिल्ट करा थोड़ा सा और वो उसका पैर बाहर निकाल लिया. This is the first scenario. Now the second scenario, it is of a school in Japan. वहाँ पे कोई छोटा बच्चों का कुछ वो गेम्स का जिम्नास्टिक का कोई वो सीन है, एंड दैट देयर इज अ गाय हु इज ट्राइंग. जब वो कोशिश कर रहा है तो उसके 2 या 3 अटेम्प्ट में वो बार बार फेल हो जाता है. वो उसको जो जंप करना है, दैट बोर्ड जो जिम्नास्टिक का, एंड ही इज फेलिंग टू जंप अक्रॉस द बोर्ड. Now what happens after 3-4 attempts when he fails? The fellow students, they get up from their seats, they come around, they just make a circle around that guy. They say something to him. Maybe they boost his morale. They try to encourage him. Again, they go back, take their seats, and the boy make the next attempt, and he cut across the board, jumping board, that gymnastic board, whatever. There is a very deep message hidden behind these two videos. If you see something similar happening in India, can you ever imagine, will it be same or will it be different? My just open question to you all. Anyone can say, अगर इस तरह का सीन इंडिया में हो जाए किसी मेट्रो स्टेशन पे या स्कूल के अंदर कभी ऐसा हो, what do you feel? क्या ये जो सीन हमने देखा इस तरह से इंडिया में भी होगा या कुछ डिफरेंट होगा? आप में से कोई भी अगर बोलना चाहें तो अपने ओपिनियन दे सकते हैं. या द फ्लोर इज योर्स. से मेट्रो स्टेशन है, आप किसी मेट्रो स्टेशन पे इट विल बी डिफरेंट.
हाँ सर.
ओके, सो इन व्हाट सेंस इट विल बी डिफरेंट? एक साहब, आप अपना, आपकी बात जो है मुझे सही लग रही है, थोड़ा सा और एलेबोरेट करें. इफ यू कैन एलेबोरेट हाउ इट विल बी डिफरेंट इन इंडिया.
हम लोग तो ऐसे ही बोल देंगे सर, छोड़ो ये, इनका ये नहीं कर सकता है, छोड़ो इसको.
वेल, द स्कूल सिनेरियो है ना
सर.
और जैसे मेट्रो स्टेशन, श्योर, बोलिए मैम, बोलिए.
सर डिफरेंट इसमें अपनी प्रतिक्रिया हो सकती हैं. एक तो
हाँ
का डर रहेगा, हर व्यक्ति चाहेगा कि मैं कुछ करके दिखा दूं, तो एक सिस्टमैटिक मैनर में काम करते हुए नजर नहीं आएंगे. ये मन में हमेशा आशंका रहती है.
नहीं, मैं जस्ट आपको अगर इस क्लिप की बात करता हूँ. पहला मेट्रो स्टेशन का क्लिप लीजिए. मान लीजिए इंडिया में आप किसी सिटी में हैं, दिल्ली में ही हैं, आप किसी शहर में मेट्रो में, और ये सीन हो जाए, किसी पैसेंजर का पैर फंस जाए, तो जो आपने वो सीन में देखा और हमारे यहाँ पे क्या अलग हो सकता है? आपने कहा यहाँ के लोगों की प्रतिक्रिया अलग होगी। तो हाउ इट विल बी डिफरेंट, मेट्रो स्टेशन को जैसे कहते हैं।
इसमें क्लैरिटी नहीं रहेगी क्या करना है, हर व्यक्ति अपने अपने आइडियाज लगाएगा।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, बहुत खूब बहुत खूब, बहुत अच्छी बात कही आपने। और दूसरा जो आपने सीन देखा जो स्कूल का है, जिसमें कि एक बच्चा 2 या 3 अटेम्प्ट में बार बार फेल हो रहा है, वो जिम्नास्टिक का जो बोर्ड है उसको पार नहीं जा पाता, और अचानक उसके जो साथी हैं वो उठते हैं, भाग के आते हैं, उसके चारों तरफ गोला बनाते हैं, घेरा बनाते हैं, कुछ उसको बोलते हैं, एनकरेज करते हैं, दोबारा सीट पे जाके बैठते हैं, और उसके बाद नेक्स्ट अटेम्प्ट में वो लड़का क्लियर कर जाता है। यही अगर इंडिया में होगा तो क्या होगा?
इसमें मेरी सोच अलग है। उसमें हो सकता है उसका बूस्टअप ना करने की बजाय उसकी हंसी उड़ाने लगे, खिल्ली उड़ाने लगे।
बिल्कुल ठीक कहा आपने, यहाँ यही होगा। आपने दोनों सवाल बिल्कुल, आपका क्या क्या नाम है, आपने जो जवाब दिया अभी, आपका नाम क्या है मैडम?
मैं सर अंजना तिवारी मध्य प्रदेश से हूँ, अंजना तिवारी।
ओके जी, अंजना जी ने जो जवाब दिया है, मैं इनके जवाब से 100% सहमत हूँ। आई एम 100% agreeing with what the answers Miss Anjana Tiwari she has given. I have my own experience in India. I have experiences in abroad also. I have been to several abroad countries. I've even taught there in universities. I've taught in corporates there, and I can see the mentality and the difference of people there and here. And that is the precise reason why I have brought these two clips from the different countries. Let's say the clip which is of a school. एक लड़का फेल हो रहा है, and the fellow students, they are coming, they are encouraging him, they are motivating him, and the next moment he clears. If it happens in India, what she is saying, it is precisely correct. He would be made a laughing stock. लोग बाग उसके ऊपर हंसेंगे, मजाक उड़ाएंगे, फेलो स्टूडेंट्स उसके ऊपर हंसने लग जाएंगे, उसको चीयर अप करने के बजाय उसको और उसको और जो है, बल्कि वो उसको हंसी उड़ा के उसको डिमोरलाइज करेंगे। कुछ टर्म्स हैं इंडियंस के लिए, मैं आपको बताऊंगा। एक टर्म जो है इंडियन के लिए, वो कहा जाता है इंडियंस आर क्रैब मेंटेलिटी पीपल। क्रैब, क्रैब समझते हैं क्या होता है? व्हाट इज अ क्रैब? केकड़ा। तो इंडियंस आर फेमस, ये वेस्टर्न कंट्रीज में, बाहर के कंट्रीज में इंडियंस के लिए कहा जाता है दे आर क्रैब मेंटेलिटी पीपल। इंडियंस आर क्रैब मेंटेलिटी पीपल। ये जो दूसरा आपने जो अंजना जी अपना ऑब्जर्वेशन जो दिया मेट्रो स्टेशन वाले क्लिप का, अगर ये इंडिया में होगा तो आप बिल्कुल ठीक कह रहे हैं। देयर वुड बी सो मच ऑफ कंफ्यूजन, एवरीबडी वुड बी रनिंग अराउंड इन डिफरेंट डायरेक्शन, कोई कुछ कह रहा होगा, कोई कुछ कह रहा होगा, बट अल्टीमेटली एट द एंड ऑफ द डे वो जो आदमी सफर कर रहा है वो और ज्यादा डिप्रेशन में चला जाएगा, बिकॉज उसको कोई मदद नहीं मिल पाएगी। मदद के नाम पे हर आदमी अपनी तरफ से कुछ ना कुछ बोल रहा होगा, कोई इधर कहेगा, कोई चिल्लाएगा, कोई कहेगा ड्राइवर को बोलो, कोई कहेगा ये, कोई एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को कोसेगा, कोई रेलवे स्टाफ को कोसेगा, बट अल्टीमेटली उस आदमी को मदद नहीं मिल पाएगी। ये होता है। एक छोटा सा एक्सीडेंट भी अगर सड़क पे हो जाता है तो आई हैव सीन सो मच ऑफ chaos एंड कंफ्यूजन अराइज। उसको लोग घेर लेते हैं, कोई कुछ बोल रहा होगा, कोई उसके ऊपर चिल्लाएगा, कोई दूसरे के ऊपर चिल्लाएगा, कोई सरकार के ऊपर चिल्लाएगा, बट ये समझ में किसी की नहीं आएगा कि हम एज सिटीजन्स एक सेंसिबल एक्शन क्या ले सकते हैं। सबसे पहले तो उसको सांस लेने दो, वो एक घायल आदमी पड़ा हुआ है, उसकी आपने हवा और ब्लॉक कर दी, उसकी सांस ब्लॉक कर दी। आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट पीछे से जो है थोड़ा सा आपकी आवाज कम करें। सो दिस इज,
आपका माइक म्यूट हो गया है
सर, आपका माइक बंद हो गया।
yeah, I have opened it. I don't know how it happened automatically. It's a technology. So, and everybody would try to become a leader. There would be so much of chaos and confusion. On the other side, if you see, hundreds and thousands of passengers are there. किसी ने कोई शोर मचाया नहीं, उनमें से किसी एक आदमी ने उसको डायरेक्शन दिया कि भाई ठीक है, लेट्स ट्राई टू डू दिस वे, and everybody came together in the line. उसको फॉलो करा और ट्रेन को विदिन मोमेंट्स उन्होंने टिल्ट कर दिया और उसको बचा लिया. This is how we see the difference of mindset.
मनोज हमारा कहाँ है?
India,
मनोज
in India,
ब्रांच में है.
I don't know. आपके पीछे से कोई ना कोई बोलते हैं तो बहुत आवाज तेज आती है मेरे को.
ये तो गलत टाइम. अब यहाँ काफला आएगा वहाँ चला जाएगा.
Well, so what I'm telling you about the crime mentality in India, I'll share a small story. It's a humorous story, but it would reflect and basically जो मैं आपको story सुना रहा हूँ, it has a catch with our subject also, team spirit. It so happened once that a foreigner came at Goa. He was relaxing under a tree on a beach and he saw an old man. He was working, he was walking around the beach. वहाँ पे जो केकड़े होते हैं, crabs, they were moving, and then he was picking up those crabs one by one, putting them into his basket. वो उसके जो पीठ पे बास्केट था उसमें वो crabs को डालता था, उसके साथ में जो भी उसके बास्केट था. And then he continued this for maybe around an hour or so. And he was curiously, this foreigner, he was curiously watching कि ये कर क्या रहा है. And finally he saw, after almost 1 hour of labor, उसने कई सारे जो केकड़े, he picked up those crabs, उसने उसमें टोकरी में डाले. वो गया, टोकरी को उसने एक पेड़ के नीचे रखा, साइड में खुद लेटा, उसने बीड़ी सुलगाई, and he lit up a cigarette or बीड़ी, and then he started smoking and lay down just to relax, to take a nap. This foreigner, he felt pity over this Indian guy. This foreigner, he felt pity over this Indian guy, and he said that these Indians would always be fooled. He has done so much of labor for 1 hour. He has picked up those crabs from this beach, and now he is a stupid man. He is not even covering the basket through a lid. He is just going and taking nap, leaving the basket open. And in the process, what he said, that all these crabs would come out and they would again go back to the sea one by one. He felt pity that this old man has done so much of labor, so he got up and he just went to this old man and woke him. I said, "Hey man, what are you doing? You have done so much of work in last 1 hour, and it's a small mistake what you're doing. You are not covering the basket through a lid. They would all escape one by one." This old man got up. He said, "Well, sir, you please sit and see what happens here." Now, the scene was that all the crabs, they were trying to come out of the basket one by one. Everybody was trying to climb up. Now, in the process, what was happening? I would request members to just keep silent from the other side, because everybody, once someone speaks, there is a lot of noise from your side, and I feel to. While he was watching, he saw all the crabs, they were climbing up that basket, and in the process, whichever crab gets a chance to pull up the leg of another crabs, it was pulling that crab down and then continuing climbing up. In the process, its own leg was coming under someone's leg, someone's hand. This crab was being pulled down, and in the process, everyone was pulling each other down and then going up. But after half an hour, not a single crab was able to come out of the basket. Then the old man said to this foreigner, "Sir, could you see what has happened? These are Indian crabs. They would ever remain in the pit, in the basket. Nobody would escape. I know this." And this is crab mentality for Indians. Indians are famous for. The meaning is, we are leg pullers. We pull each other's legs. We don't go up. Why? Because we have an inherent tendency just to pull each other's leg. It is the mentality of Indians. So now these two clips and this story which I have shared with you, that forms the base of our topic today, which is team spirit. I would come over to the main topic now, and I've got several of clips and some presentations also. In the process, I will show you. But before I start, let me ask you a very simple question. What's a team? Just one line question. Anybody can say, anybody can answer. What is a team?
सर टीम का मतलब होता है जो संगठित हो, अनुशासित हो, लक्ष्य एक हो और एकता हो। ये चार चीजें जिसमें होंगी वो टीम होगी।
अनुशासन, एकता, लक्ष्य।
संगठित। यस।
ओके, चलिए। एक टीम को बनाने के लिए कितने सदस्य चाहिए? How many people are required to form a team?
सर ये डिपेंड्स।
2, at least 2.
Okay. Anyone else?
सर टीम एक व्यक्ति भी बना सकता है।
ओके।
कहते हैं ना कि अकेले चलते चलिए कारवां बन जाता है। एक व्यक्ति को ही स्टार्टिंग करनी पड़ती है टीम बनाने के लिए, लेकिन उसको अपने अंदर इतना कुछ करना होता है कि वो 10 की क्षमता रखता हो।
ओके, चलिए मैं आपसे एक सवाल पूछता हूँ। जब हम कहते हैं ग्रुप, आई डोंट नो, ये आवाज वेवर कर रही है पीछे से बहुत, वहां से आपकी तरफ से काफी आवाज आ रही है। आई डोंट नो मेरी आवाज साफ जा रही है कि नहीं, बट आपकी तरफ से पीछे से मेरे को बड़ा वो कहीं ना कहीं अब साइलेंट हुआ है। मैं एक आपसे एक हाइपोथेटिकल सवाल करता हूँ। इट्स एन इंग्लिश वर्ड, ग्रुप। जानते हैं ना ग्रुप? व्हाट इज द मीनिंग ऑफ ग्रुप? जैसे मैं अकेला इंसान हूँ।
जी जी सर, शाब्दिक अर्थों में जहाँ गैदरिंग से स्टार्ट होता है, जहाँ 2-4 लोगों की एक जैसे, लेकिन उसमें एक जैसा स्वभाव होना चाहिए ग्रुप में, जैसे भजन।
नहीं, वो सेकेंडरी बात।
जी जी जी।
फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन इज, आई एम एन इंडिविजुअल, आई एम सिंगल, एंड नाउ आई एम सेइंग आई एम सॉरी, देयर इज सो मच डिस्टर्बेंस फ्रॉम द अदर साइड। मैं बोल नहीं पा रहा हूँ। मे बी आई रिमूव दिस एंड देन ट्राई टू स्पीक टू द अदर वे। एम आई ऑडिबल?
Yes sir, आप
मेरे को फिर ये सुनना नहीं पड़ेगा।
बोलिए सर आप।
आपका माइक म्यूट है।
सर आप फोन से ही बोलिए।
सर आपका माइक म्यूट है।
Hello. Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes sir, yes sir.
ठीक है। So I'm saying what's a group?
सर जहाँ विचारों में एकता हो, जो व्यक्ति विचारों में एक हो वो ग्रुप है, मात्र केवल संख्या में एक होने से नहीं।
ओके तो उसके कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स हैं ग्रुप की या प्रॉपर्टीज हैं ग्रुप की, वी कैन से, बट बेसिक्स
ग्रुप की पहली चीज है कि उनके जो कार्य करने का ढंग है उसमें एकता हो। दूसरा
I got your point. I got your point. Please, let's stop here. मैंने आपकी बात समझ ली. All
Mr.
I'm
Vishal
saying,
Sharma,
yes, sir.
a team will always have a leader, a group may not have a leader.
Okay. Team will always have a leader. A group may or may not have a leader.
A group is just a jhund with people with different class and creed having a different level of thinking, their own perception. But when it's a team, the team will do what the leader says, what the team captain says.
Okay. My second question. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. My second question.
टीम सर एक प्रॉपर ग्रुप के लिए गोल के लिए काम करेगी। ग्रुप का कोई प्रॉपर गोल नहीं होगा। टीम काम करेगी तो कोई प्रॉपर गोल होगा कि ये काम हमें गोल अचीव करना है और उसके लिए टीम एक तरह से काम करेगी। ग्रुप में हो भी सकता है, नहीं भी हो सकता है।
Okay, let's proceed. I heard your views. Someone says there's a difference between group and team, and then someone talking about characteristics of group and other things. My simple next question: how many minimum people are required to form a group?
More than 2 people, sir.
2 या 2 से ज्यादा, दो हो सकते हैं या 2 से ज्यादा भी हो सकते हैं ग्रुप के लिए।
Okay. So minimum कितने, 2 चाहिए?
मिनिमम 2।
Okay, someone says minimum 2.
There's a saying, 2 is a team, 3 is a crowd. So minimum 3 are required.
Come again? What did you say?
I said 2 is a team, 3 is a crowd. So 3 can be a group.
Okay. You are saying 2 is a team, 3 is a crowd, so 3 can be a group. Is family a group?
It may be.
I'm throwing.
Family may be a group.
Maybe. Okay.
No, family is always group.
Okay. Family is always group. So if there are 2 persons in family, then it's a team, and if there are more than 2, it's a crowd. Someone said before.
No,
No, it's not right. It's not right.
Okay. I'll take it other way. When you are saying minimum 2 people can form a group, and you are saying family is, and you are saying family is a group.
Yes.
So 2 husbands can form a family? Or 2 wives can form a family?
At all.
As per the law, because even the Supreme Court has given its nod, maybe in India also the law has come that 2 ladies can form a family, or 2 men and also can form a fammy.
Yes, yes.
Because it's a debate going across the world. Some countries, they are allowing such couples, same-sex couples. Some countries, they have still not allowed. It's considered taboo in some countries, especially in the Muslim world. So when you said 2 people can form a group, and then someone said, yes, family is a group. So my question came that can 2 husbands form a family? Or can 2 wives form a family? Well, legally, if I say yes, they are entitled to be called a family as per the law. But biologically, it's not a family. Yes or no?
Yes, of course.
Yes.
So let's see what's a group. Let's try to understand what's a group.
जिसमें 2 और उससे ज्यादा लोग हो सकते हैं, उसको ग्रुप बोला।
I am sharing with you a presentation, and let us try to understand what is a group, and eventually we'll go on to understand what's a team.
तो पहले मना कर दिया था, फिर 2 महीने से कुछ हो रहा है। थाना प्रभारी का टैक्स लगा जाना मारा गया।
I would request maybe एक मिनट सर, मैं थोड़ा सा यहाँ टैक्स सेवी नहीं हूँ, इसमें मेरे को आती है। Okay, let's see. What is a group? Now, I'm showing you this. There are a lot of people on this slide. More than 2. So my question is this a group? Someone said minimum
No.
2. I am showing.
No.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, okay.
This is not a group.
Someone said yes, someone is saying no. So let me ask someone who is saying, okay, okay. So some people are saying it's a group, some are saying it's not a group. So may I ask first those who are saying, no, it's not a group. What is the reason? Why do you feel it is not a group? Those
They
who
are
are
not
saying
together.
no.
They are not together. They are gaps.
Okay. Okay. Now those who are saying it's a group, may I ask them, why are they saying it's a group? Because those who are saying it's not a group, so Mr. Vinod Kumar, he is saying they are not together. That's why it is not a group. Those who are saying it's a group, they can give their counter argument why it is a group.
अगर सर ये लोग कम्युनिकेट एक दूसरे से कर सकते हैं तो ये ग्रुप है।
अच्छा, अगर ये कम्युनिकेट नहीं कर रहे हैं तो ग्रुप नहीं है, अगर कम्युनिकेट कर सकते हैं तो ग्रुप है।
यस सर।
ओके। The answer is it is not a group, it's called a crowd. Now what is the difference between a crowd and a group? I'll share. But it is not a group, it is called a crowd.
Sir, crowd have no common intentions. Crowd have no
Sorry?
common intentions, sir. Crowd have no common intentions, sir.
Well, we will understand. We'll understand. So I give you a hypothetical scenario. There is a political meeting. 5,000 people are there. A politician, he is addressing a meeting. So can we call it as a group? No.
It's a crowd. Because people of this crowd is not connected with each other.
Or if I say there are 50 people standing on a bus stop.
It's also a crowd.
Is it a group?
It's also
Okay.
a crowd.
Okay. Now this is the next slide. Now, someone from you earlier said, Mr. Vinod Kumar, I think, that they are not connected. So he said it is not a group. Now I am saying they are within a circle, they are all connected. So there are 50 people on a bus stop. It's not a group, it's a crowd, because 10 people may be going to some other destination, 15 would be going to some other destination, and likewise. But now there is a crowd or there is a group, जो भी हैं, there are certain number of people, they have the same they have the same listen, you listen to me first, So I'm no आप सुनिए पहले, आपको समझ में आ जाएगा. We have the limited time and we have to cover a lot of things, so please listen to me first. So now I am changing that there are 50 people or 25 people, they have the same destination. They have to board the same train or same bus, and they have to go to the same destination. Can we call it as a group?
सर ये एक ग्रुप कहा जा सकता है क्योंकि एक सर्कल में है.
Okay, let us understand. Another example. Another example I will say, maybe 200 people, they are all in a movie theater in the same hall. They have come together to see a movie. So can we say it's a group? Because you are saying they are all together. So I am giving another example. There are 200 people in a movie theater. Can we call it as a group?
नहीं सर, वो ग्रुप नहीं होगा. ग्रुप में सभी अपने ताकत का एक ग्रुप में इस्तेमाल करते हैं, सभी एक कोऑर्डिनेट करते हैं सर ताकत को.
Okay. The answer is it is still not a group, it's a party. So I showed you this slide. And then I said it is a crowd. I showed you this slide. I said it is still not a group, it's called a party. Now I'm moving on to the third slide. You see the difference. Is it a group? The answer is it is a group.
It's a leader.
That's right.
But it's a group, or it was a leader.
Yes. So the difference between these three is in a crowd, please listen to me, in a crowd, there is no external boundary. This is external boundary. In a party, there is an external boundary. In a crowd, there is no external boundary. When I say external boundary, it's an imaginary boundary which distinguishes people from those who are inside the boundary and those who are outside the boundary. Mind it. There are 200 people watching a movie. It's an imaginary boundary that there are 200 seats in a movie theater. Only 200 people are allowed, not more than this. So those 200 people which are in the movie theater, they are called a party, but not a crowd. In crowd, there is no external boundary. On a bus station, 50 people can be there, 60 also can be there, 40 also can be there, and 70 also can be there. In a political party, in a political gathering, rally, 5,000 people are there, there can be 10,000, there can be 7,000, there can be 4,000. Any number of people can come in, any number of people can go out. In a party, the membership is fixed, but it's still not a group. So what is a group? There must be one internal boundary, at least one. So minimum 2 individuals can form a group. There must be an external boundary. There must be minimum 1 internal boundary. Minimum 1. And there must be a common objective. Now what happens? The external boundary denotes membership. Who are part of this group? Who are not part of this group? So for example, Madhya Pradesh Police. Is it a group? Yes, it's a group because there is an external boundary, imaginary boundary. Anytime you can say who is part of Madhya Pradesh Police, who is not part of Madhya Pradesh Police. Delhi Police. Who is part of Delhi Police, who is not part of Delhi Police. BPR&D. It's a group. Who all are part of BPR&D, who all are not part of BPR&D. anytime we are able to distinguish those who are part of a BPR&D, those who are not part of BPR&D. The membership is clearly defined. So this external boundary means membership. Internal boundary denotes functional difference. Minimum internal one boundary should be there. Minimum one. Now, what is the meaning of functional difference? In simple words, there must be a leader. When there is a leader, others are followers. If all are leaders, there is no follower, it's not a group. If all are followers, there is no leader, still it's not a group. It's a party. All are equal. But whenever there is an internal boundary, it means there is a functional difference. So there is a leader, BPR&D. There is one internal boundary, there is a leader, Director General of Bureau of Police Research and Development. There are more internal boundaries. After Director General of Police, there are maybe IG, NPM, IG training, IG some other department. More internal boundaries, DIG administration, DIG administration, DIG XYZ department, internal boundaries. So internal boundaries are defining functional difference. You see a police station, it's a group. Anytime you can say who are part of this police station. Anytime. It's a small group within a big group. So Delhi Police, it's a big group. Within Delhi Police, there is a police station. So let's say there is a police station at Chanakyapuri. That is a small group because anytime one can say who are members of Chanakyapuri police station, who are not members of Chanakyapuri police station. Within Chanakyapuri police station, there is internal boundary. There is a station house officer, SHO. There is an additional SHO. There is inspector investigation. Then there are sub-inspectors. So likewise, internal boundaries. I am proceeding further. I'm sorry. I don't know what has happened. I failed to understand. I received some message and I declined, and the slide is not moving because I could not make out what was the meaning of that. And then the common objective. All people within a group must have a common goal. Common goal. So minimum 2 individuals can form a group. If I say family, yes, a family is a group. Minimum 2 people can form a group. External boundary denotes functional, denotes membership. So anybody from outside the family cannot claim to be part of a family. It cannot happen one fine evening, some lady comes to you and say, well, you are my husband. Even if your husband, in other sense, you would not acknowledge. You would say, no, I don't know this lady. Or if some child comes to running to you, you are my father, you would say, no, I'm not your father. Within your family, your child is there, you would say, yes, I am his father or her father. So membership is clear. Functional difference, yes. In family, functional difference. So there is a husband, there is a wife. Bigger family, there is a father, there is a mother, there is a husband or son, What is this meaning? Annotation request. Can someone tell me? Requesting to annotate the shared content. What is the meaning of annotation? आप में से कोई जवाब देंगे? A message is
अनोटेशन का मतलब है कि पार्टिसिपेंट स्लाइड पे कुछ ड्रॉ कर सकते हैं। अगर आप उसको लो करोगे तो वो स्लाइड पे अगर कुछ ड्रॉ कर सकता है।
but what is it about drawing? इस पे क्या ड्रॉ करने का मतलब मैं समझ नहीं पा रहा हूँ।
सर कुछ भी मार्क, कोई एरो, कोई अंडरलाइन, कुछ इस टाइप का स्लाइड पे करते हैं ना, जैसे कोई समझाने के लिए कोई करता है कि इसमें ये वाला पॉइंट इस चीज को डिनोट कर रहा है।
Okay, okay. So I said a family is a group. Yes, it's a functional boundary. We know who are part of a particular family, who are not part of a family. Internal boundary, functional difference. Yes, there is a husband, there is a mother, there are kids, or there is a father, there is a mother, husband, sister, daughter, functional difference. Simplest sense, even if there are two members, husband and wife. So functional difference, I'm not talking of the biological functional difference. The other functional difference, as you said, in terms of organization, is there a leader? Why families break? Because both husband and wife tries to become leader. And whenever this happens, if both are leaders, there is no follower, it cannot be a family, it cannot be a group.
अभी और सबके क्यों नहीं आ रही है वहाँ सिस्टर वो चार पहले तो चार लोग थे अब नहीं आ
It breaks down. Please keep silent. Let me say. The family breaks just because of this reason, because both husband and wife tries to become leader. The functional difference means there must be a leader. So either husband becomes a leader or mother or the wife becomes a leader. If both becomes leader, it will break down. And that's why the families disintegrate these days. And it's still, again, it hanged. Well, these new things never comes up because it's a okay. So now I shared with you what is a group. A group, it is minimum 2 people. Membership, external boundary is membership, internal boundary means functional difference, and there is a common objective. So this is a group, and my simplest definition for a team is highly effective groups are called teams. There is no difference between a team and a group. Highly effective groups, those groups which are highly effective, which are very efficient, those we can say are teams. Group and teams only the difference. May I request people to just keep silent from the other side, because so many people are there, and if someone or the other is speaking, I can hear your voice and it distracts me. I'm failing to then take my lecture ahead. So all I said, functional difference. See, this is what happens, because my rhythm breaks whenever the people speaks on the other side and the voice comes here. So highly effective groups are called teams. Now I am moving on to team spirit. Having understood what is a group, so when I say team, it means there must be clear-cut definition of a member who are part of team, who are not part of the team. Second, there must be functional difference. There must be a leader, and then when there is a leader, there are follower or followers. And then they must have a common goal. So given this, Given a common goal, there are two ways of achieving the goal. It's a theory. Given a common goal, there are two ways of achieving a goal. How do we achieve the goal? There are two strategies given a common goal. Now, when I say this is theory, given a common goal, there are two strategies to achieve a goal. So one strategy is called cooperation. Through way of cooperation, we can achieve the goal. Another strategy is competition. Through way of competition, we can achieve the goal. Now, inherently, what happens is there is an inherent tendency. It has been seen whenever there is a common goal, people resort to competition. They try to compete to achieve that common goal. Compete for achieving the common goal. Now, why it happens? Why do they compete? Why people don't cooperate? Whenever there is a common goal, people starts competing. This is the essence of team spirit. Why can't we cooperate? I can prove it through some exercises, games, but we have to be together. Now it is a theory session. So let's continue and try to understand. When there are two strategies, cooperation and competition, people resort to competition. Now, what is the difference between cooperation and competition? Let's try to understand. First of all, cooperation means winning more, and competition means winning more than. The basic difference between cooperation and competition. Winning more is different from winning more than. When we say more than, I achieve more than you, I get more than you, it means I am competing. When I say let's achieve more, it means I am cooperating. The fundamental difference between cooperation and competition, more and more than. The goal is common. Another thing which I'll say, both the strategies are interdependent phenomena. Interdependent. Now there are three words. When I say three words, one is dependent, another is independent, and another is, the third word is interdependent. So there is a word dependent, independent, and interdependent. If I ask you to arrange them in a chronology, which stage will come first? There are three stages: dependent, independent, interdependent. What do you think? What will come first?
Low so your line is very low so.
Okay, maybe I can directly go over to the slide rather than discussion. Interdependent. We are dependent upon each other. I can't do it alone. If I say competition, can you compete alone? No. You need someone else to compete with. Cooperation. Can you cooperate alone? No. You need someone else to cooperate along with. So both are interdependent. Now, for being interdependent, what you require is high power. If other person also has power, then only cooperation or competition is possible. Otherwise, it is not. So there is a slide. Let me say, share, and then try to understand the essence again through a slide. I don't know why it is coming again and again. Given a common goal, either we can compete or we can cooperate. Now, common goals plus high power leads to interdependence. We have common goal and we all are powerful. So it leads us to interdependence. Now in cooperation strategy, the goal is profit or gain maximize. In competition, it is loss or risk minimize. Requirement for cooperation is high power and high trust. The basic difference between cooperation and competition is the trust factor. If you have power but lack of trust, you would compete. If you have power but you are high on trust, you would cooperate. This is the basic difference between cooperation and competition. So for team spirit, what you require is cooperation. And for cooperation, what you require is trust and high power. Now, when I say high power, so what is the meaning of high power? Within a group, within a team, you must empower others. You must give others also freedom to take decision. That is the meaning of empowerment. If in a group, if in your team, it's only you who is always calling the shots, if only you who is taking the decisions, you are not allowing others to take decision, you are not allowing others to exercise their power, you can never develop a team. आपकी एक टीम है, आप एक ग्रुप में काम कर रहे हैं, स्टेशन हाउस ऑफिसर हैं, आपका एक पूरा डिपार्टमेंट है, आपके साथ में टीम है, आप अपने सबऑर्डिनेट्स को कभी कोई डिसीजन नहीं लेने देते, खुद ही लेते हैं. How will they feel powerful? How will they cooperate with you? Although you are a group, but you would not become a team. Team means highly efficient groups. Efficiency comes with high trust and high power. So high power means you have to delegate power, empower them. And high understanding means high trust. So how to develop trust? Now, another difference is cooperation and competition. It depends upon situation. In which situation you have to compete, in which situation you have to cooperate. If it's a zero-sum situation, zero-sum means end result would be zero. So there is a match between India and Pakistan. Goal is common. What is the goal? To win the match. So you would say, sir, you said cooperation is always desirable. No, it depends upon the situation. So the goal is to win. If India wins, 11 players win plus 11. It means 11 players of Pakistan would lose, minus 11. The end result would be 0. Plus 11, minus 11 would be 0. The goal is common. If Pakistan wins, 11 plus players would win. Indian 11 players would lose. Plus 11, minus 11, the result would be 0. In any situation, the result would be 0. End result would be 0. So whenever the end result is 0, the rule says thumb rule, you have to compete. Even if the goal is common, but the end result is going to be 0, you have to compete. But within Indian team, what is the common goal? To win. So if one player scores a goal, it does not mean that he wins and rest 10 players lose. No. If the team wins by even single goal, all 11 players would win. So the goal is not only common, it is shared. It is shareable. 1 degree above common. From common, it moves to shared goal. End result would always be non-zero. You see, non-zero means either the result for Indian team would be plus 11 or minus 11. It will never be 0. So the theory says whenever the end result is non-zero, you have to cooperate. Through way of cooperation, you can turn minus 11 to plus 11. But you can't turn plus 11 to minus 11 through cooperation. If you compete at the wrong time, you would slip from +11 to -11. So whenever the result is non-zero, you have to cooperate. If you start competing here, you would go into loss. So the position taken is, or the basic assumption is, goal is shareable. Here goal is not shareable. It is although common but not shareable in competition. Position is win-win. Here it is win-lose. One party would win, another would lose. But in a group, eventually all would lose. So this is the dynamics of cooperation and competition. There is high perceived power, and another side there is trust. So if only I have power and one side is trust is low, another side trust is high. If the trust is low and I am powerful, I would always exploit other. But if I have power and trust is high, I would have nurturance. Nurturance means I would nurture you. I would not exploit you. Father and a child. Only father is powerful, child is not powerful. He would not exploit the child, but he would nurture. Only other. From the other side, if you see the trust is low and you are powerless, another is powerful, the resultant would be submission compliance. आपके हाथ में पावर नहीं है, ट्रस्ट लो है, आप सामने वाले के लिए कंप्लायंस करेंगे, सबमिशन जो वो कहेगा वो करेंगे. ट्रस्ट हाई है, स्टिल यू कांट कोऑपरेट, you would be dependent upon the other person. Dependence, resultant would be dependence. Now neither of us are powerful. Neither of us are powerful. आपके ऊपर, आपकी कंट्री के ऊपर अटैक करा है सुपर पावर ने, और दोनों कंट्री वीक हैं अरब वर्ल्ड में. इनडिफरेंस, कोई ध्यान नहीं देखा, एक जो हो रहा है होने दो. पड़ोसी के साथ क्या हो रहा है, वो भी वीक है, मैं भी वीक हूं, मैं उसका साथ नहीं दे सकता. ट्रस्ट हाई है, म्यूचुअल सिंपैथी, सिंपैथी शो कर सकते हैं, उससे आगे कुछ नहीं. बट द लास्ट कॉलम, when the trust is low, both parties are powerful, they would compete. When the trust is high and both parties are powerful, they would cooperate. They would not compete. Cooperation is possible whenever the trust is high and both parties are powerful. So dynamics of cooperation, high power, high trust. When I say trust, it means understanding. I can only trust whenever I have understanding. Without understanding, trust is not possible. And when I'm saying trust, it means I am taking risk. Without risk, there is no trust. The meaning of trust: I am trusting you, but if you do opposite, if you back down, I would lose. And this is the risk I am taking. This is a situation. I am taking a risk that I am believing what you are supposed to do, you would do. If you do something otherwise, I would be at loss. So this is the risk I am taking. That is called trust. If you don't have anything to lose, there is no question of trust. अगर आप सामने वाली पार्टी अपने वादे से मुकर जाती है और आपको कोई लॉस नहीं है, तो वहां रिस्क की कोई बात नहीं है. इसका मतलब वहां ट्रस्ट वाली कोई बात नहीं है. ट्रस्ट का मतलब ही यही है कि अगर सामने वाले पार्टी अपने वादे से मुकर जाए तो आपको कोई लॉस होगा, उसको कहते हैं ट्रस्ट. एंड finally, the goal is shared. It is not common, it is shared in cooperation. In competition, it is common, but in cooperation, the goal is 1 degree above common, that is shared goal. So the question comes, how to build understanding? In order to cooperate, we need to build trust. In order for team spirit, we need to cooperate. So how to build trust? The answer is through communication. It is through way of communication only we can build trust. No other way. So let's understand self and understand others. So the models of communication, there is a Johari window model. I'm not discussing the models, but I'm just telling you. And in Johari model, there are two ways, techniques. One is feedback, another is disclosure. And another model of communication is transactional analysis, CARE. आपको इन चीजों को नहीं समझना है. I am directly coming over to how to build trust. The answer is through communication. Through communication, I can build trust or I can build understanding. Well, we'll see it later. हम बाद में देखते हैं. Let us move ahead and try to understand. Let's try to build understanding. Okay, so I would ask you one question. What do you see? आप सोच लीजिए, अभी आंसर मत दीजिए. Just keep your answer in your mind. What do you see? And don't answer me. Just keep your answer with you for the time being. Okay, leave it. What do you see? This is second picture. And don't answer, please. Just keep the answer in your mind. What do you see?
Sir, you can share your presentation, sir.
Oh, is it not being shared, sir?
No, sir.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't know why it happened. One second, please. I thought it is getting shared. I'm so sorry. I'm again opening it. Maybe there was some mistake. Can you see? Can you see something now?
Nothing, sir.
Okay, sir. That's
Yes, sir.
fine.
Okay. So don't answer me. Only just my request is to keep your answer in your mind. My question is, what do you see? And don't answer. Just keep the answer in your mind. Now I'm moving on to the second communication. What do you see? By the way, this is communication. Do you all agree? Is it communication? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Anyone who says no can raise their objection in case someone says it is not communication. In that case, I would clarify whether it is communication, yes or no. I would give you the logic also. But if you all agree it is communication, then we can proceed. Anyone who says it is not communication, I can give the logic.
So we are not getting clear message what you want to say. That's why it is not.
No,
We cannot consider it.
Okay. Well, it's a big subject again, communication. You are moving on the road, there is a signpost. Okay. Or you are moving in a building, there is a signpost. The signpost is, there is a cigarette and a cross mark is there on the cigarette. Is it a communication?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir. It is communication, sir.
What is the communication?
Yes, sir. It is communication.
What is the communication in that picture?
Smoking is prohibited.
Yes, that's right. You are moving on the road, there is a signpost, a car is there and a cross is there. What is the meaning? No parking. No parking.
Company.
Parking is not allowed. That is the meaning. Yes or no?
Yes.
A picture of a car is there and a cross is made and nothing is written. Only the picture is drawn and a cross is made on a board. It means parking is not allowed. Yes or no?
Yes, sir. Yes, no parking.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No parking.
It's a different story altogether in India, whether you have the picture written and under the picture, even it is written no parking, still people park under the board. That's another story. So all I'm saying, it is a communication. What you understand is different, but it's a communication, form of communication. I'm showing you something and it is communication. So I showed you this, I showed you this, and I showed you this. 3 pictures. That's all. Let's come and try to see. Our topic is team spirit. For team spirit, cooperation is necessary. For cooperation, understanding is necessary. Or in other words, for cooperation, trust is necessary. For trust, what is necessary is understanding. If I understand you, I can trust you. Yes or no?
Yes.
So I'm trying to understand self and I'm trying to understand others. So let's understand self. So Mithilesh Kumari, what do you understand? What do you see? क्या समझ में आया?
सर ग्रुप भावना समझ में आई थी हमारे।
अरे ग्रुप भावना को भूल जाओ, बातें मत करो। What do you see? यहाँ पिक्चर में क्या दिख रहा है? क्या समझ में आया यहाँ?
सर पिक्चर नहीं आ रही है स्क्रीन पे।
अरे अभी तो कई लोगों ने कहा आ रही है।
नहीं हमारी भी नहीं आ रही है सर, आपका नाम ही आ रहा है।
मेढक है सर।
आशीष कुमार।
इसमें लोगों को दिखाई दे रहा है?
दे रहा है सर, मेंढक है सर।
Okay. So what you understand? What you understand? Your answer is it's a frog.
Sorry, it is a horse.
Okay. एक minute. What you understand? Your answer is it's a frog. Some people said it's a frog.
Yes, sir.
Yes or no?
Yes,
Yes.
No,
Yes,
sir. It's a
and
horse,
a
sir.
frog. You can see the
Okay.
two.
अरे यार रुको ना. Someone said it is a horse. Who said it is a horse? Just नाम बताएं अपना.
Prabhakar Singh. ऐसा Prabhakar Singh from Assam.
Mr. Prabhakar says it's a horse. Those who said it's a frog, do they agree it's a horse?
Yes, sir.
No, sir.
It's a horse. One side you see, it's a horse.
Horse sir, horse.
Frog.
Horse sir.
Mr. Prabhakar,
Sir.
Can you see a frog or you can see a horse?
Sir, both.
Sir, both.
So the question is,
Horse भी दिखाई देगा और frog भी दिखाई देगा.
the question is understanding.
Thank you, thank you.
For developing trust, understanding is must. So I understand it's a frog. Now the question is, my partner or my group member or my team members understand it's a horse. Can I understand others also? Yes or no is the question.
Yes.
So can I understand others also that it's a horse also?
Horse
Sir.
also.
Both.
Both.
Both, sir, both.
विशाल सर
Sir, no audio, sir. Audio is not clear.
Audible, sir.
मेरा क्लास क्या हो गया? स्पीकिंग
Can someone answer? It's a old woman or a young woman? I'm sharing a picture. What do you see? So my question is it a young woman or an old woman?
दोनों है सर, यंग वुमन भी है, ओल्ड
ओके,
वुमन भी है।
आप में से कोई और आंसर दे, उनको क्या दिख रहा है?
Sir, old woman and sheep.
ओके आपको दिखाई दिया ओल्ड वुमन और आपको दिखाई दिया एक शीप भेड़
Yes, sir.
ठीक है और आपके कोई साथी अपना आंसर दें व्हाट डू यू अंडरस्टैंड
Looks like a young woman.
ओके आप में से कोई और साथी
Old
है
woman.
ओल्ड वुमन ओके those who are saying it's a old woman my question to them
And bear.
your understanding is it's a old woman so my question to you can you see a young woman also in this picture
Yeah, young woman.
right sir those who say it's a picture of a young woman can you see an old woman also
No.
Yes, sir.
Old woman.
so let us try to understand others also so we understand self so what I understand is it's a picture of an old woman now let me try to understand others also so let me cover the picture
Sorry to interrupt, Vishal sir. And next session is going to start in another 5 minutes. You.
yeah I'm summing up sir just last this I'm summing up
Okay, sir.
so
Thank you. Thank you.
let's try to see a young woman by hiding half of the face of this old woman through our hand and then we will be able to see the side face of a young woman just try आप अपने इस पिक्चर पे आधा हाथ कवर कर लीजिए ओल्ड वुमन का जो आधा फेस है जो चिन है उसकी ठोड़ी है आंख है उसको ढक लीजिए और फिर देखिए साइड में कैन यू सी अ यंग वुमन फेस आल्सो
Yes, sir.
so that is what I am saying building understanding means understanding others also I understand self my understanding is it's a picture of a old woman but can I understand other also yes it's a picture of a young woman also so in the team when we work in the group when we work we need to understand others view also others perception also unless and until we understand others view others perception we can never be effective a highly effective group is a team when the effectiveness comes when we understand others it means we develop trust how we develop trust is by understanding others so the question is how to understand answer is through communication now my last sentence what is it to understand how to understand I got the answer through communication but what is it I should understand
The other's point of view. The other's person point of view.
One word answer. Understand the need of the person. If you can understand the need of the person, it means you are understanding the person. You are an officer. If you can understand need of your subordinates, it means you are understanding them. It is a need you have to understand. उनकी need क्या है? आपके घर में आपके बच्चों की आपकी वाइफ की आपके पेरेंट्स की नीड क्या है यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड नीड आंसर इज हाउ थ्रू communication we understand what we understand is we understand the need of the person and if we are able to understand need it means we are able to build trust and in the process if we share power we give power to the other person both are powerful trust is high we start cooperating it means we elevate from groups to teams we are moving upon team spirit that's all for the session today I don't know how much I could cut across to you but something definitely would be beneficial to you let's try to arrange the chronology what is a group and what is a team highly effective groups are teams when they are effective when we build trust how to build trust through communication and what to understand is the need so through communication we understand need in the process we build trust and we share power with each other power for decision making and we are all powerful we cooperate and we move on to become the team thank you for now I hope makes sense thank you
Thank you, sir.
yeah
Thank you, sir.
Sir,
Thank you so
thank you so much. And
Thank you, sir.
we are conveying our gratitude to Mr. Vishal Sharma, and we shared that very good session about
you, sir.
team spirit while showing a different
Thank you for
communications.
the difference between team,
On behalf
power,
of BPR&D, we are
and group.
Mr. Vishal
Thank you,
Sharma.
sir.
Thank you all once again. All the best.
Very good season, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
मैडम वो बोला आ गया Sir, good morning, sir. Mr. Penil Malakar. And I'm happy to introduce that present session, that is disaster management, which is going to be handled by Mr. P. Malakar, and he's a very good experienced person. He's having 28 plus years in the field of healthcare and humanitarian management. He is a member of different international countries in respect of health as well as that disaster management, and who is associated with a national as well as international organization like European Commission, World Health Organization, UNESCO, World Humanitarian Summit, and who is also state level disaster management authorities. He is a member of in Assam, Bihar, Manipur, Delhi and Himachal Pradesh, and he has trained more than 5,000 hospital executives on hospital disaster management, and currently he is working with that humanitarian assistance program for that COVID and the post-COVID pandemic stabilization program in the states of Northeast. And he has a very rich experience in training the police officers, fire department, home guards, and civil defense, and as well as the paramilitary forces in the field of healthcare and humanitarian management. On behalf of BPR&D, we welcome you, sir. We are handing over session to you now.
Thank you, sir. Good morning to all of you. I'm happy that the sequence of disaster management session is done after the team spirit. And I'm sure our friends in the audience are well motivated as a team spirit. So we are going to display this team spirit through this disaster management topic. I'm privileged to be part of it. Yeah, these are just last 2 years of my engagement with BPR&D under National Police Mission. I'm privileged to be part of a resource team. The objective of these Master Trainers program is to create awareness and sensitize the audience, make sure that they actually in turn transfer this knowledge and wisdom and intelligence and understanding to the children that they would be focusing on, enabling the audience to prepare an action plan. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Audible, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Audible, sir.
Fine. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So what
Yes,
is
sir.
the difference? Thank you. What is the difference between awareness and sensitization? All of us are aware of the fact that I have to wear the seatbelt while driving, wear helmet on a bike, whether I'm a rider or a pillion rider. I'm not supposed to talk over phone in whatever platform it is while driving. But if I'm not sensitized, I will not wear the seat belt unless and until I see a police. So very often in my training, I tell the young people, the volunteers and the officials saying that if you are sensitized, then only you will do what you know. So this is very important. And it's very important session on disaster management because disaster events are growing. Across India, it is growing across the world. A recent pandemic has shown that the entire world is engulfed by something called a small invisible virus, isn't it? All of our life and spectrum of our lives are affected by this small, tiny, invisible, micro-sized virus called coronavirus. So disaster, not only just one thing, one day, one event. In India, there are multiple disasters at one point of time, at one season. And therefore, it's better to understand what is a disaster. It's a serious disruption of your normal functioning of a community, of an office, of an institution, of a school. And it causes widespread human and other, like material, economic, environment. We all know that due to coronavirus, the pandemic lockdown had to come. And therefore, entire socio-economic human activities have stopped. Huge environmental losses. And a disaster is that it exceeds the ability of the affected community. Therefore, there's a need for outside resource to help. So therefore, a disaster happens when hazard impacts on the vulnerable population. Who are vulnerable population? People who are not strong enough to resist the impact of a disaster event or a hazard. Now, India is vulnerable to a variety of natural and man-made disasters, and that actually deters or hinders the growth of our nation. Now, what is a hazard? Simple thing I would talk about. Fire is a hazard. At the same time, we can't remove fire because we have to cook food. We have to do a lot of activities through fire. How about rain? How about water? Excessive rain cause flash flood and disaster. Earthquake. What about unsafe building? There are a lot of school buildings, a lot of infrastructures started. And if they're not safe, if they're not followed by a building safety code, which was developed in 1991 after the earthquake, 2001 after the earthquake in Gujarat. Chemical, drugs. Drugs are also used for treatment of a patient, but at the same time, drug menace is happening in India, especially Northeast India is growing, it's rising. It has become a hazard because this hazard is causing adverse health and other impact. Therefore, it has a potential to cause a disaster. Unsafe driving is a hazardous behavior. So police will stop them saying, why are you talking while you're driving? Why you have not put on your helmet? Can someone observe here, how many hazards do you see here? As a police official, you tell me how many codes, how many sections would you book under your Safety Act? One person can respond at a time. Yes, sir. Sir and madam, you can respond to this. Well, to save time, as I'm not able to hear from anyone, this person is number one, he is not wearing helmet. Number two, he is talking over phone. Number three, he is having 2 pillion rides, not one. And both the pillion rides are not wearing helmets. And so at least we can count 4 to 5 different offenses that he is doing. And it is a hazardous driving habit, which in India is amply available. Everywhere you turn your eyes, you will see people are in defaults. They are not following the rules. Therefore, this is a dangerous hazard with a dangerous driving habit, right? Multiple hazards, count them. Types of disaster. Broadly, it is natural and man-made. There are some which is in between natural and man-made. Landslides happen for what? Because people depletion of forest. They cut off the trees. You see the flood. Because of the human behavior, because of the change in the environment. Today, floods happening even in winter. What about a drought? What about fires in the forest? What about fire in the jungle? What about epidemic? It's a man-made, right? It could be also natural. Probably 1919, when there was a pandemic, flu in the UK, that was a man-made, that was a natural. But today we understand that it is also man-made. And there are many man-made. Fire. Fire doesn't just come and occur. It occurs in the building because of what? Faulty wiring or poor quality wiring or inefficient way of handling fires. What is a slow onset and fast onset? We all know. Drought is a slow onset of disaster, whereas fast onset is earthquake, fire. It takes very less time. And think about epidemic. It was a slow onset. By the time a country like India and many other countries realize this, it is already spread. Yes. Impacts of disaster event. Loss of lives, injuries, visible as well as invisible injuries. I'll talk about this later. Missing persons, damage and destruction of properties, disruptions of normal life, power communication, scarcity of essentials. You are in the middle of flood, but you cannot drink the water of the flood. Contagious, toxic, dangerous. Damage to crops, loss of livestock. What is livestock? Goats, cows, buffaloes, various other. Contamination of soil and water and air. The flood water, even fishes people catch from the flood water should not be taken. Mass displacement and resettlement of it. People migrate from one place to another place, right? Due to floods, they are displaced. Due to earthquake in Nepal 2015, what happened? Millions of people were displaced from their homes. They lived outside the building. Just watch this video. It happens in a multi-story building. This is in a hospital in Istanbul, Turkey. Look at the panic-stricken man. He doesn't know what to do, where to go. Can I request Pinesh, Mr. Pinesh Das, to please mute your mic? Mr. Pinesh, can I request you to mute your mic while you're speaking to somebody else? So this kind of confusion happens when an earthquake happens, right? So what are the things you should not do when an earthquake happens? Dinesh, yes. Mic is also open. Can I request those who are not speaking at this moment to just mic? Yeah, earthquakes, do's and don'ts. Drop, cover, and hold. That's a very normal procedure. You should not run when an earthquake is happening. Drop to the ground, take cover, and hold on wherever you're holding on. So in this pictographically, you'll be able to understand it more clearly. Right? Drop, cover your head, and hold on if it is a table. What about the people with disabilities? Those who cannot see, those who cannot walk by themselves, those who have mental retardation or mental issues. Please help them to do the same, locking their wheelchair, covering their head, hold onto wherever they are in a stable place. Right? Stay away from the glasses because during the earthquake, the windows and doors may break and it will spill, may cause injuries. If there is no furniture or fixtures above you, stay there wherever you are. These are very common, do's and don'ts, and these are all going to be available. I will share the slides in PDF format. I already shared with the BPR&D, and you can always collect it from there. Okay, stay inside until the shaking stops and it is safe to go outside, right? Researchers say when you try to run out of the building, that's where it causes harm to you. So stay wherever you are, and you can do drop, cover, hold. So be sure that electricity will go and it will be dark. So do not use the lifts. Every lift in the front, you will see a notification saying that don't use the lift during fire or an earthquake. So if you're outside, move away from the building, please. Street lights, right? So try to not to walk while taking is on. The greatest danger is the weakest exterior building walls. Most casualties result from collapsing walls. So stop as quickly as safety permits and stay in the vehicle if you're on a car. Don't drive. Don't continue to move. Avoid stopping near a building or under a tree. These are very basic things. Avoid roads and bridges or ramps, because if they are damaged, it will cause it. Remember, buildings do not kill. Earthquakes do not kill. I'm sorry. Earthquakes do not kill. It is the poorly built buildings that kills people. In Gujarat earthquake, 10,000 people died. It is not because of the earthquake. It is because of the buildings not properly built. Okay. So what do you do after an earthquake? Check if you or anyone else is hurt. So if somebody is injured, you help him and take him to the hospital or call for ambulance. You know, in earthquake situation, maybe the road infrastructure is damaged. So can you work on first aid kits? If you have the first aid kit and if you know how to use the first aid kit. And about communication, try to use radio. Radio is very helpful during earthquakes because it is not affected by the cable. It is through radio waves. So yeah, I recently just trained hundreds of young people in first aid and rural healthcare, how to save your life, how to undertake first aid care if somebody is injured, if somebody is stopped breathing, if somebody's got a fracture. So don't crowd around. I think Mr. Vishal Sharma has spoken about India में क्या होता है, हम लोग जब कोई घटना घटते हैं, lot of people will create a crowd and half of the people, most of the people, आज का जो habit है, वो video लेगा, photo खींचेगा. But he will not come and help because they do not know how to help. So don't waste water, because it may be essential for firefighting, because earthquake often also leads to fire. Don't move the seriously hurt people, क्योंकि हो सकता है कि उनका bone टूटा हुआ है. If the bones are broken, it will be dangerous. If you wrongfully or inadequately carry a hurt person, he or she may become paralyzed for life. So please wait for a medical help team or a properly trained rescue team. This is very important. Don't spread rumors. Today we have WhatsApp, we have mobiles everywhere. We take pictures and immediately spread news, and it may create panic. You have seen the video Mr. Vishal Sar has displayed in Japan. There was no panic. People quietly came and helped that person in the metro whose leg got stuck, right? So another common hazard in India. What are the things to be done? Obviously, disconnect from the electrical and gas appliances. Try to not to be in touch with the water. Avoid that because there will be a lot of chemicals, and especially the water is contaminated due to sewage and other chemicals are underwater. Don't walk simply not understanding what is happening. Take a stick. If you have to really walk out, take a stick and ensure that you are not in a manhole or a big thing. It will be another disaster, right? Stay away from the power lines. It is very important. If you think there is some chances of power leakage, please call up the power company and inform them so that they will disconnect the power. Don't walk through flowing water. We have seen people are trying to even cross a river, cross a bridge while the water is actually flowing. उतना साहसी कथा करने का जरूरत नहीं है. We don't have to have the brave certificate or some Arjun award by doing. So don't drive in the water, especially on the bridge and there's flowing water. Don't return to the property until everything is clear, because there may be snakes, there may be some dangerous things. And so wait till everything is clear. And same thing with the electricity and water supply and gas. Right? Don't eat any food that has come into contact with flood water. Because 100% chances are there it is, contaminated. Yeah, there should be an attitude for helping each other during the preparedness for evacuation. What is evacuation? You are in advance coming out of your home or area which is going to be affected by the disasters. Now you have early warning system. People's lives were saved because early warning system have projected that there will be cyclonic storms in the landfill Odisha. So therefore, people moved out from that place with the help of the civil defense and the army and local administration. So they were not affected. So evacuation, how do you do that? Secure your home, move essential items to the upper floor if it is a flood, turn off utilities, electricity and other things, disconnect electrical appliances. Very important. Don't touch electric equipment standing in water, because water is also a conductor for electricity. Now, landslides are very common. If you look at Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand, landslides you cannot do anything. So therefore, beforehand, if you think it is raining heavily and the hill around where you are, if it is very tender, make sure you're not staying there. You're moving out of that place. If it is your home, better to shift to a safer location. Take care of environment. One important thing is that plant trees. Planting tree is very important. It will radically reduce the chances of landslide risk. Remember the warning signs. During rain and this kind of season, it is always good to watch news, listen to radio. There are a lot of early warning information advance given by the weather department. So better to watch them. Inform the authorities if you see a landslide is going to happen, if there is no prediction on that location, so that people traveling by that road, that mountain side, will stop traveling and save their lives. Right? So if you know that there is going to be a landslide, do the same steps for earthquake as well as fire. Yeah, after the landslide, don't just rush home. It's again, same principle applies, because there will be damages, there will be, risks inside, gas leakage or electrical leakage. So, and also the building may not be safe. It must have got affected. So do not rush back to your. Now, this is very common disaster. Please watch this. And you think about what would you do if you are watching a village houses are under fire. I would like to understand from all of you, what action would you take if you are in that situation? Let's stop talking now. Let's hear from you all. Anyone please respond to. What would you do if you are in that place?
To avoid crowds first time.
Okay.
Call fire force.
Okay. Anyone from the fire department here, sir?
They're only for police.
Yeah. So when I was in Delhi, I would rather depend on police to call for ambulance and call for fire department. I'm not counting weaknesses that fire department has, but you know how many fire departments, fire tending trucks can go to how many places if it is in the city. If it is in the village, it's even more impossible to see fire trucks reaching there. So what would you do? Have you
वहाँ पर अगर गैस से रिलेटेड कोई चीजें हैं उनको बंद करेंगे, लाइट स्विच ऑफ करेंगे और जो भी छोटे बच्चे और बड़े बूढ़े होंगे उनको सेफ निकालने की सोचेंगे.
बिल्कुल. और हमने I was there, it is in Bihar. This incident happened in Bihar. You saw the young man with white kurta. He is excited. He wanted to do something to help save it, but he is not able. अब दूसरा बंदा जो है वो ब्लैक टी शर्ट, he is willing to do, लेकिन उसको लगता है बहुत रिस्क है, जाना नहीं चाहिए. It is a common response. And our common response आपने देखे है कि बाकी बंदे जो है वो फोटो खींच रहा है. ठीक है भैया, फोटो खींचना है, लेकिन आफ्टर वी वेंट इनटू दैट विलेज, ये कम से कम 100 से ज्यादा विलेजेस हाउसेस डिस्ट्रॉयड हो गया था सर. एंड उसके बाद हमने वी वेंट देयर एंड वी trained the people in fire safety and we told them what would you do in that case. They should, it's all dry, very highly inflammable material which build a house and they are all closely clustered. एक घर का बाद एक घर का बाद एक. और मैडम ने जैसे बताया सही बात है, जितना गैस सिलेंडर से इसको निकल देना है. और इन्होंने बताया सर 10 घर जलने से 100 घर जलने से अच्छा है कि 10 घर तोड़ दूंगा, तोड़ के वो फायर को आगे बढ़ने से रोकना है. That's the right decision in case of a mass fire incident. Thank you.
और सर केटल अगर है तो उनको भी छोड़ देना है. पशु कुत्ते अगर बांध रखे हैं
जी जी बिल्कुल जी बिल्कुल. पशुएं और बच्चे और इनको सबको खाली कर, इनको इवैक्यूएट करना है. और अगर हवा उस तरफ जा रही है जिस तरफ और भी घर जलने का चांस है, घर तोड़ ही देना चाहिए. अगर 10 घर तोड़ भी देंगे 100 और घर को बचा पाएंगे. ठीक है. और इमेजिन इफ इट हैपेंस इन a school building, if it is a multi-story building. So school should be given license. You know, school ऐसा जगह है सर and madam that all of us have gone through. All of us in our next generations will go through the school, isn't it? पढ़ाई तो करना है. आपके बच्चे, हमारा बच्चे के बच्चे सब जाएंगे स्कूलों के. इसलिए सरकार, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया is very serious across the world to make sure our schools are safe. So school should be given license, isn't it? इनको लाइसेंस देना पड़ेगा. एंड लाइसेंस देने के लिए जो सेफ्टी इश्यूज है वो उनको मद्देनजर रखना पड़ेगा. It's very important that we ensure, police officials make sure that the schools have safety licenses. Right? बहुत सारे चीज है जो मैं स्किप करूंगा ताकि बाद में हम इंटरेक्शन कर सकते हैं. और बहुत बेसिक चीज है, आप लोग सब ऑफिशियल लेवल में है, सीनियर पोजीशन में भी है, आपको मालूम है, इसलिए मैं ज्यादा डिटेल नहीं जाऊंगा. इलेक्ट्रिक इंस्पेक्शन.
और सर अगर स्कूल बिल्डिंग में अगर होता है ऐसा आग लग जाती है तो दूसरी सीढ़ी 2 सीढ़ियां बनानी चाहिए ताकि इमरजेंसी सीढ़ी जहां दो जगह से बच्चे निकल सके.
हाँ जी मैम, एब्सोल्युटली. एंड देयर आर मेनी वेज, और भी बहुत सारा तरीका है कि जब तक वो कैसे वो बच्चे निकलेंगे, इस तरीका से निकलेंगे, इस सिस्टम से निकलेंगे. एक आप पकड़ लीजिए, एक बिल्डिंग में अगर 10 क्लासरूम है, एक एक क्लासरूम में 40 से 50 बच्चे होते हैं, फिर टीचर्स होते हैं, अगर एक साथ भाग दौड़ करेंगे तो वो आग का वजह नहीं है, पैनिक का वजह वो उनका इंजरीज और डेथ भी हो सकता है। दिल्ली में हो चुके हैं ये सब घटना। सो
ये
ये
2 रास्ते होने चाहिए सीढ़ी के।
हाँ जी, हाँ जी, एक्स्ट्रा इवैक्यूएशन सीढ़ी होना चाहिए जहाँ फायर इवैक्यूएशन, और बच्चों को सिखाना चाहिए जो हाई स्कूल में है, हायर सेकेंडरी। हम लोग जाते हैं गांव गांव में और शहर में, दिल्ली में 25-50 स्कूल में हम लोग ये ट्रेनिंग दिलाया है। बच्चे को दिलाना, ये जो बच्ची है जब वो बिहार में ईस्ट ईस्ट पूर्व पंचरण ईस्ट चंपारण में जब ट्रेनिंग हुआ था, ये बच्चे बिहार में उस रिमोट एरिया में एक स्कूल में थी। ये बच्चे दिल्ली में आए हैं हायर स्कूल क्लास करने के लिए, क्लास 11, 12 और आगे। उनका हॉस्टल में फैन का द्वारा आग लग गया। She took up this fire extinguisher and used the fire extinguisher, and she told all the hostel mates to go leave the house, and she asked someone to call the authority so that they will call the police, fire department. In the meanwhile, she took the fire extinguisher and doused the fire. Absolutely, they will do a lot of mitigation and immediate action. और उन्होंने, ये बच्चे ने ये भी किया कि इलेक्ट्रिसिटी जो पावर है मेन स्विच को स्विच ऑफ कर दिया। सो मेनी सच थिंग्स वी हैव टू डू। एग्जीक्यूट इवैक्यूएशन प्लान। स्कूल में इवैक्यूएशन प्लान है कि नहीं, स्कूल में फायर सेफ्टी डिवाइस है कि नहीं, अगर फायर सेफ्टी डिवाइस है भी वो ट्रेनिंग है कि नहीं, स्टाफ लोगों को ट्रेनिंग दिया है कि नहीं, ये सारे चीज। और जब बच्चों को इवैक्यूएट करेंगे, इनको हेड काउंट करना पड़ता है, तो उनके लिए फील्ड, बड़ा फील्ड है कि नहीं, सेफ लोकेशन है कि नहीं, है ना, बहुत बहुत आपका अस्पताल का नंबर है कि नहीं, फायर डिपार्टमेंट का नंबर है कि नहीं, उनको अपडेट करना चाहिए टाइम टू टाइम। अगर बच्चे इंजर्ड है, इनको अस्पताल ले जाना है। अस्पताल लेने से पहले, बिफोर गोइंग टू हॉस्पिटल, हाउ डू यू टेक केयर ऑफ द ब्लीडिंग, द फ्रैक्चर, किसका सांस रुक गया है, क्योंकि टॉक्सिक एयर अगर इनहेल करते हैं तो बच्चे का सांस रुक सकता है। हाउ डू यू टेक केयर ऑफ दैट? So a lot of training is important. This is a protection. This is a multi-story building in Missouri. हमने वहाँ ट्रेनिंग दिलाया था। ये एक मल्टी-स्टोरी बिल्डिंग, और you see the protection, safety, all the up to the top, the mesh is put, right? But in this multi-story building, where is the evacuation? मैडम ने जो बताया है, सीढ़ी का जरूरत है, तो काफी स्कूल में ये नहीं बंदोबस्त करते हैं। तो इसीलिए ये इम्पोर्टेंट है, जब आप ट्रेनिंग दिलाएंगे स्कूल में, ये पूरा जो सेफ्टी प्रोटोकॉल है, इनमें you have to give stress on all the protocols, safety protocols of school. आपने जो बताया एग्जिट रूट, एग्जिट है कि नहीं, क्लियरली उनको इंडिकेट किया कि नहीं, फायर इवैक्यूएशन या फायर एग्जिट ऐसा साइन पोस्ट है कि नहीं। इसके बाद बच्चे कहाँ जाएंगे, घर पे चला जाएंगे भाग दौड़ करके, डर के पेरेंट्स आके ले जाएंगे, या उनको हेड काउंट करना है कितने बच्चे बिल्डिंग से निकले हैं, सवेरे का जो अटेंडेंस है वो सवेरे अटेंडेंस कितना था, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। अस्पताल को कांटेक्ट करना है, एम्बुलेंस भेजना है ना, बहुत सारे इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग्स जो ध्यान देना। और बिल्डिंग में तुरंत फिर से वापस नहीं जाना है उसमें। हाँ जी, राहुल जी बताइए। उसमें गैस हो सकता है, टॉक्सिक फ्यूम होगा, करेक्ट, फिर वो बिल्डिंग हॉट होगा, अंदर में कुछ जल गया, अगर वो बर्न इंजुरीज हो सकता है, इसलिए वापस बिल्कुल ही नहीं जाना चाहिए। बहुत क्लियर इवैक्यूएशन प्लान होना चाहिए, कैसे बच्चों को आगे निकलना है, बाहर निकलना है। बच्चे अगर खुद में भागदौड़ करना शुरू कर देती, children start running out of panic. If the teacher do not know how to evacuate, it will be very dangerous, right? Okay, I would और एक चीज जो one more thing is very commonly happening in India nowadays and African countries, ये हो गया आपका lightning. Yes sir.
ಸರ್ ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಹಾ ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗು ಅಂದ ಸರ್ ಗೊತ್ತು.
टीचर को ऐसे ट्रेनिंग देना चाहिए क्योंकि वो उनकी बातें ज्यादा मानते हैं, इफेक्टिवली एक्शन उनके बातों पर ही उनका होता है बच्चों का, इसलिए टीचर को ही पहले
Sorry, the advertisement is coming. So I will not run this slide. I don't want to waste your time. Okay, fine. Are you or am I audible?
ರೀಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲೆ.
Can you see the video, please? Someone answer, please.
Yes, sir.
Playing, sir.
ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ.
You are audible.
ಗೊತ್ತಾ
Okay, so I will now get back to the slides. I hope you could watch the video. So lightning, there are some people still talking, sir. You have a question for me? Lightning. Am I audible? So, you know, if it is raining, if you're going to an outskirt village, please make sure you watch the weather forecast. And do you know lightning speed? In 3 सेकेंड में 1 किलोमीटर तक इतना स्पीड में लाइट कवर्स. So इसीलिए जब आप देखेंगे कि लाइटनिंग और थंडर्स जो आवाज और बीच में अगर गैप बहुत कम है, आपको ये you have to understand that they are going to be lightning, and so you have to be in the safe place. So if you're in the building, you know, close the doors, windows. If you are in the car, close your windows, doors. Please do not use mobile phones. Please switch off TV, radio, and computers, whichever has the conductor of electricity. जहाँ से जहाँ का माध्यम में इलेक्ट्रिसिटी पास करता है, ट्रांसफर करते हैं, उसको स्विच ऑफ करिए and do not run any of this. Not go out अगर नेसेसरी नहीं है, घर के अंदर रहिए. बड़ा पैर के नीचे बिल्कुल नहीं खड़े होना है. You have seen in the video, in the news that I've highlighted. Okay, so again, when a person is injured after a disaster, please make sure you call for ambulance. First aid kit हो, ट्रेनिंग प्राप्त हो तो फर्स्ट एड.
अरे हिया छोड़ दें. अरे सर
जी प्रदीप जी कुछ बोलना चाहते हैं?
नहीं, बिल्लू हो रहा है.
हेलो, प्रदीप जी कुछ बोलना चाहते हैं?
हेलो,
हाँ जी, कुछ बोलना चाहते हैं आप? आपका बात आ रहा था बीच में. Do you have a point to say something here? We'll proceed. Please, please mute yourself if you are not willing to say anything. So just see how would you tell the children in the school if there is a lighting strikes. It is developed by National Disaster Management Authorities. It's just about one. Okay, so these are the videos. If you show during your training, it will be very effective. Disaster management. Now, what is management of disaster? All of you are senior level or officer level in the police. You already know what is management. Okay, so you remember if you have gone through something called post-corp, that is all about management. And when you talk about disaster, managing disaster is organizing and management of resources and responsibilities, dealing with all humanitarian aspects and emergencies. In particular, work on preparedness, response and recovery. क्योंकि disaster से पहले आपको preparedness लेना है, ऐसा response करेंगे उसका preparedness लेना है, और disaster के बाद आपको recovery करना है, response and recovery. क्यों? ताकि you manage the impact of disaster, reducing the impact of disaster. आपको याद होगा, if you have done management course or small training programs, post-corp meaning planning, organizing, staffing, directing, organizing, reporting and budgeting. That's a management concept. और disaster अगर है, disaster का भी यही post-corp formula से manage करना. नेशनल डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट अथॉरिटी, आपको सबको मालूम है, उन्होंने डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट एक्ट 2005 में एस्टेब्लिश किया हुआ है. डिटेल्स यू कैन गो थ्रू द एनडीएमए गाइडलाइंस. व्हाट इज द कोऑर्डिनेशन मैकेनिज्म? कोई भी डिजास्टर में कोऑर्डिनेशन इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट. कौन कहाँ क्या कर रहा है, ठीक है, कहाँ गैप है, कहाँ जरूरी है, किनका रिसोर्स क्या है. एक लोकेशन में सारे हेल्थ वाले चला गया, दूसरा लोकेशन में कोई, तो इज ह्यूज कोऑर्डिनेशन इज इंपॉर्टेंट. सो देयर इज एन इंस्टीट्यूशनल फ्रेमवर्क बाय द नेशनल डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट अथॉरिटी. यू कैन ऑलवेज सी दिस इन द वेबसाइट. नाउ व्हाट इज रिस्क रिडक्शन? ऑब्वियसली आप जब रूल हमारा पास है कि हेलमेट पहनना है बाइक वाले, मीनिंग अगर इंजरी हो, अगर एक्सीडेंट हो तो इंजरी कम होगा, आपका सर बच जाएगा. सिंपल थिंग, वेयरिंग ए सीट बेल्ट व्हाइल ड्राइविंग reduces the impact of the crash between two vehicles or a road accident. So इसी तरीके से डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का रिस्क रिडक्शन है कि फ्रेमवर्क ऑफ एलिमेंट्स दैट विल हेल्प टू मिनिमाइज. आप थोड़ा वो रेड फॉन्ट्स जो है उसमें ध्यान दीजिएगा. To help to minimize the vulnerabilities, minimize the disaster risk, to avoid or prevent or limit the risk. Right? And the important point is for a sustainable development. What is sustainable development? जो हम करें वो lasting हो, उनका result outcome sustainable हो. ऐसा नहीं कि कुछ छोटा कुछ काम करे और उसका पता चले कि वो lasting नहीं हुआ. ग्लोबल लेवल जो डिजास्टर रिस्क रिडक्शन कमिटमेंट है, ये हो गया, ये 4 चीजों में वो लोग रिड्यूस करना चाहता है रिस्क, और 3 चीजों में वो लोग इंक्रीज करना चाहता है इन्वॉल्वमेंट ऑफ पीपल. सो देयरफॉर ट्रेनिंग द स्कूल स्टूडेंट्स, आई थिंक अंडर नेशनल स्टूडेंट कैडेट कॉर्प्स आप क्लास 8-9 को ट्रेनिंग दिलाएंगे. So it is important to train them so that you reduce the risk and increase the involvement of the community through schools. नेशनल लेवल पर्सपेक्टिव, हमारा जो ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर जी, उन्होंने ये 10 कमिटमेंट्स किया है भारतवर्ष की तरफ से कि हम कैसा डिजास्टर रिस्क रिड्यूस करेंगे. ये 10 पॉइंट एजेंडा सब नेटवर्क में है, वेबसाइट में है, आप जाएंगे पढ़ेंगे, बहुत सारे इंफॉर्मेशन मिलेंगे. और उसका डायरेक्टली एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशन रिलेटेड बहुत सारे पॉलिसीज है, जैसे कि आगे का स्लाइड में दिखाऊंगा मैं. सो ये कमिटमेंट इज मेड टू रिड्यूस द रिस्क एंड इम्पैक्ट ऑफ डिजास्टर्स. डिजास्टर रिस्पॉन्स का कंपोनेंट क्या क्या है? सर्च एंड रेस्क्यू करना पड़ेगा. जब एक दुर्घटना घट जाता है, उसके रेस्क्यू करना पड़ेगा. असेसमेंट करना पड़ेगा क्या नीड है. हेल्थ प्रोवाइड करना पड़ेगा, इमरजेंसी हेल्थ केयर प्रोडक्ट. बेसिक नीड्स क्या है? फूड, शेल्टर, क्लोथिंग, वाटर करना है. जेंडर, ऑलवेज रिमेंबर दैट जेंडर इज important. Most vulnerable genders, I will talk about this in the later slide. Livelihood and economy. अब देखिए कोरोना पैंडेमिक के कारण सोशियो इकोनॉमिक कंडीशन, लाइवलीहुड कंडीशन in across the world has gone down. ट्रॉमा काउंसलिंग, जो मैंने बताया आपको प्रीवियस स्लाइड में, जो विजिबल इंजरीज एंड इनविजिबल इंजरी. अगर ब्लीडिंग हो गया दिखता है, फ्रैक्चर हो गया दिखता है, लेकिन अंदर में जो डर, भय और परिजनों को खोने का जो डर है, जो लॉस है, इट इज अंदर ही अंदर रह जाता है. तो ट्रॉमा काउंसलिंग इज एसेंशियल टू मिटिगेट दोस काइंड ऑफ. सो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, most vulnerable groups. I will define this in the later stage. Now preparedness क्या है? हाँ भाई, earthquake होने वाला है, फ्लड होने वाला है, हम रोक नहीं सकते. earthquake का कोई स्विच नहीं है कि हम स्विच ऑफ कर देंगे बंद हो जाए. क्या सकते हैं? हम लोगों को ट्रेनिंग दे सकते हैं, प्रिपेयर कर सकते हैं, बच्चों को प्रिपेयर कर सकते हैं. अभी अर्थ शेक हो रहा है, बिल्डिंग शेक हो रहा है, इनको कैसे वहां से निकलना है. मिटिगेशन क्या है? हाँ जी, अब बिकॉज योर प्लेस इज अर्थक्वेक, योर इंस्टीट्यूशन इज एन अर्थक्वेक प्रोन, आप स्कूल को निकाल के दूसरा जगह नहीं ले सकते हैं. और अर्थक्वेक जो जोनेशन है ये डायनामिक है. इंडिया का कोई भी प्लेस सेफ नहीं है फ्रॉम अर्थक्वेक. सो आपको क्या करने का है? ट्रेनिंग देना है, मिटिगेशन मेजर्स लेना है, प्रिवेंटिव मेजर्स. Okay, I know I have 12 more minutes to go. सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट क्या है? वही मैंने बताया कि जो हम करें उसको लॉन्ग लास्टिंग आउटकम देखना है, रिजल्ट ज्यादा दिन चलना है.
1:45 से सुनीता मैम का है. इससे पहले सर
ये कब खत्म करेंगे? खत्म करते हैं.
अरे थोड़ा
any notification for me, sir, madam? Okay.
Not exactly, sir. You continue, sir.
Okay, so what's this? I'm talking about response now. What's this video? It's very interesting video. Amazing video. Please use these videos when you reach out to the students. Amazing video, sir. मैं हमेशा every time I watch this video, I get inspired. अपने टीम स्पिरिट देखे है, कोई किसी का साथ रिलेशन नहीं है, लेकिन सब अपना अपना रास्ता पकड़ा, बट ये बच्चा जब हाथ लगाया है, पकड़ के लिया, यू नो, सो नथिंग इज इम्पॉसिबल हमारे पास। हम अगर इकट्ठा हो जाएंगे, एक साथ में एकजुट हो जाएंगे, एज पुलिस ऑफिसर्स you have a responsibility to bring community together, resolve any crisis that you face, right? So school safety बहुत important है। ये एक वीडियो है few seconds का। So earthquake जो है, ये हमको कोई वार्निंग देता नहीं, अगर देते हैं तो 1 मिनट से पहले शायद कोई अगर बहुत अच्छा मशीन हो तो पकड़ ले, बहुत कम समय, और 1-2 मिनट में पूरा आपका संसार, आपका जिंदगी, योर लाइफ, योर इंस्टीट्यूशन, योर ड्रीम, योर विजन विल collapse. So you have to prepare a community. आपने देखे फायर ऑल्सो, कुंभकोणम तमिलनाडु में जो 90+ बच्चे को देहांत हो गया है, बिकॉज देयर इज नो प्रिपेयर्डनेस। बच्चे हमारा फ्यूचर है, सो यू हैव टू बी मोटिवेटेड टू रीच आउट स्कूल्स, एंड आई रियली अप्रिशिएट, यू नो, प्रधानमंत्री का ये योजना जो है नेशनल पुलिस मिशन, इट शुड सेव आवर कंट्री फॉर फ्यूचर। ट्रेनिंग बहुत जरूरी है, सेफ्टी ऑडिट जरूरी है स्कूल में। ऐसा नहीं कि 2 साल पहले कुछ बना के रख दिया और वो उसको रिव्यू नहीं किया। यू हैव टू डू कंस्टेंट ऑडिट, यू हैव टू डू कंस्टेंट ट्रेनिंग। बच्चे हर एक साल निकालते हैं स्कूल से, नए बच्चे आते हैं, इनको ट्रेनिंग दिलाना है, फर्स्ट एड ट्रेनिंग दिलाना है। ये बहुत डिफिकल्ट ट्रेनिंग नहीं है। तो डिजास्टर प्रिपेयरनेस बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, सिर्फ स्कूल के लिए नहीं, कम्युनिटी के लिए, पुलिस के लिए। आप लोग भी, पुलिस वाले भी इंजर्ड होते हैं, व्हाट वुड यू डू? डू यू हैव फर्स्ट एड किट इन योर व्हीकल? डू यू हैव फायर सेफ्टी, फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर्स इन योर व्हीकल? आप खुद चेक करिएगा, आपका ऑफिस में, थाने में आपका कितना फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर्स है, आपका पास फायर फर्स्ट एड किट्स है कि नहीं, कितना पुलिस वालों को पता है कि हाउ टू यूज फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर्स, how to apply first aid kits when you are injured. Important है। इंडोर लर्निंग, आप जब ट्रेनिंग दिलाएंगे बच्चे को, प्लीज यूज वीडियोस, प्लीज यूज पिक्चर्स, एंड प्लीज गिव मिनिमम कोर इंफॉर्मेशन। इतना सारे इंफॉर्मेशन नहीं देना है बच्चे का kids will not be able to take too many information. So you can do a case studies. You can do a case study, आप पर्टिकुलर केस दे सकते हैं। अभी अगर फायर हो गया, आप क्या करेंगे? एक मॉक ड्रिल करना चाहिए। मॉक ड्रिल के द्वारा पहले आप ट्रेनिंग करिएगा। अगर बच्चे इंजर्ड हो गया, कैसा आप उनको बैंडेज करेंगे, कैसा फ्रैक्चर केस मैनेज करेंगे, ब्लीडिंग हो रहा है, कैसा आप इसको मैनेज करेंगे। लाइफ सेविंग स्किल्स, ये उत्तराखंड में 2013 का फ्लड का बाद हमने गया, स्कूल में जाके हमने ट्रेनिंग दिलाया। ये एक मैनिकिन्स का ऊपर एक बच्ची सीख रहा है कैसा CPR करे, कैसा कार्डियो पल्मोनरी रिससिटेशन करे, ठीक है। टीचर्स को हमने ट्रेनिंग दिलाया, इनको जरूरत सिर्फ बच्चे को नहीं, टीचर्स वहाँ सस्टेनेबल है, वो रहता है वहाँ, उनको अगर ट्रेनिंग देंगे, वो हर एक साल 1 घंटा 2 घंटा टाइम लेके बच्चों को शिक्षा दे सकता है। पुलिस, पैरामिलिट्री, इनको ट्रेनिंग देना जरूरत है। आपका खुद का ट्रेनिंग होना चाहिए। आपके घर में आग लग सकता है, आपका परिवार को मालूम है कि कैसे क्या करेंगे, घर में कोई इंज्यूर्ड हो गया कैसे क्या करेंगे। हर एक चीज में अस्पताल जाने की जरूरत नहीं है, हर एक चीज में फायर डिपार्टमेंट को बुलाने का जरूरत नहीं, अगर वो उस स्थिति पर ना। अगर आपका पास इक्विपमेंट नहीं है इवैक्यूएशन का, अगर आपका पास स्ट्रेचर नहीं है और इतना सारे नहीं है, कैसे लोकल कैसा आप अरेंज कर सकते हैं, 2 डंडा और कंबल। हम तो ये भी सिखाते हैं कि आप जैकेट्स या शॉर्ट्स या कोट्स को भी आप ऐसा रेस्क्यू इक्विपमेंट तरीका इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं और इवैक्यूएशन और रेस्क्यूइंग इंज्योर्ड विक्टिम्स, राइट। फायर एग्जिट, ये कंफ्यूज्ड है, ये गलत है। फायर एग्जिट शुड बी वन डायरेक्शन एंड क्लियर डायरेक्शन। बच्चे में कोई होता है जो डिसेबल्ड है, चल नहीं सकता है, ये मेंटली दे आर नॉट साउंड, in that case how would you manage, right? व्हीलचेयर चलाना इतना इजी नहीं है। स्कूल में व्हीलचेयर है कि नहीं, अगर व्हीलचेयर भी है सीढ़ी से कैसे लाएंगे। इसलिए मैडम ने जो बताया था फायर एग्जिट में कि सीढ़ी चाहिए, हाँ सीढ़ी भी चाहिए और रैंप भी चाहिए अगर मल्टी स्टोरी बिल्डिंग में। तो मोस्ट वल्नरेबल ग्रुप्स कौन है? पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटीज, राइट। एजेड बुजुर्ग लोग जो होते हैं, जो सिक टर्मिनली इल है, जो चिल्ड्रन है बच्चे हैं, प्रेग्नेंट वुमेन, लैक्टेटिंग मदर्स, ये सब वल्नरेबल ग्रुप है, उनको फोकस करना है। डिसेबिलिटी बहुत प्रकार का होता है, आप खुल के देखिएगा, सारे इंफॉर्मेशन गूगल्स में है, ये स्लाइड्स में मैं दे दूंगा। फिजिकल डिसेबिलिटी होता है, इंटेलेक्चुअल डिसेबिलिटी होता है, मेंटल बिहेवियर डिसेबिलिटी होता है, विजुअल डिसेबिलिटी होता है जो दिख नहीं पाता है, मल्टीपल डिसेबिलिटीज होते हैं। तो उनको जब हम डिजास्टर प्रिपेयरनेस करेंगे, इनको मद्देनजर रखते हैं। We have to keep them in mind that they are also there in the community, they are also in the school, जो खुद भाग के निकल नहीं सकते। और इन स्कूल्स में हम लोग क्या करते हैं, बडी सिस्टम करते हैं, हर एक पर्सन ऑन द व्हीलचेयर उनका साथ एक दोस्त रखते हैं, अगर कुछ हो जाए तो उस दोस्त का द्वारा उनको असिस्टेंस मिल सके। So tell them how to rescue, how to evacuate, train them. Head count is बहुत important है। ठीक है, सब भाग दौड़ करके निकल गया, आप क्लास वाइज बिठाइएगा, इनका अटेंडेंस लीजिएगा। अगर 2 बच्चे 3 बच्चे 3 kids 4 kids left out, then you have to do the rescue. You know that in this classroom there are 30 बच्चे today morning had come attended, 3 बच्चे count में 27 मिला आपको, 3 kids are not there, so you send the rescue team for evacuating safe. स्कूल में हमेशा हम देखते हैं ऐसे अलमीरास है, बुक शेल्फ्स है जो फार्म नहीं है। अर्थक्वेक में, फायर में ये सब बहुत ऑब्स्टिकल क्रिएट करे। सो दैट इज कॉल्ड मिटिगेशन मेजर्स। So I have not completed the slide, just yeah. So school में, office में, we have to make sure that we don't have anything up there like that, so that it doesn't fall on the students. काफी स्कूल या कॉलेज बिल्डिंग्स आर नॉट सेफ, तो उसको भी देखना पड़ेगा कि अगर बिल्डिंग्स आर नॉट सेफ, अर्थक्वेक में ये बहुत डेंजर हो सकता है। मॉक ड्रिल करना बहुत जरूरी है। मॉक ड्रिल करना है, उसमें जो ट्रेनिंग दिया है उसको देखना है कि ट्रेनिंग कैसा वो लोग अप्लाई कर सकते हैं। ये मैंने पहले देखा है कि डक, ड्रॉप, कवर, होल्ड अर्थक्वेक में। ये जस्ट स्मॉल ट्रेनिंग वीडियो। सो आपको मालूम है कैसा ये है, और ये एक वीडियो है जो 2001 गुजरात अर्थक्वेक में कितना लोगों का। सो इस वीडियो ये दिखाता है कि शी इज ट्रॉमाटाइज्ड। ट्रॉमा काउंसलिंग बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। अभी हमने नॉर्थ ईस्ट में जाके ट्रॉमा काउंसलिंग कोर्स कराया था निमाज का द्वारा। सो यस, ड्रिल इज इंपॉर्टेंट, प्रैक्टिस इज इंपॉर्टेंट, अदरवाइज व्हाट हैपेंस आप देखिएगा, सब थ्योरी में है लेकिन प्रैक्टिस में नहीं है, तो ये हालत होगा। Yes, so I would like to thank you all for patiently listening. बहुत सारी चीजें इतना कम समय में इतना सारे नहीं दे सकते हैं and basically virtually training इतना effective नहीं होता है, तो my request would be for BPR&D to make sure you have more physical training. और अगर आपको कोई information चाहिए, additional information, please feel free to contact me through WhatsApp. I can always send you information available with me so that you can train with more effectively. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's
Thank you,
exactly
sir.
12:30 p.m. now. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
everybody, and sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Paniel
Thank you, sir.
Malekar. On
Thank
behalf
you,
of
sir.
the BPR&D, we
Yes, sir.
thank you so much for your valuable insight for the session, sir. And we're sure we all participants
you,
will
sir.
benefited with your learning, sir.
Hope so.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. I'm privileged.
Thank you, sir.
Dear participants, the session is over for now.
Thank you, sir.
And we will resume by 1:45 p.m. now.
Have a good lunch.
Thank you, sir. The session is going to break for now for a lunch. We'll resume 1:45 now.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, madam. Class is so nice.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am.
तो तुम तो अभी टाइम लगेगा।
Public.
Dear participants, welcome again. The post-lunch session is going to start now. I request Madam Dr. Sunita Ma'am to take a topic on empathy and sympathy. Over to you, Ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. Very good afternoon, everyone, and I hope you had a wonderful lunch. So I can empathize with you how difficult it is after lunch, taking a session after lunch, be awake and listen. Because as we said that listening is one of the most difficult tasks, and we require more effort in listening. So I hope I'll be able to make you, active after the lunch time. So let's begin with the empathy and sympathy. So when we speak about empathy, it's basically a perspective taking about others, how other person is feeling. So if you understand how other person is feeling, you'll be able to better connect and better help the other person. So in Hindi, if we say it's sahanubhuti, or samvedna, where you have the same feeling what the other person is going through. Whereas if we talk about sympathy, it is compassionate feeling, or it's a feeling of daya, kisi pe pity karna. So before I move on to like empathy and sympathy, let me share one PPT with you. Am I audible?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful.
Yes, ma'am.
So just focus on this slide and write what you see in this slide. You can just write what do you see in this slide.
मैं
The
टू
problem.
फेसेस है और एक ग्लास भी दिखाई देता है, व्हाइट ग्लास है, और अगर ब्लैक पे देखे तो टू फेस है.
Okay, these two faces are of male or female?
Yes. Two face and एक cup jam. A glass.
Okay. A glass.
Okay,
wine glass. Okay, wine glass. Wonderful. A glass, a cup, a wine glass. Two faces. Two faces of male or female?
Yes, male and female.
Okay. Okay. And what makes you see the male or female? Okay. Just hold on. Okay. I'll show you the another one. Okay. What do you see in this picture? What do you see in this picture?
Seeing to each other face.
Okay. Face.
सर मैम वो दोनों हैप्पी है और एक दूसरे से कुछ कहना चाहते हैं.
अच्छा, दो faces है and they are happy and want to say something to each other. Okay. No, the next one. Next one. Can you see on my screen the next one?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What do you see in this?
सर एक मैम एक महिला दिख रही है और एक जेंट्स.
Okay. Can you see a child also in this picture?
Yes, girl like a child and old man.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And can you see an old
child,
lady?
a old man and a old lady.
Wonderful. So can you just point it out where the old lady? If you see on the bottom side, it is an old lady. If you see on the upper side, it's a child's face. If you see on this side with the mustaches, it's a male, right? Okay. And now tell me this. What do you see in this?
एक वुमन फेस दिख रहा है और एक कुछ विचार करते हुए
old man
जेंट्स
and
दिख रहा है.
old
man.
Okay. Someone said that it's an old man. Someone said that's it's a a female. It's a male. It's a glass. Who is right?
Everyone right. As his
How
attitude.
can be everyone right? It is so difficult, no? When we talk to each other, we never find, we always say, you are not right, you are wrong. And that is the main problem in the relationship, whether it's a relationship in the family, in the professional life, or wherever you are working. right? Because we feel that our perspective, our way of looking is right, the other person may not be right, you know. So this is called empathy. When you start understanding, when you start putting yourself in the other person's shoes, you know what the other person must be going through. If he is screaming on me, there must be some reason behind this particular action. So when you are having empathy, you do not see the just behavior, you see the reason behind that behavior. What could be the reason of this person screaming, shouting and all? He must be angry, he must be hurt by something, he must be very having some pain or some kind of thing. So once you start understanding and taking the other person's perspective, you will deal all the issues, all the situations very nicely. Why? Because then you will not have the conflict or the clashes between two people, right, between the other person. Because it depends on us, where do you focus in your surrounding, in your environment. There are so many things which are there, but it depends on our training, it depends on our mindset, it depends on our qualification, education. Where do you want to focus? We may leave out many things, and that is why when we are having the some cases and all, and media show some particular side, we say the media trial. Why? Because that creates already a mindset in your mind. You may not know the true or the fact between the story, but you already create a perspective. So when we talk about empathy, it is basically a perspective, nazariya, चीजों को देखने का nazariya. So this perspective is very, very important to decide like how you will deal with the people. So let's see how and what all we have in the empathy. Okay. Can you see my screen? Not yet? Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. Wonderful. Thank you. So when we say sympathy and empathy, sympathy is basically we need to understand the meaning. Sympathy may be just a feeling for someone. Or this poor person, he is going through this, you know. So you have just a pity feeling. Whereas in empathy feeling, you understand what difficulties he must be going through, and you may try to help the person to come out from that particular situation. So that is the main difference between sympathy and empathy. So sympathy is feeling for someone, whereas empathy is feeling with someone. So if we say for the person doing something for the person, or doing something with the person, what is the difference? You see, what is the difference in these two statements? When you are saying you are doing something for other person and you are doing with the other person, any difference in this statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, what is the difference? जब आप किसी के साथ करते हो, किसी के लिए करते हो, क्या डिफरेंस आता है?
जब हम किसी के साथ करते हैं उसमें हम ज्यादा अटैच रहते हैं.
वंडरफुल, वेरी नाइस, बहुत अच्छे से आपने डिस्क्राइब किया. यस,
थैंक्स. वो समानुभूति है, वो सभी के लिए समान है, और जो सहानुभूति होती है उससे हम गहरे जुड़ जाते हैं. उसका दुख और हमारा दुख एक जैसा होता है.
राइट. सो जब हम किसी के साथ कुछ करते हैं, वी अंडरस्टैंड कि व्हाट ऑल थिंग्स इट रिक्वायर्स टू डू समथिंग. क्या क्या चीजें चाहिए कुछ करने के लिए, क्यों? क्योंकि आप उसके साथ कर रहे हो. जब आप उसके साथ कर रहे हो, आपको पता है कि रास्ते में चलने में क्या क्या मुश्किलें आती हैं, क्या क्या डिफिकल्टीज आती है, व्हाट ऑल थिंग्स यू go through and you face. Whereas when you are doing something for, you may not realize the position of other person. So this is the main difference between sympathy and empathy. I would request everyone to mute themselves, right? So empathy is basically feeling of, you have the feelings for the person and you understand what the person is going through. you understand his or her perspective and you start relating. जैसे मैम ने बहुत अच्छे से बताया कि आप उससे जुड़ जाते हो, आप उसके साथ जो है relate करना शुरू कर देते हो. So you start relating with that. And there are lots of research which also says that we have more role of positive emotion. So when you connect with someone more positively, more happily, you have a better bonding. And yesterday also we were talking about mirror neurons. So mirror neurons is something like if you show a helping hand to the other person, or if you are smiling on other person, or if you understand his or her pain, the other person also tries to understand your pain and all, because it is basically imitation. Your mind starts imitating the other person. So if you are shouting, the other person will automatically start shouting. It's a mirror neurons, right? So you need to understand, if someone is shouting, what you need to do. If someone is getting angry, and if you understand mirror neuron, what you have to do. Anyone? So basically, if someone is having some negative emotion and portraying some negative feelings, you don't have to react in the same way. You have to just calm down. So if you just calm down, the other person will have this mirror neuron, and the other person will also start calming down or keep quiet. Okay, so it's very important to understand that we all have this natural tendency to imitate other person or have this mirror neuron. So if we understand this, then it is very easy to control and calm any kind of situation. And we all have a mental set. So, mental set, I will show you one activity and see what is mental set. Mental set is basically your way of doing things in a particular way. You don't change. Even if the situation changes, you start behaving in a similar or particular way. Okay, so let me show you how it. Okay, so this is something mental set. Okay, can you tell me what do you see on the screen?
मैम ए बी भी है तो हम 13 भी बोलेंगे.
Oh, wonderful.
और ये
But
सी
what,
है.
right, so in a first go, what do you see?
U-turn भी है, U-turn का sign भी है सी.
Okay, wonderful. That's again a different perspective. It's U-turn का sign भी है. Very nice, right? So आपने U-turn कैसे देखा ये? This is the first answer I have got, very different answer I have got. Maybe because you have got training of, road signs and all those things. But normally, if I ask people, no one has said that it's a U-turn, So it is mental set. Why? Because we are doing certain things in a particular way. So when we are looking at A, B, C, so the first response will come the B. Why? Because our mind has become set to look at that thing. So if we are reading here, it will be mostly, we'll read 12, 13 and 14. Why? Because it's a counting. So mental set says, whatever you are doing, you are about to continue in the similar way. So you may not read it as B. Why? Because here the aage or piche, the first and the last is the number. So your tendency is to read this number as 13 and not as B. So this is called mental set. So when we are looking at someone, when we are going through like understanding the empathy, our mental set can be a barrier to understand the other person's perspective. Okay, so that we will again see how our mental set can be a barrier, right? So when we focus on positive feelings, why do we need to focus on positive feelings? Why do people keep on saying that you need to be positive, you have to think positive? What is the role of positive feelings in our day-to-day life? Why people say it, have positive feelings? Why not?
क्योंकि कहते हैं हम जैसा सोचते हैं वैसा ही होना शुरू हो जाता है.
Okay, wonderful. Because this is something in your head, have you wondered why your brain is in the head, topmost? Why it is not in the hand or the elbow or the knee or your stomach and all? Because everything is controlled by your mind, right? And whatever thought you create in your mind, it has an energy. You know, if you have studied science, we have these cells, and there is a cells get charged, the neurons get charged, you know, the energy shifts. So if you have a negative thought, if you have a negative feeling, the tendency will be you start behaving negatively. But if you have a positive thinking, you start behaving positively. And we all know, we all feel happy. People around us are happy and, you know, feel positive. But if someone comes and every time cribs, you start avoiding that person. Why? Because you don't want to be in that negative state. That is why we all need to have a positive feelings, because it helps you to be more productive. It helps you to be more healthy mentally. So repeated humiliation, suppose you are saying something to some person repeatedly, you know, or maybe saying something bad to other person, or making the other person humiliated, you know, do you think that person will have a good relationship with you? You may not have a good relationship with the person. Why? Because this feeling of humiliation, feeling of bad feeling by anyone, by the child or by anyone, will have definitely strained relationship. And when we have a strained relationship, our productivity goes down. You know, it builds anxiety, it builds mutual aversion. We don't like to see each other. And when we don't like to see each other, our energy will go in avoiding each other rather than working together on a task, right? So that may develop into a spiral of dislike. So spiral of dislike is, it's basically vicious cycle. You don't like someone, the other person will not react in a good way, again you will have the negative feeling. So it keeps on working like a spiral. And the consequences of reprimand or punishment or negative humiliations are definitely will have a ripple effect. You know, ripple effect means when we throw a stone on water, you must have seen that it goes like a ripple. You know, it starts spreading from one person to another person, because whatever you suppose, if you know me now, and you will give the feedback to other person. So based on my interaction with you, if it is good, before me meeting that person, my image will be already gone to that person. Oh yeah, Sunita ma'am, she is nice, you know, she interacts nicely, she, you know, communicates nicely and all those things. I have not met, but the person has already created certain kind of image. Why? Because it's a ripple effect. So one person goes and spread the information or spread the image or the perspective to other person also. And we are basically, we just take as it is the information. We don't think critically and change that if it is based on my interaction with the people, right? So this is a ripple effect. So in this picture, let me see what do you see in this. I'll make it a slideshow. Okay, just see, observe this picture and just let me know what do you see in this picture. Everyone, I want a response from everyone. There are, I think, 124 or 5. What do you perceive in this?
जैसे एक पक्षी मदर के साथ उसके बच्चे हैं और वो खाने की खोज में कहीं जा रहे हैं, या वो दूसरी जगह हंसने जा रहे हैं.
Okay. Any other?
And leader.
Okay, it's a leader. Okay.
The mother is keenly watching her children.
Mother is showing the way to the children. Okay. What else?
मदर रोड क्रॉस कर रही है और बच्चे उनको देख के वो भी हिम्मत करते
Follow
हैं
कर
आगे
रहे
बढ़ने.
हैं.
यस.
Okay. So mother
विश्वास के साथ.
और वो फॉलो कर रहे हैं.
मदर सेफ्टी के अकॉर्डिंग ले जा रही है बच्चों को.
Okay. According to that safety, the mother is, you know, making the children cross the road. Very nice. Good. Any other perspective?
मेरे ख्याल में मैडम एक कमांडर अपने कमांड एंड कंट्रोल को कैसे एग्जीक्यूट कर रहे हैं वही दर्शाते हैं मेरे ख्याल में.
Okay, wonderful. Fazil, right?
जी, right.
Okay, okay. So you are seeing a commander in that, and you are seeing that how they are taking the other people and commanding other people. Right. Wonderful. So this shows
आपसी
how
तालमेल
different. जी.
आपसी तालमेल के साथ विश्वास करके एकजुट होकर काम करना।
ओके, ट्रस्ट एंड आपसी तालमेल के साथ, कोऑर्डिनेशन के साथ काम करना। बहुत सुंदर, बहुत बढ़िया। सो
Mother is making her children.
जी, क्या
Mother is
से
making her children.
ओके,
So
मेकिंग
learn how to cross the road by imitation.
Okay, wonderful. So she is teaching her children how the cross should be there. Everyone here, most of you, you have said mother. Why you have not said father? Father cannot show the way.
Of course, so.
मैम
हाँ,
बचपन में
right.
बड़ी माँ के पास ही ज्यादा होती है, बड़े होने पर
Small
पापा।
children actually
But may
remains
not
with
be
their father
always.
and not with
Oxytocin
See,
effect, madam.
you all are right. As I have shown you the PPT earlier also, you all are wonderful and right. But you all have your own perspective. There is no right or wrong. I'm just asking you, and I'm just bringing the point that how different perspective, हम किस तरीके से एक मेंटल सेट, अब हमारा मेंटल सेट बन गया है कि ज्यादातर मदर, अब आप लोग, you all are working in police force, right? And I know how difficult it is. The timings are very erratic. So many of the times your husbands would be taking care of the children, right? Okay, so how our mental set sees that, okay, female are supposed to do this, male has to do this. So these all are set, mental set. These are good and help also to work and function properly in our day-to-day life, but sometimes it creates barriers also. We do not able to see the other. So another funny part of this picture is in the next slide, which I would like to share, like how profession starts guiding or making. If a teacher, I asked to a teacher, she said that are obeying the mother while crossing the rules. She's asking the question because mostly she is concerned about whether children are obeying or not. If psychologist says that duck is trying to understand the behavior, whereas philosopher says that logically we could not say that they are crossing the road, as the duck does not know what is road and how to cross it. Do you know that she has the definition of road? Scientist says that with this speed and width of the road, they will cross the road within 15 seconds. Whereas feminists who like too much into feminism and all, why must the mother duck bring the ducklings to cross the road but not the father duck? Whereas the police officer says why they are not using the zebra crossing for crossing the road. So what do you understand by this? All these different professionals are saying different things. So basically, what they are trained in, our mental set becomes that. What you are using very every day, that becomes mental set. So what we have to do is we have to always ask a question and critically think that, okay, can it be a different perspective? Okay, if you see, can it be a different perspective? Can it be a different viewpoint? Let me ask to other person, let me see what they are saying. And never say this is right or wrong. It is a different perspective. That's it could be this as well. So when you start interacting with the people, you will never have a problem in your working life or in your personal life. Why? Because you start respecting their perspective, you start respecting their experience. So if you have experience with maybe negative people, and people who are breaking the rules on the road and they are not following the safety and all, it doesn't mean that you start finding fault in people. Why? Because mostly you observe and you start doing that, but it doesn't mean that you are a negative person. Why? Because you're using that more often. So when we say perception changes from person to person, yes, very right, Vinodji. Why it changes from person to person? Because two people will have a different experience altogether. If you are two police officers, you will have a different experience. Your background is different, your family background is different, your training is different, your experience with people are different. But the problem is when we start generalizing. Suppose If you have a girlfriend or a wife and with whom you have a very negative experience, right, very bitter experience in your life, and then you start saying that all females are like this, then there is a problem. Why? Because one experience cannot be generalized or cannot be applied to each and every female in the group, right? But yes, mostly you can say my experience says that this is not, but it doesn't mean if your experience is negative, other people will also have a negative experience. So this is the point where we have to have a check on our way of thinking or on our way of behaving or understanding the things. So, brain research shows that emotions such as anxiety, anger can create a neural static, sabotaging the ability of prefrontal lobe to maintain working memory. What does it mean is basically, why do we say manage your stress, manage your anxiety? Because all these emotions basically start affecting your this is called prefrontal lobe, the part which is there in your head, in the front part, where your forehead is. This controls and this makes the decision. So when you are too much anxious, when you are too much emotional, when you are angry, it eats up your ability to think and decide. And you must have seen so many, and when we read newspaper, that so many people in the fit of rage, they commit suicide, or they commit murder, or they murder, or they harm other people. There was no intention, but just because the person could not control the emotions. So that is why it's very, very important to manage anxiety, anger, and it's not only anxiety and anger. Many of the times I always say this, that even love can be a negative emotion. Can anyone tell me how love can be a negative emotion? Because we all teach from starting, we all have learned that गुस्सा नहीं करना, गुस्सा बुरी बात होती है, गुस्सा दिमाग को खा जाता है. But we never say love can also be very, very harmful. Can someone was saying? Yes, please go ahead.
मैम जब लव पॉजिटिव बन जाता है तो नेगेटिव हो जाता है.
Wonderful, Shivam. Right. Very, very nice. Siyama, I think. The problem is any experience, when any emotion, when it is in too much extreme, then it becomes a problem. And that is why we say emotionally intelligent. We need to learn to manage our emotions. If we do not learn to manage our emotions, then there will be a problem. Whether it's a love feeling, anger feeling, hatred, any. So too much of emotions we need to understand. And if you have seen, there are many people who commit, or do murders and all, just because they have a love triangle and all. So any feeling which is beyond your control, which is putting you in a negative condition, condition or state, is a negative emotion, irrespective of whether it's anger or anxiety and all. So it does not allow you to think, and that is why we say that we need to learn to manage these emotions. And nowadays we say it's not only important to have the IQ, it is also important to have the EQ. This is emotional quotient the child should have, or the person should have, how to manage his or her emotion. Suppose your boss is scolding you and you also become very angry, what will be the consequence? We know consequences can be very bad. So learning to manage my emotion and other emotion is important. And continual emotional distress can create deficits in the way the child or the person thinks, intellectual abilities. It cripples your way to learn. You cannot learn when you are too much on emotions. So emotionally upset, we say, just can't think straight. And that is why we see so many cases, especially road rage. I have seen many people, even they are like वो गाड़ी को पुलिसमैन पे भी चढ़ा देते हैं. बहुत सारी चीजें ऐसी होती हैं, या बहुत फाइट्स होती हैं, रोड रेज होती है. So whenever you find any person behaving very emotionally volatile, the best way is to keep the person separately, let the person's emotion calm down, and then you deal with the person. And this we have spoken about mental set. So अक्सर जब हम ये कहते हैं, अक्सर लोग ऐसा करते हैं, mostly people do like this. Why? Because we do have the mental set. We need to check that mental set. We do not check. Why? Because it takes lots of mental energy and we don't want to spend. We are lazy human beings basically. So empathy is basically it is a capacity of an individual to recognize, to identify, and to some extent share the feeling that are being experienced by another person. I know how it must be when you lose someone. If someone has lost their near ones, you may not exactly lose the same person in your life, but you know how does it feel when you are losing your near and dear one, right? So that is called empathy. So it involves listening to others, and empathy will only come when you will understand and listen other person's voice or feelings and all. So listening to others, understanding them, and then communicating this understanding to them is also important. I have seen many people, especially in our culture, like I come from a Haryana background and all. So where people do not openly share the love feeling, affectionate feeling and all. So there are many people who understand you, who can empathize with you, but they will never communicate, and that creates misunderstanding. So it's always important to communicate also. बोलना भी जरूरी है. अगर आप किसी के बारे में समझते हो या उसका दर्द समझते हो, तो उसको communicate करना, दिखाना कि yes, I understand and I care for you is also very, very important. So there are three kinds of empathy we say. One is cognitive empathy. So जब आप सिर्फ सोच पे, yes, मुश्किल होगा इसके लिए, जब आपने ऐसा सोचा, that is called cognitive empathy. But you start feeling also bad about that person, then it is emotional empathy. And when you start doing something for the other person, then it comes the empathetic, compassionate, or action. So there are many people who will just think and feel, but they will not do something about that situation. So it will only be useful when you are doing something. Suppose you see a child, a very young child on a road, and you say, hi, poor child, he is on the road, he doesn't have the house and all those things. So this is just sympathy. Why? Because you just pity on that. But empathy says that it must be very difficult for this child to survive alone. Let me find out some ways to help this child to find a family. You take the child to the Kara, you registered there, and all the things, and you start finding a family for this child. And that is what we say compassionate action, or the feel, empathy has come into action. So if you only think about good about other person, will not help. If you feel about good, feeling about other person will also not serve. But you need to take an action. So that is, these are the compassionate or empathetic compassionate, right? So this is the basically. So sympathy is a very narrow, short term, or short. I'm sorry that happened to you. Someone has passed away, something bad has happened to you, I'm sorry. That's it. Whereas empathy says, yeah, I see how difficult or painful it is for you. Compassionate says, let's see what can I do for you, how can I help you. So until unless you have a compassion, you will not take an action. So this is the important steps. So what does empathy involves? Empathy के लिए चाहिए क्या? जैसे we were discussing perceiving. So perception is basically, as we have said, we all are different. We all have different experience. So you will perceive, you will see the things according to your experiences. So to perceive and be aware of another situation while taking into account another's point of view, or putting yourself in their shoes. Try one day wearing high heels and just walk, and just feel how difficult it is for the female. Or maybe for female, try the male shoes and see how difficult it is, even in the summers, wearing the boots and the shoes and all with the socks, how difficult it is. So that's what we say, literally meaning putting yourself in the other person's shoes, and where does it pinches. And then communicating, you have to communicate both verbally and non-verbally. Many a times we may verbally communicate, but our non-verbal language is so bad. Our expression, or our tone, or our hand gestures, or maybe the way you sit on the chair communicates something different. So your communication has to be proper. So whatever you're feeling, you have to share, you have to tell to other person. And effectiveness of communication is basically, only 7% of our communication goes through words. And that is the reason why, and 38% from the tone of voice and 55% non-verbal cues. I'll share this with you. You enjoy classes in person or online? In person. Okay, thank you, for answering. Yes, in person. Why? Because right now I'm just trying to use 7%, yes, verbal, and 38% this tone, and but 55% you are missing out on my physical energy, my way of moving around, using gestures, using the facial expression, so much so that is why we, and even children, they do not enjoy, because it's a important part of your communication which you are missing out on by this thing. And that is why we say that if you want to meet and then share something, that will always have a greater impact and effect rather than online. And that is why in our culture, if someone dies and all, we don't just give a call and okay, we feel sad. You go in the prayer meetings and all, but because of corona we are not able to go, but we always go and share. Why? Because there are many times we don't speak anything, but just by being present there, it gives the support, it gives the mental emotional support to the person. So that is the power of communication, especially the non-verbal communication. So let me go through these sentences and just tell me what difference have you seen or felt. Okay. I did not say you go out. Okay. The next sentence is, I did not say you go out. 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 What is the difference? What difference could you see in this? In these sentences, do they all have the same meaning? When you, like if you see the words, they carry the same meaning, definitely. But when you are reading it, do you have...
मैम इसमें बोलने का स्टाइल अलग हो जाएगा.
वेरी गुड. यस. तो
तो
जहां
हमारी
पे हम प्रेशर करते हैं, जहां पे हम दबाव देते हैं, जहां पे हम वी स्ट्रेस ऑन दैट वर्ड, दैट क्रिएट्स द डिफरेंट मीनिंग. हालांकि सेंटेंस ग्रामेटिकली इज सेम, बट वेयर डू वी पुट प्रेशर, एंड दैट्स वे आर कम्युनिकेशन मेनी अ टाइम्स, हमारी लड़ाइयाँ इसीलिए हो जाती हैं, हमारी मिसअंडरस्टैंडिंग इसलिए हो जाती है, बिकॉज हमें जो स्ट्रेस देना था उस पे नहीं देते, हम गलत रॉन्ग वर्ड्स पे स्ट्रेस दे देते हैं. उसकी वजह से हम लोग मिसअंडरस्टैंड कर जाते हैं. सिंपल, देयर वाज वन, आई एम नॉट रिकलेक्टिंग इट फुली, बट इट कम्स टू माय माइंड. There was one male, his intention was not wrong, but the way he used to speak, there was one female colleague, and he said, आप एक बार रूम में आइए, कुछ डिस्कस करना था. तो द वे ही स्पोक, इट conveys something different meaning, and that female felt so offended, and she put the complaint. And being a psychologist and in the committee, we just tried to understand the situation and all, and we found that this person was not having the intention at all these things, and the way he communicated conveyed or spoiled the different meaning. So it's very important to understand what word you are using and how you are using. It's not only what words you are using, but how you are using. That will show the empathy, and that will show the sympathy or maybe the misunderstanding. So it's important to work on your communication style if you really want to empathize with the people. Right? So intonations, which we say, is very, very important. So placement of emphasis, why don't I take you to dinner tonight? It says, I was going to take someone else. Why don't I take you to dinner tonight? It says that instead of the guy you were going with, why don't I take you to dinner tonight? I'm trying to find a reason why I should not take you. So where you put an emphasis and what does it mean? It completely conveys a different meaning. So you need to work on your intonations. then ask question to yourself. What question will you ask to yourself? Because self reflection is very, very important in order to grow as a person, as a professional. Am I compassionate enough to care about and understand the other person's feeling? If I'm putting a night duty for someone, am I considering what situation he or she is going through? You know, suppose if you have a female person who is having a very young child, you know, and there is other person who is elderly person, and he or she has like got over with the family responsibility. So if you are putting on the duty, it doesn't mean ki the young one will not get the night duty. Definitely they will. But sitting with them and just seeing each other's situation, the elderly person may say, okay, you put me on night duty because I don't have to take care of the small babies at home. So when you considerate other person's feeling, that person will always be happy working. Why? Because she knows or he knows that my difficult time or my needs are taken care of, you know. So they'll be more productive, they will have a strong bonding with you and with your organization or with your wherever you are working. So it's important to understand, you know, other person's feelings and what they are going through. Can I put myself in the other person's shoes so completely that I do not criticize or judge them? Suppose if in this person's place, if I would have been, what should I how should I have reacted, or what did I do, you know? So when you see that, when you start doing this analysis to yourself, you will never do anything wrong with the other person. Can I let myself enter in the other's feelings and personal meanings to see these the way they do? Okay, if the person is shouting, what purpose it serves to you? If the person is not talking, you know, what purpose it serves to you? So always see the intention of the person, not just the action or behavior. So practicing empathy daily can help with any of the above questions you answered as no. So if you answer any of the no, you need to practice more of empathy. So ask these questions to yourself. Okay, so why we have to have the empathetic listening? Because people will forget what you said, people will also forget what you did, but they will never forget how you made them feel. Because we all have the episodic memory, you know, where we, if we have certain kind of negative emotional episode in our life, we never forget that feeling, and we never forgive the person also, which is creating burden on ourselves. So empathetic listening is when one listens with the intent to understand, not to answer, but let me understand what he is saying. So how the speaker feels in addition to understand his or her ideas. So when you have the intent to understand, so it involves identifying with the person's emotion and situation without judgment or criticism. You never judge, you never criticize the other person. Okay, must be he's saying this because he did not have a good experience. So you always add to that. So how you can practice empathetic listening? You have to show an interest in the other person. So if someone is talking to you, leave your work and show interest that yes, I'm listening to you. To provide support another in their attempts to rectify a situation. Empathetic listening is therapeutic in itself. Suppose you are in pain, you are having some difficulty, and someone listens to you, you feel so relieved. इसीलिए कहते हैं कि गम बांटने से कम हो जाता है, you know. तो जब हम शेयर करते हैं, सो एंड शेयर उस इंसान के साथ करते हैं जो हमें ध्यान से सुनता है, जो हमें प्यार से सुनता है. सो द पर्सन हु लिसन्स अस वेरी नाइसली एंड सॉफ्टली एंड यू नो विद द अंडरस्टैंडिंग, our pain, our grief, our difficulties become reduced. And that's the importance, you know, and that is why it is therapeutic. आपको कुछ नहीं करना, you don't do much to other person, but just by listening to them, you help the person to feel better. It leads to an increase in another satisfaction of you. It leads to an increase in another satisfaction of you, and it also help you to discover another needs and concerns. And when you know other person's needs and concern, you will be better able to help her or him. So empathetic listening technique, what can you do? So when you have verbal and non-verbal encouragers, when we say encouragers means, suppose someone is saying to you, you say, yes, yes, I understand. And that's what you are doing when I'm asking you. So how I'm getting to know that you are listening, because you're responding to me. Whatever question I'm asking, you're responding. So I know that you are listening. So these are called verbal encouragers. And non-verbal, making an eye contact, nodding your head, smiling, or maybe I want to listen more, or can you explain on that? So that also shows that you have the listening skills. And also, I want to understand more about your experience, asking related and relevant questions. Because if you have heard someone nicely, carefully, you will have the questions. You want to have more information. So, such as, can you tell me more about that? Or I'm curious to know about that. So, all these are the techniques which help you to understand and empathize with the other person. And then we have reflective listening. So reflective listening is, once you listen someone, then you start reflecting on that information, on that questions or the answers which the other person is sharing with you. So reflective listening can be powerful tool of communication. In reflective listening, basically you just simply reflect on other person, what you think you heard. जो मैंने सुना, क्या वो सही सुना या नहीं सुना, what else it could be, right? So for example, Suman says that I really don't want to work anymore and I like being home spending time with my children. So this is one statement, right? So reflection could be, so what I'm hearing you say is that you like and prefer being home with your children rather than working. Am I right what you are saying? So when you say this, you are getting clarified that whatever you are listening it correctly, and the other person and you are at the same page. Using reflective listening allows the other person to feel as though you have listened to and what they have said and understood them correctly. Okay. So how do you listen empathetically? You say, yes, it seems you are feeling angry right now. Is it so? So when you use these words, you feel, it seems like you are upset about this. As I understand it, you sound unpleasant. You sound unhappy about it. It appears as if you don't have time for yourself. Okay. Or if I hear you correctly, you would like to spend more time with your children. Right. So when you use such kind of words in your terminology, in your way of talking to other person, it shows that yes, you understand other person. So these are some of the ways which can show that yes, you are listening empathetically. So there are steps for empathetic listening which you can increase. Listen carefully to the speaker's messages, both verbal and non-verbal. Right. So when we say non-verbal, where the person has put the pressure, emphasized what is his or her eye contact. Many of the times I have seen police officers say that the person is not making an eye contact, he must be hiding something, or maybe the person is not very confident about himself. So when you observe the person, his or her body language or non-verbally, you get to know so many things about the person. Display an open and caring posture. So when we say open, basically your hand should be on this side. It should not be crossing your this thing or putting hands at the back. That shows the authority. So when you are showing authority, the other person will be threatened. So your posture should be normal and not threatening. Many of the times we use our hands, our fingers to communicate. That also threaten other person. So you have to have the open and caring posture. Many times I have seen people sitting with the crossed leg, or maybe even not crossed leg, one leg on the leg of another, with the shoes pointing to someone else. That is also very rude considered. So these are not open postures. So when we say open posture, your feet should be on the ground open, and your arm should be open. It should not be crossed and against your chest. Always consider the speaker's emotional state, what the person is going through. If the person is feel like crying, it's okay, let them cry for some time. Offer a glass of water and then say, okay, if you're feeling okay, you can share, you can talk. but don't poke and force, because emotional state takes time to calm down. Calmly reflect back to what you perceive the speaker's feelings and meaning to be. Suppose someone doesn't want to speak or feeling crying, you can just add on, I understand how difficult it must be to share. मैं समझ सकता हूँ कितनी मुश्किल हो रही होगी आपको ये बात बताने के लिए, right? So when you say this, the other person will immediately feel that, oh, someone is there who understands me, and they will open up very easily with you. So 4 steps to empathetic language. I saw that you were crying, you were helping that out. I felt you were uncomfortable, or I need more information to understand or to help you. So if you use such kind of words, it will help you to have the better empathetic language, and the other person will have a better relationship with you. And so there are examples of using these 4 steps. Exclusion: a student is left out of a party. Okay, you did not invite me to your party. Statement is a description, not a judgment. Okay. I felt upset. I thought we were friends. I need to know if you are mad at me. Next time you will let me know when you are mad. So these are some ways to communicate empathetically, or to to make the other person understand that I felt hurt when you did not invite me. So you just communicate what behaviors you should avoid, to like if you use such kind of behaviors, the person you are not empathetic, the other person will not share anything with you. So too much of questioning and probing, even if the person doesn't want to speak. Too much judging. Okay, this girl has worn short dresses, must be a bad girl. Or this lady is wearing, having a drink, so she must be, bad character and all. So we start avoiding these judgments. Or if this person is coming from a poor family, or maybe the rich family, they must be using drugs or whatever. So these all are judgments. We criticize too much based on our experiences, or maybe the background which we are coming. So we don't have to criticize, we don't have to give the lecture, because everyone, your parents, teachers, everyone gives lecture, but we don't listen. You don't have to give advice, because one solution which you are giving advice, it may not work with the other person. You just explore, okay, what else can you do in this situation? So this help you, the person, think more questions or clarity about his or her situation, rather than you giving the advice. Then do not interrupt if someone is talking, someone is sharing something to you. And giving autobiographical responses, like when I was on that team, or this is very very common and typical. I remember all parents, especially when we have the parents workshop, this is, when I was of your child, I was having just 2 pair of pajama kurta. When I was of your time, we used to walk for 10 kilometers to go to the school. The child or the person will fail to understand your situation. Why? Because they have not experienced that. So do not be so advising, do not be so critical, do not just start giving autobiographical responses, because that's what we say, autobiography. It is about your life, not the general things in life. So these are behaviors which you need to avoid if you really want to practice empathy in your life. And there are certain points which you need to remember. Empathetic listening is about the speaker. It is not about the listener. Always give full attention to what the person is saying, who is speaking. It is not about you, that you stop the other person and you start sharing your own things with the other person. It is not necessary to use empathetic listening during an entire conversation. Especially, I understand your profession demands different kind of, probing, questioning and all. So, but initially, especially when the person comes to you, then you can have empathetic, and then you can be a police officer. Because once you have a good relationship, good rapport with the person, good comfort level with the person, then you can ask whatever question and all you want to ask. So it is primarily a way to understand another person's point of view, and making the person more comfortable. We also need to understand there are different barriers. As we were discussing, mental set is also a barrier to empathetic listening. Cultural differences, I remember I did my master's, my MPhil from Hyderabad, and there was a different culture. I belong to North India, and then I went to there. So there was one client who came and she told me that, ma'am, I'm getting married to my mamaji. And I was like, what? Because in our culture, it is something, if very, very unacceptable, whereas in that culture it was very okay. But with my expression, the client was like, oh god, what did I say? Ma'am, did I something wrong? And I was like, yes, but you can't get married to your mamaji. It's a very close relationship. Then he said, ma'am, but my mother, my family is happy and okay. And then I understood that, okay, in this culture, it is okay, it is acceptable. So we need to understand the person whom we are talking to, which culture they belongs to. And in that culture, is it okay? It is normal. If it is normal, then we need to consider that. There are in Delhi, I see there are many people who are having the biased attitude towards northeastern people, which is again comes because of the cultural differences. There they are okay to wear skirts and all, and they look differently. But in India, in Delhi and all, they are so judged by the way they look, the way they dress up and all. So these all are barriers to our empathetic listening, and that is why the crime happens more, because we lack empathy. People, human beings are not empathetic. Then we also have the gender. In India especially, our society divides our role and responsibility according to the gender. It was a very systematical classification that, okay, one person will go out, take care of the financial needs, the another person will take care of the emotional need and the physical need of the family. So taking care of the food, taking care of the emotion and everything. It was clearly cut divided role. But now roles are unmatched. If the person is at home, they are considered not productive. They say that you are sitting home, you're a housewife. It is but now they say homemaker. They are doing their job completely or nicely. That is why you are able to go out and do the financial earning. So but we give value to people who are earning money, not who are giving the support in other terms, right? So gender again have the lots of different connotations and barriers when we are discussing, when we are talking to other persons. So we need to see that also, that we should not bring the gender in barriers in our understanding about others, not viewing the other individual as an equal. And that's the problem, because we feel that we are superior based on our work profile or our designation, superior in terms of caste, superior in terms of religion, superior in terms of the place where we are living. Especially like in Delhi, we are known by our dress and address, the way we are dressing up and where we are living. If I say that, okay, I live in South X and all the high posh area, they will automatically give you a little more respect and the thing. If you say a small place, I'm the same person, I'm Sunita, whether I live here or there. But people start they don't empathize, they start criticizing, or they start judging you based on the way you are looking, based on the dress you are wearing, based on from where you are coming from. So these are barriers to empathetic listening. If you have these things, you cannot understand other person. Your preconceived ideas and beliefs about certain community, about certain religions and all. So we always have to have a check in our mind, check to our mentality, what we are thinking, why we are thinking, and how it affects our relationship. You're being uncomfortable with another's emotion, because there are some people who do not like people to cry. They are so uncomfortable. You stop crying first. And especially I have seen men are not very comfortable with seeing someone crying. They feel very disturbed with that. But whereas females, they're okay. They feel relieved when they cry. So there are many people who stop and they feel uncomfortable with another's emotions. That is also a barrier to empathetic listening. So how can we teach empathy? How can we teach ourselves and to other people, like how we can be empathetic? Always ask question to yourself, ask question to other people, question to yourself regarding why I'm judging, what biases we have, what barriers do I'm using right now. And question is, ask people or children questions such as the following question: how did you feel if your mother shouted at you? How did you feel? What make you feel this? In psychology, we say that instead of saying why you are getting angry, we ask what make you angry. Can anyone tell me what is the difference in these two statements? If I ask you, if I tell you, ओके जयश्री मैम, मैं कोशिश करूंगी, बट क्योंकि ये सिचुएशन ऐसी है, ज़्यादातर लोग नॉर्थ से भी हैं और नॉर्थ ईस्ट से भी हैं जो हिंदी ना समझ पाए, बट कोशिश करूंगी दोनों लैंग्वेज यूज करूं. तो मैं अगर ये वर्ड बोलती हूँ, आप गुस्सा क्यों कर रहे हो, आप गुस्सा क्यों कर रहे हो, है ना? और मैं ये बोलूं कि आपने गुस्सा किस वजह से किया, तो दोनों स्टेटमेंट में क्या डिफरेंस है? What makes you angry and why are you angry? Why are you getting angry in these two? Which one is better and why? Can anyone share?
मैम आपने गुस्सा क्यों किया है, क्या वजह है उसकी, वो ज्यादा बेटर है पूछना.
Very good. क्यों?
क्योंकि मैम जो जैसे टॉपिक चल रहा है उसके अनुसार हम उसको इम्पैथी दे रहे हैं, तो
Very
वो शेयर करेगा आपसे, वो शेयर करेगा कि हाँ उसको गुस्सा क्यों आ रहा है और उसका गुस्सा जल्दी ठंडा होगा. मैम
Wonderful. Thank you, Shivam. Wonderfully explained. कि आप जब आप ये बोलते हो कि what made you angry, so you are not pointing out to a person. आप इंसान को दोषी नहीं दे रहे, आप कह रहे हो कि किसी कोई वजह होगी जिसकी वजह से आपको गुस्सा आ रहा है. पर जब मैं ये कह रही हूँ कि आप गुस्सा क्यों कर रहे हो, तो मैं आपको ब्लेम कर रही हूँ. तो इंसान के बजाय वो रीजन फाइंड आउट करना. तो जब हम ये करते हैं, जब व्हेन वी से लाइक दिस, तो हम ज्यादा एम्पैथेटिक होते हैं. सामने वाला हमें समझेगा, हमारे साथ ज्यादा रिलेट कर पाएगा, हमारे साथ ज्यादा शेयर कर पाएगा. तो ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है कि हम क्या टर्मिनोलॉजी यूज कर रहे हैं और कैसे यूज कर रहे हैं. देन हाउ डिड इट मेक द अदर पर्सन फील? ऑलवेज आस्क द क्वेश्चन. आपने जो बोला, आपने जो किया, उससे दूसरे वाले को कैसा महसूस हुआ होगा, कैसा उसको लगा होगा. If you ask this question very often to yourself, believe me, you will not hurt other people, because immediately you will check on your behavior. If you see somebody hurt or feeling sad or need help, what would you do to make them feel better? अगर आपने किसी को हर्ट कर दिया, किसी को कुछ बोल दिया ऐसा, तो आप क्या करते हो या आप क्या करोगे या आपको क्या करना चाहिए? There are many people who reflect and who accept, yes, I did something wrong, but they will never say sorry. For them, it is very difficult to say sorry if they have hurt. So we have to learn also that if we have hurt someone, it's okay to ask sorry and not to repeat that. How will your caring action make the other person feel? Suppose if someone is caring for you, how do you feel? We feel very nice, we feel very happy that yeah, this person is so nice, he or she is asking about me. So put the same yourself in the same situation. If I ask the same thing to other person, how the other person will feel? Yesterday I was just putting some status I was going through with some quotes. There was a beautiful quote which I saw, which says that kisi se I'll just read out that quote. It's a very very beautiful quote कि जो दो मीठे बोल बोलने से किसी का खून बढ़ जाए तो वो भी एक प्रकार से रक्तदान है. By speaking good words to other person, and if someone feels happy about that, that is also a kind of, you are donating blood to other person. But we forget giving good words and praises to other person. We are more critical in our dealing, so we need to shift this focus. And it depends on where do we focus and what we find. As you have seen in the first, whether you're focusing on the black part, if you're focusing on the black part, you are seeing the two faces. If you're focusing on the white part, you are seeing a glass, or someone sees the wine glass. It is not written it is wine glass, but again, it's a perception. So it depends on where do we focus in our life. We want to focus on negative, we want to focus on positive, and whatever you will focus on, that starts increasing. And that is why highlighting, media can also play an important role. Highlighting the good things in the society should be there, but we only highlight the crimes, that this has happened, or this policeman has done this and that. We never highlight the good things. If we highlight the good things, people will capture that, and that starts increasing. So again, what you are focusing on, you are focusing on hurt or you are focusing on helping, that will increase. And then switching the roles. Okay, a role reversal, we say sometimes, with your family, with your children. Okay, you become like that and I will become, and I'll behave like a child, you behave like an adult, and then see and do the role reversal. Then you'll understand, okay, how difficult it is to be in that particular role. Then call attention to insensitive behavior, talking rudely, talking angrily, not talking. Sometimes we say silent treatment, especially mostly females use this, not all, but yes, female use silent treatment. Especially in your family, you must have experienced this, that they will not talk to you when they are angry and all. So all these are insensitive behavior which puts the other person in uncomfort situation, and they are not empathetic. Be an example of generosity. Modeling help the child learn to give. As we have seen yesterday, whatever you are observing, whatever you are seeing, you will be imitating that. And then expect the child to share. And when you share that, okay, today this thing has happened and that has happened, the other person will also start sharing what they are going through, and role playing situations. So these are some of the examples where you can do the empathetic listening practices. And empathy is, I feel your pain, whereas sympathy is simply, I'm sorry that you are in pain. So when I feel your pain, I will try to do something to reduce that. But I'm just sorry and not doing anything, that only sympathy. So summary, in like short, if we say being empathetic is something that may not come naturally to all people. Someone has to do little more effort, as we all have different kind of personality. Some people have different soft personality, some people have little hard personality. So we have to train ourselves consciously, practicing the techniques mentioned. Reflective listening, encourages, non-verbal, yes, eye contact, all these things can help you become more empathetic. Non-verbal communication and gestures play a very important role in whether others believe you are there to help, or you are hinder the situation. So and it includes being open with your feelings. If you have done something wrong, we all accept that, yes, when I was of your age, I also did that. So when you accept this, the other person feels that, okay, I'm not something abnormal. There are people who with the high post and all, they also have failed, or they also have done this thing. And it shows, and that it's showing and encouraging others to be open with their feeling, particularly especially with the children. Not just think about yourself, think of other person's feeling as well, their point of view as well. So this is done by learning to walk in their shoes, to know how does it feel, and to see what can be done about it. Then understand the impact of your behavior, words, body language, oral expression, the tone, volume, choice of words, the structure of sentences on others, and how it makes other person feel. Okay, so this is empathy, Wi-Fi that connects to feelings of others. Basically, it's a kind of, we all have Wi-Fi, no? Immediately wherever we go and we ask for the Wi-Fi, that give me your Wi-Fi, I want to connect. So empathy is basically a Wi-Fi. It helps you to connect people around you. But if you have a poor connection, poor Wi-Fi, you cannot connect with people, right? So this is all about empathy and sympathy. Now the house is, this is my email address and phone number. anyone who wants to connect, or anyone wants to refer someone for counseling or something, you are most welcome, because it is always good to help people around us. And if you want to ask something personally, maybe we all have some personal issues and all, you're most welcome. You can write it to me. Now, any question, any query, anything you want to share or discuss, because 10-15 minutes we give usually for the question answer, for sharing and all. And I'm so happy that all of you, participated so nicely. I can see through the charts. And thank you, Shivam. So, yes.
Ma'am.
Yes.
Tell something about self-regulation.
Okay, the self-regulation, so regulating yourself, learning to control yourself. Usually, we like when we teach our students, children, we usually draw a pie. Pie means 30% we say yes, 30% times we say no, and 40% of time we delay, we postpone. Okay, not now, later on. Suppose you want to, watch movie or watch maybe a serial. Immediately say not right now, let me do it after some time. So when these are the times, or these are the things which takes lots of time, delay those things. So delaying will help you in self-regulation. Another very good way of self-regulation in our society or in our culture is fasting. It's a beautiful way to have the self control. One day you can try for वो क्या बोलते हैं, वो महात्मा गांधी जी बहुत करते थे, वो चुप रहने वाला, क्या बोलते हैं उसको, चुप रहने वाला व्रत करते हैं ना, मौन व्रत. Yes, मौन व्रत. So that is a wonderful way, because there are so many, it is so difficult to be quiet. You can try that. Particularly when you are angry, you say, okay, right now I will not. And you must have seen that if you are recently the Karwa Chauth has gone. I have seen my bhabhi is very, having a big fat lady, she is having poor control on the eating. So when I asked that, when you can keep a fast the whole day without even water on Karwa Chauth, why not other day? She says that in the mind, it is basically in the mind you keep on saying, oh, today is Karwa Chauth, fast. So that helps the person to postpone that thought for eating. And otherwise, if you don't have the food for one meal, one skip meal, you feel so angry. But when you are having fast, because you are continuously repeating that statement to your mind, oh, I'm having fast. Someone is even offering you some food and all, you say, no, 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 I'm on fast. So you keep reminding your mind, you keep sending the signal, the command to your mind that this is my fast. So whatever you want to do, make a statement, big bold letter, put it in front of you, and keep reminding to your mind. So your mind is simply like a machine. Whatever feedback you put in this, that starts processing without understanding right and wrong. Suppose it's like a machine. If I take chara kaatne ki machine hoti hai, you put the grass in that, it will cut. If you put hand in that, that will also cut. It doesn't know that this is a grass or this is a hand. I should not cut my hand. So the mind is same. So you have to be conscious, you have to be aware what you are saying to your brain, and that is why we say, that is what we say, that read good news, read good stories, read good news and all those things, and good books, and also that your mind starts feeding on the right kind of material, and negative material. If you start watching pornography, if you start watching using abusive words, your mind is feeding with all those material, and it starts behaving in. And you must have seen also in Nirbhaya case and all, they were more exposed to the negative material, and that is why they did such a heinous crime. So it is basically, what do you feed in your mind? So for self-regulation, constantly telling what you really want to do to your brain will really help you.
मैम,
Yes.
क्वेश्चन है। जनरली जैसे हम लोग एसपीसी स्टूडेंट्स को पढ़ाते हैं जाके, है ना, तो
हाँ जी।
इन लोगों में एम्पैथी कैसे डेवलप करें, मतलब एक शॉर्ट में बताएं थोड़ा सा।
अच्छा, शॉर्ट में सबसे पहले आप उनकी सुनिए, आप उनसे वो क्या चाहते हैं, उनको क्या क्या मुश्किलें हैं। जब आप उनके साथ सुनेंगे, एम्पैथेटिक लिसनिंग हम बोलते हैं, और जब हम सुन रहे हैं, उनकी आई कांटेक्ट करना है उनके साथ जो भी वो बोल रहे हैं उसके बाद आप रीफ्रेज करो, अच्छा आप ये कह रहे हैं कि आपको यहाँ मुश्किलें आती हैं। तो जब आप उनके साथ कनेक्ट करते हो, किसी के साथ भी कनेक्ट करने के लिए कम्युनिकेशन बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। जब आप कम्युनिकेट करते हो वर्बली नॉन वर्बली, आप जाते हो ऐसे करके ना, थोड़ा सा शोल्डर पीछे की तरफ होगा तो एकदम से आपकी जो पोस्चर है वो अथॉरिटेटिव होता है। अगर आप थोड़ा सा शोल्डर आगे कर लोगे तो हमारा जो पोस्चर है वो बहुत ही दब्बू सा लगता है। तो स्ट्रेट हमें रखना है, पोस्चर थ्रेटनिंग नहीं होना चाहिए, हमारे जेस्चर्स थ्रेटनिंग नहीं होने चाहिए। तो जब हम किसी से बात करते हैं, वॉइस जो कम्युनिकेशन की मैं बात कर रही थी, स्माइल फेस पे होनी चाहिए, आपकी आई कांटेक्ट आप करोगे एंड आप देखोगे जब आप स्माइल करते हो लोग आपके साथ जल्दी, आपको लोग कॉन्फिडेंट भी फील ये करेंगे कि कॉन्फिडेंट है, प्लस आपके साथ कनेक्ट भी अच्छे से करेंगे। अगर आप स्माइल नहीं करते तो लोग सोचते हैं खड़ूस है बड़ा, कहते हैं ना हम लोग कि उससे बात करना लोग पसंद नहीं करते। तो स्माइल, आई कांटेक्ट, बॉडी पोस्चर, बॉडी जेस्चर्स एंड योर टोन, किस टोन में आप बात कर रहे हो और क्या वर्ड्स यूज कर रहे हो, तो व्हाट वर्ड्स एंड हाउ यू आर यूजिंग, दैट इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट इफ वी रियली वांट टू टीच द empathetic skills to the other person.
Right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Yes. How can we communicate with mob, especially a violent mob? Yes, that is not, when we talk about mob, it's not a rational behavior. It's a very irrational behavior. They behave and they, start. It's a herd mentality. There we have to use only the force. Talking will not help there much. Talking to a person who is a leader, so you need to identify whenever there is a mob, always identify any person who is a leader in that. If you can identify that, wonderful. Otherwise, in that situation only the force is workable. Talking will not help. Talking, because people lose their senses, people lose their reasoning in the mob herd mentality, because there we do not know, we are not able to identify the single person. We cannot rule out the single person for responsible, that okay, this person is responsible, and that is the reason why people behave badly in group. So we need to understand the psychology of the group and use force that time. And the more you divide the people, and that is why 144 है ना, कौन सी धारा है आपकी 144, जिसमें मैंने 5 or 4 people cannot come together and all. Why? Because there's a chances of getting into the mob and the herd mentality, and that is why this all these are very psychologically put through. So make sure अगर मॉब है तो उसको डिवाइड करें छोटे छोटे ग्रुप में, अगर लीडर है आइडेंटिफाई करें, अदरवाइज यूज द फोर्स. Yes, Pargikaran ji. Any other question and sharing? I'm so happy that you all people are so engaged even after the lunch time. Empathy, in short, yes, shows our love to others. Yes, definitely. There's no substitution for love and patience. The more you have patience and love, you can deal with any kind of situation and person. So patience is very, very important, because when you are calm, when you are not anxious and stressed, you can think more clearly. So it's very important to have the patience and the love and affection. The more you connect with the person can do anything for you. तभी तो कहते हैं प्यार में कुछ भी करा लो. बहुत सारे लोग गुस्से में नहीं करते. We all feel happy if someone talks to us nicely and softly, but if someone talks us rudely, we don't like. The same way other people also do not like. Thank you, Vinodji, putting it in so nicely and short. I feel in police empathy is required, but if too much empathy, that at times we as police might get so involved in someone's situation, might not be able to deal as per law. Very rightly put, sir, because yes, agree, but at times, yes, we have to make a decision which situation, which context, if we are dealing with the children, if we are dealing with the female, to whom we are dealing. So we cannot use the same rule stencil with everyone. As we go to a market, right? We buy clothes. We all go for alternation. No, this is long for me. It's okay. You wear long. How does it matter? No, this is loose from here. You go for alteration. Just imagine, for such a short or such a small thing, we alter. The same way we have to alter our behavior, we have to alter our way of dealing depending on the situation, depending on the person. We cannot have the same rules, the same behavior with everyone.
Good afternoon, ma'am. If there is no other question,
The last question Prakash ji has asked, love versus fear. I would always go with love, but if love doesn't work, then obviously fear. But fear is for short term. Love is for long term. Love with understanding, give the reason, but there are people with love and understanding is not there. For them, we use fear. So whatever works for you, use that.
yeah, ma'am. So thank you, ma'am. Thank you for making the topic very, very easy and wonderful. Your presentations are always wonderful. In fact, I'm attending your class for the third time.
Oh,
And
thank
every
you so
time
much.
I find this topic very interesting. And you made the thing so easy with the help of pictures and visuals. And I'm hopeful that through your both the sessions, the participants sitting across the state, they must have got benefited. Both the topics given to you were definitely for namesake, they are quite simple. But to understand and to make the others understand is quite difficult. So thank you very much for making it so simple and understandable. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir. Have a wonderful day ahead. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So, participants, we can have a quick break. Our next speaker, he's already queued up. So, we'll invite the next speaker after 2-3 minutes. Thank you.
동아리. 요거 동만. 뭐 동만에 그 미니멈 동아리 그거. Itu sampai lagi. Ada sentuh itu. Rabi, kan nggak bisa. Here's the thing, 하는 거 봐. 아들 우리가 신경 안 보이지. 아들 거 신경 안 보이지. 아들 거 신경 안 보이지. 우리. 마셔도 엄청 위에. 버린 다음에 가고 있어. 그래, 일단. 엄마네.
काहे फोन कर रहा है?
Hello, hello. Hello, Kaushal.
Sir, audible.
Good afternoon.
Hello, Kaushal. Are you getting me?
Yeah, we are getting you.
Right, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
मेरा आवाज कैसा है?
आवाज आपकी अच्छी आ रही है, नेगी सर.
Good,
Okay,
sir.
okay.
Good, fine, sir.
So, let me introduce to Mr. Debat Negi, who is our next speaker, who is going to cover the topic, the patience and tolerance. Mr. Debat Negi, he is a Border Security Force cadre officer of 1992 batch. Mr. Negi, he's got a long service in BSF, and prior to that, he was working in SSB. And he's got a unique experience of serving in BPR&D also. Here at BPR&D, he was with me in National Police Mission. And the topic, as the name suggests, Mr. Negi, he's the ideal person because he's not only an officer but a gentleman, and he's full of both these qualities. So I can't find anybody better than Mr. Negi to explain this topic. And with these few words, I'll request Mr. Debat Negi to please deliver his talk. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Negi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kaushal. And I'm not able to see all, but my good wishes to everyone. And it is good to join back with BPR&D on this platform. I'm thankful for this opportunity that has come into my way to reconnect myself. And Mr. Kaushal, I would just like if someone could play the presentation that I shared.
No issue. No issue with Mr. Negi, I hope it's visible. Mr. Negi, can you see the presentation?
Oh, yes, sir. I can see. And I wish, when I say next, so the man who is handling it, he can forward it.
Yeah, sure. Okay, over to you, please.
Thank you very much, sir. If there is any problem hearing my voice, I can be stopped in between. And Jai Hind and good day to all. Ladies and gentlemen, today I have to talk on patience and attitude. It would have been convenient that if we are in a physical class, the virtual session in groups, it lacks connections and the touch, which I actually require for this particular topic. But I do not know, and I also do not know what is the age bracket of the participants. So that is another disadvantage, because when I know the age bracket, I can be more specific. In addition to the age bracket, there is another requirement, that is to know the participants, whether they are from one region of the country and whether there is some language connection also. So considering language problems, I think I'll be using a mixed language. Will it be okay, or I should continue in the English?
Sir, okay.
Perfectly okay, no issue.
Okay, so if language barrier is not an issue, I'll be conducting this session in English language. And before I begin, I would like to clarify one very important aspect, and that is you all are very experienced and people with mature understanding. So, and it would be my mistake to lecture you people on these two words. But there is another reality, and that reality is that we can always add aspects and the perspectives, meaningful perspectives, I should say, to our understanding. So taking that thing, the second important aspect I would like to highlight before starting is that you all are expected to be the master trainers. And in this capacity, you are supposed to conduct the training sessions to the youngsters. I also do not know whether you have the instruction experience or not. So therefore, I have designed this session to help you to plan your lecture lessons and your plan slides so that you can define the topic in your own style. So therefore, the slides and the topics which I have made, they are not basically meant to conduct a psychological academic session, but to give you the points on which you can base and you can make your own presentation and class sessions. Now, so, and then again, I mean, while I'm doing it, if you find that, I mean, there are some meaningful slides or meaningful points that I have conveyed, then please take them and add as per your own convenience. Gentlemen, so as I have told you, I will basically concentrate on two things, patience and attitude, and my effort would be to improve the understanding so that you can conduct the sessions with in an effective manner. So we now begin with the presentation, gentlemen, and you are free to intervene in between. So gentlemen, the first slide is in front of you. You can see there are two cards. One is pink color, one is the blue color. The left one is written with patience and attitude. And the second black one says, I hate waiting. But if it is waiting for you, I'll wait. Now, gentlemen, I would like you to concentrate. You see, the first slide, the first card, that is the pink card, patience and attitude, it gives us the topic of the present session. And the second card, I would like you to concentrate on the second card, that is, I hate waiting, but if it is waiting for you, I'll wait. When I read this thing, I have connected myself with this particular card, and I am reading it in a particular way. Let's see, I mean, if you have the same connection with this card or not, whether you read it in the same way or not. Now, I'm sitting here, it is difficult to seek the response of the class, gentlemen, but if someone has something, you know, I mean, let's see, I mean, if you are reading the black card in the same manner, I am. Can any participant come up?
पता ना आईबी अफसरों का प्रोफाइल क्या होगी, क्योंकि एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की प्रोफाइल होती है। ऐसे आदमी ना फौजी का एक प्रोफाइल करता है, क्या झूठ तो नहीं बोलता।
Well, if you can be a bit louder. Speaker है, speaker phone किसी लाना. Hello, okay, not waiting, and not wasting the time, gentlemen. I just wanted to convey one thing. Well, I mean, you can see the first word, I hate waiting, you know, it is an expression of someone's trait of patience. You know, I hate waiting. That is, he's showing his impatience. So it is a trait of patience. And the second word, second half of that, but if it is waiting for you, I'll wait. So it is basically, you know, it is an attitude. The person, although he is impatient, but he is giving importance to some aspect, and now he's coming up with a new thing, and he's saying that I will wait. That is, he is adopting a new attitude. So these two things I just added in the first slide itself to tell you that attitude can be learned. Everyone has got patience or impatience trait, but attitude can be learned. Next slide, please. Next slide. Now, gentlemen, look at the second slide. I have got some bullet points. I would like all of you to read these bullet points. And then I would like to know your reactions, whether you confirm these or not. You know, these are the examples from the common life experience. That how many of you have ever honked the car after it turns green? That is, a light turns green. At many times, you know, you must have shouted on other driver. And there are chances when you go up on the elevator, you have pressed it, but you keep on pressing the button because the elevator has not reached you. Sometimes even if you are in police, even if you are in uniform, you must have jumped the red lights. So all these examples must have come across you, and you must have experienced them in your common life. So if you agree, or if you are with me on these points, just a minute, please. I'm not able to listen to you people. That's why I thought I'll use the mic.
Mr. Negi, most
Hello.
Yeah, Mr. Negi, you are very
Hello.
loud and clear. We are all able to hear you. No
Can you
issue.
listen, please?
Continue.
Hello.
Yeah. Mr. Negi, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yeah, can you hear us?
Hello. Now I think I can hear something.
Yeah, you are loud and clear. You can continue even without mic, no issue.
Okay. Because I'm not able to get your response. That's why I'm in. So gentlemen, I mean, the second slide which I requested you to concentrate upon, it has got some bullet points, I mean, which deal with the daily life experiences, and these daily life experiences confirm. If you agree to all these things, then you confirm to basically my fear that we all are influenced in our daily life with situations that make us anxious, irritant, and restless. These are the cases where we tend to lose patience, and in different ways and at different times. And when we lose patience, it affects our behavior, our relationship. And I would like to know, I mean, if you disagree to this or not. I'm really, I mean, at disadvantage. I'm not able to listen to you people. But I hope, I mean, most of you agree to what I'm saying. Next, please. Next slide. Now, gentlemen, looking at the third slide, this is basically to know what is patience. I mean, we have given some examples, and I had some responses, but you all must be having your own understanding of word patience. And a very simple way of defining patience is, please keep on pressing the buttons, so that the full slide comes. Yes, sabr is, patience is also known as sabr, that is endurance. Many people know it in Hindi language with sahishnutta, which is basically a toleration. Sanshilta is another word. Patience and dhairya, sthirta. So basically, when you read the red line down below, you see it is basically the capacity to accept or tolerance delay. It is a capacity to accept or tolerate delay, problems, or suffering without becoming annoyed or anxious. So people react in a different way in the same situation. There are people who try to react very fast, and there are people who wait for some time, they tolerate, they understand the situation, they create a delay, which is a favorable aspect, and then they understand problem in a proper manner, and then they react. So it is a capacity to accept or tolerate delay, problems, or suffering, even the suffering, yes, without becoming annoyed or anxious. So these are the words which, if you understand, will help you to convey the same meaning to your students when you conduct the sessions. Next, please. Gentlemen, Last one, the last line, please. If you go back, just go back. There is a word down below, जो जल्दी में थे चले गए. These are the words I had seen on one of the truck which was running in front of me, and it was written to jaldi mein the chale gaye. Gentlemen, I mean, it looks very simple, but it has got a very wide meaning. For a simple man, it conveys as if, I mean, those who were running or those who were driving the vehicle very fast, they have gone ahead. But again, it also says there are people who are in hurry, they met accident and they have left this world, they have gone away. So these are the people who are anxious, who are in hurry. So this is yet another way of conveying the right meaning to your students. If you can use it, it's up to you. Frankly, thank you very much. Please go ahead. Next slide. So as we were, gentlemen, discussing, the objective of this session is basically to make students understand the benefits of practicing patience in life and see that there is always something good in all seeming failure. It seems things are going out of your hand. It seems there are some disadvantages, but if you have patience, things will be better. And the next objective is to make the students learn and practice patience. So objective 2 is, please press the button, to educate students about the power of positive attitude, consequences of positive and the negative attitude, role of positive and negative attitude, and its relationship with the success in the life, and then again, how to develop positive thinking and positive frame of mind. Next, please. Gentlemen, when you conduct sessions, instead of teaching your students a theoretical session, it will be better if you can develop a good understanding about the systems, about the topic which you are dealing with. Gentlemen, you must tell them, you can tell them that we all are living in the era of efficient systems where things happen at the touch of a button because of the technology we are using. Technology is improving our life in many ways, no doubt, and we belong to the era of this scientific growth. There are machines and there is a new technology which has reduced the time required to get the things done. Because of technology, at many places, gentlemen, the waiting time is reduced. The hardships is also reduced. And there are new things which have come up. So, what are these new things? Gentlemen, we have become more demanding. Don't you think the demand for instant result has gone up? We want things to happen at the spurt of a second, at the touch of a button. Today, you must have seen, we expect same-day delivery. You order it and you expect same-day delivery. And for this, you are willing to pay more. There are smartphones you are using, Ola and Uber, they are available at the touch of a button. And he says, cab is ready, sir, cab is coming. Gentlemen, to sum up, this is basically an example of instant gratification that has made us more or less patient. So technology has phased out our certain systems, and you must have seen post office, they do not exist. Letters, they don't exist. I will request you to think upon when was the last time you have wrote a letter. So there are always more than one aspect of anything. You see, there was an Indian marketing professor, Janki Raman. I mean, you can see, his name down below on the slide. He was conducting a session, and he has made a very fine, observation. He says the need for instant gratification is not new, but our expectation of instant has become faster. We want it to happen in less time, and as a result, our patience has gone thinner. I think, I mean, these are some very good words which reveal us the present status with our new technology. And this new technology has made us, more impatient to get the instant results. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So, no, the previous one. The previous one. So gentlemen, you must ask your students. You must ask your students to improve their understanding of their behavioral traits. The instant, in Hindi we say turant, and the well-being. Does instant and well-being go hand in hand? What is well-being? Well-being is basically bhala or something faydamand. So does instant and well-being go hand in hand? Do we understand what is good and how much is good? It is important to draw meaningful lessons, gentlemen, to live a meaningful life. So when you talk to your students, you talk to them in a very personal manner. If you become impersonal, if you become theoretical, they will not understand and they will not connect with you. You have to ask them to draw meaningful lessons to live a meaningful life. You have to tell them, gentlemen, that conflict has grown all over the world. There may not be any big war, but the conflict has many new faces. You must have heard people losing money on lotteries. There is anxiety to get more and more free, free calls. Ladies are eager for schemes. People take shortcut to successes. Mobile phone, do you think is a problem? Well, I mean, answer can be different, but many people must think that it's a problem. There are problems connected with mobile phone also. Traveling, is it safe? There are cases of road rage. What about on the job front? What about on the marriage front? Gentlemen, there are changing lifestyles. And I'll give you one very strange example of changing the lifestyle. We commonly use a word called RIP. RIP. Well, I mean, I'm not sitting in the class, so I cannot interact in the manner I wanted to interact. But gentlemen, it simply means rest in peace. When someone dies, we send a message and we say RIP. Well, it is a very short abbreviation. Then we say, next slide, please. So the last line in this slide is CUL8R, then YW. Gentlemen, again, I mean, there's a disadvantage, but again, now, I mean, instead of you reacting to these two words or these figures, let me tell you again, see you later. So it is a new kind of use people are using these days. YW, you're welcome. So, gentlemen, in the past few decades, we have become the impatient nation. We want quick answers to complex problems, economy, diseases, personal relations, etc. We speed date, people meet each other for 5 to 10 minutes. Then they decide whether they would like to continue friendship with someone else or not. They eat fast food, then pay extra for overnight shipping. They they keep on honking when the light turns green or red. They speak in half sentences. So these RIP, CULATR, these are half sentences. We start things, but we do not finish. So whatever I have said, gentlemen, it is not something new. It is not something new. But yes, you can pick up these examples or something related to these, and you can convey it to your students and tell them that in overall scenario, things are changing and they are changing our life patterns. And capitalism, what does it give us? If you find there are students who are educated, you can tell them, you can compare the things. You can tell them, gentlemen, they know these words capitalism. What does it give us? This desire to amass quantities of money or goods lies at the heart of capitalism and at the heart of any expanding economy. So acquisition is beneficial so long as what is required is put to constructive use and not just hoarded. To take example of Bhutan versus America, on the happiness index, Bhutan is on the top. America having a much larger economy and much more capital, on the happiness index it is lower. So happiness is something to do with attitude, patience. Whether people have this in their daily life or not is a thing which will matter, and we will discuss it in next slides or in the further slides. So what I was saying was instant. So instant is apparently bad. This is what I am conveying right now. But is it actually bad? So instant. So it is apparently bad. But then we must ask how much bad. So let's not forget that the economic progress is created when vigorous impatience is combined with the existing ways of doing things. The period of rapid advance, Renaissance and Industrial Revolution, these were the periods marked with impatience. You must have heard about the James Watt. You must have heard about the useful inventions he has made. Gentlemen, safety razors, zipper, all these inventions, they came up out of the frustration, out of the impatience. So impatience is not that bad. Impatience is not that bad. What is important is that is the greed be combined with the desire to render a service or supply useful products to society. So the capitalism, as we were discussing, is the most reliable source of modern progress, precisely because when it functions at its best, it combines the realism of acquisition, that is greed, with the idealism of serving the public. So let's not despise impatience and greed. Some measure of both is necessary for the economic system to function well and for the progress to advance. So what we must be aware of is that unrestrained impatience and the excessive greed, they fuel each other, So we must be aware of unrestrained impatience and the excessive greed. So impatience led many thousands of ordinary people to seek and to acquire properties of much higher value than their actual savings justified. They thus sought to borrow collectively immense sums that they could not hope to repay for many years, and in some cases, ever. So, gentlemen, let's clear the mist. The slide is in front of you. Let's clear the mist. Let's not despise impatience and greed. You can keep reading the slide also, and you can keep listening to what I'm saying. So that we should not despise impatience and greed. Some measure of both is necessary for the economic system to function and advance. So what we must be aware of is unrestrained impatience and excessive greed. So technology has made us impatient, gentlemen. We no longer enjoy pausing or remembering. We log on, tune in, dial up, and speed off like drag racers, living in our way, a swirling cloud of historical dust, memory, perspectives, and the people. Now, but technology only does not what we want it to do. No. And what we want it that which we perform slower. We want computers on now. The moment we touch the computer, we want it to function now. We want to download the files now. We want phones to display everything now. So many people blame our restiveness on overcrowding or capitalism or consumerism or the lickety split speed of life, daily life. But impatience is not just about acceleration, it is about agitation. You agitate your thought, you agitate your emotions, you agitate your understanding. So, gentlemen, Next slide, please. Impatience can be a virtue, gentlemen. As I was, yes, yes, this slide only. So wait. So impatience can be a virtue, gentlemen. You can read the slide, and I'll keep explaining myself, gentlemen. The histories have been made out of impatience. When the nations came up, and they came up with their constitutions. America was there. India constitution also came up. You all know about the history. So in the US, when the Declaration of Independence was announced, Thomas Jefferson was one of the parliamentarians. He said Congress was impatient. So impatience is not bad. It is good. It is good for nurturing. It is good for coming up with something new. But again, you have to be restrained, gentlemen. So we need to understand the meaning and the relevance clearly before we say impatience is bad, gentlemen. I can tell you, imprudence and not the impatience. The last line of this slide, the imprudence and not impatience is the problem. And what is imprudence? Imprudence is bad judgment. So if we have a good judgment, a good wisdom about the situation, about the problem, gentlemen, we will have a better patience. Next slide, please. Now, gentlemen, till now, I was talking about the basic concepts in general which need to be discussed to the 2-year students so that their understanding of the issues is mature, so that they improve upon their understanding and they can relate themselves better. So once you have done these things in your training sessions, I think you will be able to connect with your students in a much better manner and prepare them for the finer things to come up now. So in this particular slide, I have given some examples of impatience, and you can add upon many other new things which your students can also relate. So the road rage, I need not explain what is this. Excessive honking, now again, there is no need to discuss this thing also. You must have seen people behaving in restaurant. You know? People can often be rude. But was there actually some reason to be rude about or not? Or if the problem could have been addressed in some different manner? Well, yes, there is always some option. The last example which I have mentioned is telephone service and support. Gentlemen, customer can become impatient. Anyone, in fact, even I have become impatient at many times. So these are examples, and you can add upon some examples when you take your sessions with your students. Next slide, please. Now, you can ask your students, you can, when you conduct your session, gentlemen, you can give them some examples and ask them whether you agree or not. Because when you ask them whether you agree or not, then they actually will try to relate to the situation you are painting. You can ask them whether the parents constantly compare children or not. They do it. Even my parents used to do it. There are siblings in conflict. You know? Then there are cases of domestic violence. So what is behind? It's all impatience. There are cases of divorces which are increasing. It is really difficult to see successful marriages these days or happy marriages. And on top of that, most of the people, I mean, those who are getting married in our neighborhood, they are all educated people. So the divorce rate is higher. The unhappiness rate is higher among people who are educated. Well, I would not like to expand upon this thing, but again, it is all because of impatience. Adultery and many other things. These are common. These are increasing basically. People are not happy with their lives. More you are educated, it is directly proportional to the rate of unhappiness. So you ask, you give them, you devise many more examples, and you ask them whether you agree or not. So because when you ask them you agree or not, only then they will relate themselves and think upon the topic in a proper manner. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So this slide, gentlemen, tell you something about the symptoms of patients. When you conduct your session, gentlemen, there would be many students, I mean, who would be at different level. So they would be asking you, sir, how do we know someone is impatient or not? You know, so this is a slide which can give you some traits. These are behavioral traits, basically. These are behavioral symptoms which are common in people, I mean, those who are impatient. So shallow breathing, you know, muscle tension in the muscle. There are people who keep clenching their hand, you know, मुट्ठी बांध के रखते हैं, मुट्ठी खोलते रहते हैं, right? They are restless. There are people, I mean, you must have seen sitting there, their feet are moving constantly. You know, anger, irritation, anxiety. So nervousness rushing up, you know, and taking quick decisions. So these are some examples where you can say, you can tell them that these are the symptoms of impatience. There may be many more. There's no doubt about it. There are people, I mean, who are good enough to hide their emotions also. But again, these are the common things which can be taken as symptoms of patience. Next. Now, gentlemen, I had taken some examples. Of road rage, telephone service support, and behavior in restaurant. Gentlemen, let's again review these three situations. So when we see the characteristic of these three situations, then we see what was the actual characteristic. What happens during the road rage? What happens, I mean, the cases where people fight on the road? You must have seen most of these situations, they happen impromptu. They're not planned. They just happen because of one mistake or another, or because of some other's mistake, or for the reasons you have not thought about. So they are basically impromptu situations. So in other words, we can say there were situations, these were the situations beyond control. Sometimes they were only momentary. It will happen only for a second, and then again you will move on. And these situations, gentlemen, they are although momentary, but they worsen due to egos and attitudes. You know, you just come close to each other, and then without even touching vehicle, you know, people start fighting with each other. So these kind of situations, when they worsen, they have very adverse spillover. Now take example of telephone service and support, where you're not satisfied with with the service, basically. Gentlemen, this situation is generally not of your doing. You actually cannot control it. The third situation which I referred was behavior in the restaurant. Now, these are all reactionary situations. Or again, it's a momentary, and then again, it has adverse spillovers. You fight each other, and there is a bad blood. There is a bad blood created. Gentlemen, now what are the solutions? So if you come to the road rage, I don't know whether you can see the solution part. Can you see the solution part? Anyone? Can you see the solution part, please?
No, sir, no.
Okay. Now, if you're not, because even I'm not able to see the solution part, but I will tell you, gentlemen, in the road rage, we have seen the characteristics of all these three cases. So in the case of road rage, there are very simple solutions which are available. The first solution is just control. You control by delay your anger and impulse. That is the first thing which is required. And then develop the right attitude and understanding. Just think over what has happened and just make the other man understand the same thing. and I think situation will be over. I belong to hills. I have seen many situations where the vehicle coming from upside was about to hit the vehicle going uphill. But people were wise enough, they applied the brake and without fighting, just waving at each other. They both understand, they wave at each other and then they move. So that is what is required. In the case of telephone services and support, gentlemen, the solution is just say thanks and put down. You may not like the sound or the question that has been raised by the person on the other hand, but just say thanks and put down. You can block it. You can block spam option, and then again for this gentleman, you have to develop the attitude. So this attitude has to be developed. And the good thing about attitude is it is a behavioral trait which can be developed, which can be learned. And I think that is why very intelligently these two topics have been included into the curriculum of this session. The third thing is behavior in restaurant, gentlemen. Again, the first thing as a matter of solution is avoid. Just do not react. Just do not react. You involve the management. Inform the management there is something objectionable and kindly address to it. So this way you will not be involved. So don't get involved. So gentlemen, in all these three cases, there were solutions, they were available, but mostly people do not go for these solutions. They become involved, and when they get involved, there are adverse consequences. Gentlemen, as a master trainer, you can add more such cases and you can work out the characteristic of all these cases. And when you work out the characteristics, I'm sure you will be able to come out with the solutions also. And the solutions are very simple. Always tell your students that there are always options available. Now, the choice is yours. What options you should take? The ultimate test is who is getting what. So before reacting to something, if you can tell your student to understand whether you are going to get something out of it or whether you are going to have adverse spillovers, so it is your choice. So you develop the attitude. Next, please. So, gentlemen, if we have discussed things of the nature which I have just discussed with you, gentlemen, you can tell your students, you can ask them, after developing some bit of understanding on the issues, the manner I have tried to discuss, or you can discuss it better. You can tell them now, gentlemen, do we agree that impatience is stressful? It ruins relationships. It does. It develops, it develops many adversities to you in your relationships. The third important thing is it devalues your own self. You devalue you as an individual. Normally you do not react in the manner you have reacted in the hotel or in the restaurant. But when you come out and you think, you recapitulate what has happened, then certainly you will have a feeling that you should not have done that. You're the best judge of yourself. So basically the situation has involved you, or you were involved in the situation, and the whole incident is basically devaluing yourself. So it impedes your likelihood of success in any endeavor. As it is written, you can understand. So impatience is the result of your own inflated ego. You need to tell your students. It is your ego basically, So self-righteousness and sense of entitlement, these are important things. This lead to impatience. Self-righteousness, you think you are the only one who's right, the other was wrong. And the sense of entitlement, no, you deserved it, he does not deserve it. You jump over for a seat in the train as well as in the metro, considering it that it is your entitlement. But at the same time, the other passenger who has boarded the metro, he is also entitled to the same thing which you are. So if you have this kind of understanding, gentlemen, your inflated ego will go down. So you have to make your students understand by involving them into such kind of discussion. Gentlemen, the last bullet point says that patience does not mean laziness, because a patient man tries to take time, he goes slow over, his reactions are little delayed, but it does not mean that he is a lazy. Patience is basically an art of delaying, your reaction. So it is basically, patience is instead than the intelligence. It is better than, it is more than the intelligence about deciding when to go and when to surrender control. I hope we all are together. It is really difficult for me to conduct this session without seeing your faces, frankly, gentlemen. But I hope we all are together. Okay, next slide, please. I will request, if this video can be played.
Mr. Negi, in fact, you have sent us the PPT. So there's a slide over there, but the backup of the link is not there.
Okay.
So if you got your laptop, you can load it from there after this, your session.
Okay, it's okay, sir. Thank you very much. Basically, I'll tell you, what has happened. There's a pack of duck. Many people must have seen this video on their WhatsApp video also. There's a pack of ducks which is trying to cross a road, and there's a green road sign on the other side, and there's a traffic moving around. These pack of ducks are waiting for green light to appear, and when there's a green light, they quickly cross the road. So this was one of the example, which I just wanted to show you, and it is really unfortunate. We could not able to see it, but I will share it later, sir. And basically, I just wanted to show with the example of this slide that about the better understanding of people and circumstances. So this was a circumstance. This was a situation in front of these ducks, where they are at the crossroads and they are crossing the road better than any human being in India, at least. Next slide, please. And this particular slide was one very good example of the fact that patience can be learned. These ducks, they were waiting, and they waited for real good reason, and they were very safe. So patience can be learned. If animals can learn the patience, gentlemen, we are the higher scale of animals, basically. Now, gentlemen, next this slide, patience, how to define. Okay, the thing is, there is always some student who will always come up with a question, sir, isko kaise define kare? Well, there may be more than one definition, gentlemen, but for the better understanding, when you conduct psychological classes, the class on psychology, things will be defined in a different manner. But capacity, in a very common sense, capacity to accept or tolerate delay, problems or suffering without getting annoyed or anxious. I think, this is one good sentence which defines the patience, and you can use other definitions also, gentlemen. You can tell your students that patience allows us to be attentive towards others. Being attentive, we improve our understanding of situations and the other's viewpoint. So that is very important. And with this improved understanding, gentlemen, we are more happy because we can deal with the situations in a much better, much informed person. So impatience raises our stress level. So we must be aware of impatience. And the most important thing you need to tell your student is that patience can be learned. Next, please. Next slide, please. Yes, gentlemen. Now, gentlemen, this is yet another aspect. I'm coming up with these slides, and the headings of these slides will give you the talking points, basically. So the next talking point when you deal with your students as an instructor, you can take this slide or this topic also, that this bullet point also, that is how to cope up with the impatience. So these are some of the ways you can cope up with the impatience. First is wait. You must learn to wait. That is the first key to deal with the impatience. You must remind yourself that patience will pay off. Keep on reminding yourself. It is difficult, no doubt, but with time, you can learn it. And patience is always improved upon. You must have seen. Well, I'll tell you one very important thing. In mountaineering expeditions, when mountaineering expedition go, the last leg of the mountaineering expedition, when the summit is to be scaled, gentlemen, it is not the younger ones, but it is the older ones who are given chance or who are asked to go first. And the reason is because with experience, these older mountaineers, they are more patient. With a slight impatient step, the accident can change the outcome of the expedition. There have been many accidents. So it is the older people, older mountaineers, who are always preferred to scale it first. So patience will pay off in the time to come. Gentlemen, the next bullet point you can read is, remember, everyone has a viewpoint. Now, if you have a respect for others' viewpoint, gentlemen, then definitely you will gain time. Definitely you will give more time to listen to them. And when you listen to them, then you will compare it with your own viewpoint. And with this comparison, you will be a much better informed person to take a decision what to do, what not to do.
Sorry, Mr. Negi, sorry to interject.
Sir.
In fact, we are left with just 20 minutes duration for your class. So you may speed up because there's another speaker lined up for the last session.
Right, sir. Right, sir. I'm sorry. I'm taking time. The problem is because I'm not sitting with the class.
We agree with you. We agree with you. It's very difficult to be one-sided, but we are just left with 20 minutes. So please speed up.
Right, sir. Right, sir. I'll do that, sir. So, gentlemen, the next bullet point you can read very fast. Whenever you are in a relationship, please do not bring past in discussion. This is Dalai Lama. These are the words of the Dalai Lama, basically. When you are in a relationship, please do not bring past in discussion. Keep moving on. It will help. And learn to live with different people. Agree to have disagreement. So this is also very important. Next, please. The next point which you can discuss with your students and gentlemen, the dangers of impatience. And then again, these are some bullet points which you can read very fast and you can add upon. The dangers of impatience are fractured relationships, fear-driven results, excuses for rudeness, and then again. So you can add upon some more points also. And next slide, please. Okay. Now, this is another heading, that is the triggers. If you know why you get impatient, gentlemen, you will be much better placed to control it. So this slide is basically about this particular thing. So many of us have some triggers which make us impatient. So if you know them, you can avoid them. So avoid triggers or learn to manage your impatience. Next slide, please. Gentlemen, the story of Thomas A. Edison. Okay, now it is up to you whether you want to use it or not, gentlemen. But everyone knows who was Thomas Alva Edison. He was a scientist at par excellence. Gentlemen, he has an impoverished childhood. He had only 3 months of formal schooling and he had a case of deafness also. But you know what he became. So in normal parlance, a child of this particular background will not be a scientist as per the imagination of a common man. But gentlemen, he became a scientist, and everyone knows what he was. You know, he said during an interview, when someone asked him, how many times, you failed in your life? He said, I have not failed. I have just found 10,000 ways that will not work. So that is an attitude, you know, that is an attitude he has developed. And then again, he remarked that genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. So keep on doing work. So practicing. 99% perspiration means practicing more and more and more and more. It will make you patience. So patience is not just about not being angry with yourself. Because if you fail for 10,000 times, then he must have got angry with himself also. But no, he said patience is not just about not being angry with others, but also not being angry with yourself. So you must have a cool head and you must persevere. Please move on. Next slide, please. Okay, next slide, please. Now, gentlemen, having gone through all these slides and having discussed these things, gentlemen, just go through these lines, and I think I need not explain them. Okay, I think we can move ahead. So these are some bullet points, gentlemen. I mean, you can build upon your discussion on these points also as an instructor. If you have read, please, you can move ahead. Next slide, please. So, gentlemen, I mean, if these bullet points had given you certain things, then I mean, these are some reflections. These are some reflections that patience has been defined as warmly as a nurturing capacity. It is basically a nurturing capacity. It is a long-term reward response. If you wait, your long-term reward will be better. So it is a long-term reward response. And it can also be simply put in as it is a behavioral act of waiting, you know. As I told you earlier, patience is a behavioral aspect and you can improve upon it. The first slide, if you can fall back upon, that was also the same thing. Okay, next slide, please. Gentlemen, there are always some students who are better than others, you know. They must be having, you know, I mean, some scientific bent of mind. They must be better than many others. So they may get you involved into the scientific aspect of patience, etc. I told you in the beginning itself, this session can be conducted as a psychology session also, but in your parlance, in your service life, when you will be working as master trainer, then this will not be a psychology class, but a class to improve the understanding. So, gentlemen, you can tell them that patience is a decision-making problem involving the choice of a small reward in the short term versus a more valuable reward in the long term. And these words are not my words. These are the words which I have taken from a psychology book itself. And there are psychological experiments conducted which prove these words. Next slide, please. So, gentlemen, based on the research, there were some findings. You know, I may not deal. In fact, even you will not require to deal in length about the scientific experiments. But again, just to satisfy the students who have something more to know, you can tell them, and then they can take the cues also about research-based findings, which say that patience is basically the cultivation of patience. The cultivation of patience, referred to as sabr in the Arabic, is an essential component in the active engagement of spiritual or emotional jihad. Again, I mean, this is the first bullet point about patience, about spiritual or emotional jihad, gentlemen. It is altogether a different connotation than the jihad what we hear. So, but those who want to know more, they can read about spiritual emotional jihad, and it is basically the sabr word gives in Arabic, it gives you the patience. Then from a psychological perspective, gentlemen, approaching situations in a patient manner enhances resilience in times of hardship, so thereby promoting better coping ability. So the resilience and better coping ability, I have given the name of the scientist also. Those who are interested, they can build upon their conversation, they can build upon their dialogue based on these findings. The act of being patient involves a proactive approach in reacting to negative emotions such as anger and frustration. Therefore, it may encourage a more non-hostile approach to life experiences, a positive perspective, and increase resilience in the face of adversity. So, gentlemen, they sound very high. Normal student will not be able to understand it proper, but again, this slide is involved. This slide is taken and kept here just if in case you may require students of different kind. Next slide, please. Gentlemen, you can tell your students what will be the outcome patients, because there will be many students who will straight away ask you, okay, patients आपने सिखा दिया, patients हमने कर लिया, इससे होगा क्या? Gentlemen, you can tell them that there are relevant areas of behavior, your life, where it will be helpful to you. This is the mental health. An impatient man has a low mental health. So it helps you in maintaining good health, good physical health, relational and spiritual health. Relation means when you are in relations with others. So mental health benefits include, as you can see, the resilience, low anxiety, your holistic well-being, your depressions, and the positive effect on your personality. Potential physical health, there are outcomes which include more energy, fewer sick days, healthier weight, and more physical exercise. So, gentlemen, these are some of the outcomes which you can tell your students. And then again, I have given the links which can help you to develop all these theoretical aspects at a much higher platform, much higher pedestal. Please, next slide. So, gentlemen, you can include these 2 points also as outcomes of patients with in relation with the relational outcomes, right? So it is basically better communication with people, cooperating with them, and improving your social support. The spiritual outcomes are also there, and they actually mean the meaning in the life. Next slide, please. Gentlemen, there would be some students who can ask you about different kind of models or some scientific jargons, gentlemen. So I have given you this slide basically, and to tell you something very in short form, this model basically, when you read in detail, then it basically suggests that patients may have some ego depleting qualities, right? And the results implicate that, start on the left side, familiarity with successors, with stressors, and then there are perceived stress. So if you know them, then they will definitely have some positive outcomes related with mental health outcomes, physical health outcomes, relational health outcomes, and spiritual health outcomes. So there are virtues also which will be related and which you can benefit upon. And this particular model I have given the link which you can read upon, you can build upon your understanding, and you can take better cues to satisfy the students who actually need these things. Next, please. I'm sorry I have to speed up because of shortage of time. So, gentlemen, in sense, the model which I had just showed you in the previous slide, it basically, what does it suggest? Patients may have some ego depleting qualities, I was saying, and starting to be patient seems to be hard. But once a person engages with patients and can see that it is possible and valuable, then it becomes easier. So basically it is practicing, and then it can be developed as a habit. And when it becomes habit, it will be less effortful in time to come. So once a patient response is enacted, it seems to have some broaden and build qualities. Next slide, please. Now, gentlemen, you can show them these slides, this slide also, and this slide will tell you there are what are the coping strategies, to deal with the patients. So you can see on the left side there is a percentage on vertical side, and then there are strategies, which are on the x-axis. This is exercise, humor. If you exercise, if you if you use humor as a strategy, and then there can be acceptance of the situation. If you learn yourself to accept the situation in a better way, then being compassionate, then positive self-talk, this is also a strategy. Being emphatic, then in the last you can see visual imagery, distraction techniques. So there is a percentage which tells you the success about increase success about coping with the strategies which result in increased patients. So you can see the one on the left side with a higher percentage. These are the strategies which you can learn, which you can practice, and you will find these are the better strategies to cope up with increase in patients. Next slide, please. Gentlemen, this bullet point is basically, dangers of impatience. You can build upon many new points, and you can add, and I need not explain them. So you can read the bullet point: lack of satisfaction, waste of energy, ruined relationship, loss of motivation, physiological effects. They are not difficult to understand. As a master trainer, you can add them and you can build upon. Next, please. Now, gentlemen, you can use this slide also in your lectures when you talk to your students, that good patient leaders, what are the characters? They become angry very slowly, even if they become angry, but they take time. Then they always provide time for improvement, They show respect for the processes. Then they trust others to rise up. So, gentlemen, these are some of the bullet points. And in the last, you can read patient leaders, good leaders, they are easygoing, and they have got tenacity, persistently, they show tenacity to deal with the situation. Next point, please. Next slide, please. Gentlemen, how to be patient? Again, there is no end of adding points to this slide. So you must understand what is the purpose of building patient abilities. So in a word, happiness, better relationship, more success, and you can add more also. You must understand that the addictive nature of anger. If you become anger, and there are people you must have seen, they get angry very fast. So they are addicted to this trait, basically getting angry. They get irritated. There are some people who become irritated very fast. They show outrageous behavior. So, how to be patient? You must understand all these things. You must pay attention when there is irritation. Why there is irritation? You must know your stresses. I told you earlier. You must know what stresses you. So, these are some of the points which you can build upon. That by practicing, you can improve your patience. Next slide, please. Gentlemen, these are the ways to have more patience in a relationship. I need not explain these things to you as they are very clear. Okay, gentlemen, here I finish the patience part, and now I come on to the attitude. Next slide, please. I'm sorry, I'm not able to engage you people. Gentlemen, attitude. Okay, this slide gives you some words which are self-explanatory, and they will help you to connect with your students. There are people who understand attitude in a different way. Some people who speak Hindi or who are from Hindi speaking region, you can tell them it is basically manovritti. That is a ravaya, right? So the definition part, if someone asks you how to define attitude, now this is a very simple definitions. That is a settled way of thinking or feeling about. That attitudes are ways of thinking. What is attitude? Attitude is basically way of thinking. People think in a different manner. So people have different attitudes. They have different attitudes for one particular thing. There is a common situation, but people develop different attitudes. So it is basically a settled way of thinking. Okay, but there are different people who have different settled way of thinking. And gentlemen, the last line, please read it very carefully. It gives you something very important. People may hear your words, but they feel your attitude. Sometimes what happens is you keep saying something, but since you are supposed to say those things, you are saying those things, but actually your mood is something different. So they do read your mood. They do see what is your attitude. So attitude is different. Next slide, please. So when you take their classes, when you engage them to deal upon the attitude part, gentlemen, you can tell them about Dr. Abdul Kalam. This is what he had written in one of his books. Dr. Kalam read that all birds find shelter during rain, but the eagle avoids rain by flying above the clouds. So when everyone is trying to protect themselves, this eagle, he is flying higher, so he has a different attitude. So problems are common, problems for the other birds and for eagle is common, but they have a different attitude, and this attitude is what makes the difference. Next slide, please.
Mr. Negi, sorry to intervene. Can you please finish in next 10 minutes because time is already over, but the slides.
Yes.
Next 10 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you, sir. So the definition part, well, I will not deal in length. This presentation will be available to you. The definition you can read. It is a predisposition or a tendency to respond positively or negatively toward a certain idea, object, person, or situation. Next, please. Gentlemen, the components of attitude. To understand the attitude, gentlemen, you must understand, well, these are psychological terms: affective, cognitive, conative, and evaluative. But gentlemen, I have used some words in front of them. You can read them. The components of attitude, there are, psychologically speaking, 4 components. The first is affective, that is one which deals about the emotions or feelings. The second is cognitive, that is it basically the belief. It is basically the belief or opinion which we held consciously. We all have some beliefs or opinions. The third is conative. Conative is inclination for action, and then evaluative, which is positive or negative response to stimuli. Well, it is not difficult to understand what I have said. So you can build upon these particular words. Now, where does attitude come from, gentlemen? It is very easy to say it comes from within, but basically it is a reaction of our experiences. We have experiences of different kind. Then we feel and react to them in different ways. Common situation, same situation, but different reactions. So we have take-offs from these events, so that differ at different time interval. People react differently. So it is basically a response mechanism. So what is an attitude? Attitude is basically a response mechanism and belief we develop from our interactions in the daily life. So it is basically our interaction and our response mechanism which makes our attitude. Next, please. Now, gentlemen, manifestations of attitude. Now, because of differing attitude, because of having different experiences, gentlemen, you must have seen people may react in a different manner. It may be positive or negative, good, bad, creative or destructive, optimistic versus pessimistic. Again, I did not elaborate much. You can just read the line down below. Attitude can be changed as it is a behavioral component affected by repetitive messages that reinforces the beliefs and learning. There are people who are not good at studies, but they become good students later because they change themselves. So they develop good attitude by learning. Next slide, please. Gentlemen, I will not deal in length on these two main headings, but you can develop, because this is very important. Attitude is important than aptitude, and attitude is more important than IQ. You can read the lines which I have just mentioned, and when you read them, you will yourself understand, and then you can build upon. Next slide, please. Gentlemen, these are the core attitudes which fall into two sets. The core attitude falls into two mindsets. One is the fixed mindset or growth mindset. फिक्स माइंडसेट इज स्थिर, जो कि आगे बढ़ता ही नहीं है, लेकिन ग्रोथ माइंडसेट है वो अपने आप को आगे बढ़ाता है, वो सोचता है कि ये क्या हुआ क्या नहीं हुआ. जेंटलमैन, इसीलिए इफ इट इज बेटर इफ यू डोंट हैव ए फिक्स माइंडसेट, try to have a growth mindset, and for this there are some strategies to fine tune, and these are the methods by which you can improve upon your mindset to make it a growth mindset. Please read upon them and work upon. Thank you. Next slide. The next slide is basically a diagram of two mindset. The left one is a fixed mindset, the right one is the growth mindset. So in the situation like challenges, when there are obstacles, when there are efforts to be made, in the cases where people come with criticism, and then success, there are situations when you see people are succeeding. There is a positivity in having a growth mindset, and you can learn that. Next slide, please. This slide will give you in a pictorial form the traits of successful people and unsuccessful people. Those who are successful people, they have a growth mindset. Those with unsuccessful people have a fixed mindset. So when you read through the small icons, you will yourself understand the utility of this particular site, and you can build upon. Next slide, please. Gentlemen, I think, this is something of interest to everyone. There was a slide I had written somewhere. The two things define you: your patience when you have nothing, and your attitudes when you have everything. So this is a great saying, having great philosophical value, and there is a lesson learned in this. And I'm sorry I had to rush through this presentation. In fact, I wanted to deal upon in a much higher perform, but again, I'm sorry, because of this particular session on line, I was not able to converse, I was not able to see reactions, and I was not able to take on your reactions, because I wanted to interact, gentlemen. So the last slide, there is one last slide which is for basically, just information. Next slide, please. And this will be the last slide. There was an experiment conducted on the TV abandonment rate. I discussed about the era of efficient systems, gentlemen. The technology has changed our life. It has catapulted us at a very advantageous situation, but it has changed our behaviors also. And there is something to do with patience and impatience, gentlemen. There was a scientist, Ramesh Siddharaman, in US, and this is what he has studied. He examined the viewing habits of 6.7 million internet users in a study, and these are the results. Because people keep on changing. When they do not get something, then they switch on to the other options. So he says that after 5 seconds, the abandonment rate is 25%, and when you get to 10 seconds, half are gone. So with increased use of technological gadgets, the results are very fast, results are instant, and this has affected our nature. It has made us more impatient. So I do not have time to expand on this particular slide. I'm at slight disadvantage, but with due honor to the time restraints, and the next orator waiting for his lecture, I'm sorry if I have eaten upon the time. I'm sorry, and I'm also sorry for not taking your questions. I wish you all the best. I hope, with these bullet points, you will be able to build upon your own narrative, your own lectures, your own presentations. And my purpose was not to teach you about patience and attitude, basically, because all of us have some understanding of it, but the bullet point will improve upon your understanding. That was the only thing which I wanted to say. And instead of making it a psychology class, I think it was more practical to make it a practical class. So that was the attempt. I'm thankful to BPR&D and all of you for a patient listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Negi. In fact, you had made such a detailed presentation, done so much of the study and so much of the research, and I'm sure it must have been of very much of use to all the participants. And really, we are sorry that we could not give you much more time, and we are packed with next session also. So thank you very much, and we share your presentation to all the participants. And any question, if somebody has got a very demanding question, then only one question, please. Okay, if no question, then thank you, Mr. Negi. Thank you once again. Thank you for taking out your time and making efforts to deliver the expectations of BPR&D. Thank you very much.
Wish you all the best, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So, dear participants, we are left with one more session, and we are running out of time. So, can we start with next session? Yeah. Ms. Meenakshi Pathak, ma'am, are you connected?
Namaskar, I'm Manisha Pathak Soni from
Yeah, sorry, ma'am. Sorry to misspell your name. So, can we start, ma'am?
Yes, of course, sir. It's a great opportunity for me. So I'm here to present the presentation what I have prepared. If you permit me, may I share the presentation?
Yeah, ma'am, sure. You can share. Just I'll introduce you to the August gathering. Ms. Manisha Pathak, she is additional SP Indore. She is an SPS officer of 1998 batch. She is district level officer for several ambitious projects of the Indore city, and SPC is one of them. She, in fact, dealing with the SPC for a complete MP state. She had some very important and notable achievements. She has written a book on driving. That's a Sarthi Saath. It's a very unique and useful book for drivers and RI and DSPs. She has played an important role in syllabus designing and preparing reading material for all ranks of police. She has developed the first Android application for police training. Is named My PTC Indore. She has designed and developed a very attractive comic book on awareness regarding child safety and also prepared and published by Indore Police. There's a Atkan Chatkan Surakshit Bachpan. She has been decorated with a number of awards and recognitions. She has been awarded Union Home Minister's Trophy for Best Police Training Institute. She herself has been awarded with the Union Home Minister's Commendation Disc for excellent performance. She has also earned the Smart Policing Award from FICCI in 2017. She is an excellent trainer and decorated with the Union Home Minister's Medal for the Best Trainer. The state government honored her with the highest award of state, that's a KF Sabji Award. There's a Param Basis category. So I got a very detailed resume about ma'am, but due to paucity of time, I'll not cover everything. So with this, I request you to please start a talk on fight against social abuse. Thank you and welcome, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir, for introducing me to the audience. And I know that the audience is a little bit bored after a long sessions and the day is going to be completed, or this is the time when everyone wants to go to home. So it's a difficult task for me, I know that. So thank you so much, sir. And I will try my best to share my knowledge, what I have acquired during all my this job or SPC training. Just a minute, sir. Is it visible to everyone?
Yes, ma'am. It's visible.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, thank you. So today we are here for the workshop of master trainers under the SPC program, and my topic is to make you aware about the fight against social evils. So there are two different aspects. Whatever I understand, that I am a trainer of you people who are already experienced and having knowledge of social evils. And I have to prepare you like you are going to train students of class 8th and 9th in your state or in your district. So my aim and your aim might be different. And since we are talking about the training of trainers, we should plan a session in the way that we should always define an aim for our session or our training. So in that way, I have decided my aim to develop appropriate attitude, skill, and knowledge among present police officers to develop them as a good teacher on the topic to fight against social evils. But when you will plan your session, your aim would be different, and that might be to develop the student cadets as better citizens through sensitizing them with the adverse effect of or impact of social evils and to enable them to eradicate these menaces. Means there are two different aims. My aim and your aim might be different. So, and to achieve this aim, there are a few objectives of the session. What is a trainer is to be a trainer should always plan the session with aim and few objectives. So is anyone there who can tell me the difference in aim and objectives? Anyone? Come on. Is there any difference in aim and objective, or both are the same things? Come on, everyone knows, but a few boring or you are tired of? Am I audible?
गुड इवनिंग मैम मैम दोनों डिफरेंट है वैसे एम और ऑब्जेक्टिव
Yes, thank you, Shivam. Yeah, aim and objectives are different. Objectives are actually the steps which we cover during the during our journey towards the aim. So my aim are like this. When you plan a session, when you plan a lesson, then we should fix an aim, and then we should define our objectives in such a manner that we can achieve those objectives, and we can measure that whether we have achieved those or not. So in this session, I have planned, like after this session, you all would be able to plan a session on this topic. What is the topic? The topic is to fight against social evils. And you would be able to apply new methods of teaching. You all would be able to prepare reading material for your students, and you would be able to develop teaching aids according to the topic. So these are my objectives. And if when you are on the way and you are going to train your students, your objectives of the session would be, means your students would be able to list out the social evils existing in India. They would be able to demonstrate the adverse effects of these evils on the society. They would be able to find out the laws and provisions as remedies available to curb these menaces, and they would be able to identify the social activities, social activists, and groups working for this cause. You can read out these objectives. You can see that the objectives are achievable. What I have written are achievable objectives. So the aim is a higher thing, and objectives are smaller things which are achievable and which are measurable. Means I have not written anywhere that they would be able to understand the social limits, because we are not able to measure understanding, but we can measure understanding through listing out, through demonstration, through identification of social activists, through referring other helpline numbers. Means whatever I have decided are all achievable, or they are measurable, that we can measure them and we can do them on time. So what I want to tell you all that I am training here the adults, and you all have to train the children. So there are basic differences in adults and children, and what are these differences are listed out here, because adults have pre-knowledge or experience, so they can easily understand the topic if we train them in a different manner, or we are just lecturing them, so they are able to understand. But if we are dealing with children, so they don't have any experience, so everything is new for them. So, and that's why they are more enthusiastic, and they might have more questions about that. And seniors or adults may concentrate better, because they understand the meaning of the importance of the topic. But yes, the children may have less concentration, so you have to be more attentive or more creative for their training. Adults may retain the information for a longer period, but when you are dealing with children, their retaining capability or ability might be lesser. So you are needed to repeat the session again and again, or you have to make them repeat the things. Yeah, adults are more disciplined, and children are needed to be disciplined. So when you deal with these children and you are going to plan your session, you should keep these things in your mind, that you are dealing with children. So just plan your session according to that. Adults are logical and children are emotional. So whatever we have learned, that whenever we go to deliver a lecture or a demonstration, so when we are dealing with children, you can be more emotional, and you can use their emotions for their learning. So in that way, you would be a good trainer. So before going further, we should understand the expectations and anxieties of the students. As today, I have police as students. So could you please tell me what are your anxieties? Anyone anxious about being a teacher? If I appoint you all or any one of you as a teacher, so is there an anxiety? Yes, lots of police people say that why are we dealing with students? If we show much interest in student police training, we might be posted in training institutes. So these are not the core policing subjects. You might have listened to all these topics. Can anyone explain these things? After getting these training, this master training, what we are learning, we may learn something new. So these are positive aspects I have written in this left column, and right one shows the anxieties among us. What we feel as police person, that we are not meant for training or teaching, and this is extra burden on us. We are already overloaded with our job, and if we go to the school, kids might not pay enough respect to the police officers. But if we think it positively, so you will learn better communication skill. This will change your attitude. This will give you better understanding of society, because you become a trainer and you would have more good communication with the society or the children. And this is going to prevent the crime, further crime, because you are going to catch them young. So here, teaching, learning, and final outcome. So we are teaching and we have to check whether the students are learning or not. Then only the final outcome would be with our hands. So what is learning? Can anyone give me an example of learning? Come on, if you participate, it would be a good thing. Otherwise, I have to call your names. Anyone? Only Shivam is participating, I think. कोई बताएगा लर्निंग क्या है? What is learning? सीखना. सीखना क्या है?
मैम नई चीजों को सीखना या नई चीजें एक्सेप्ट करना.
जी.
Good evening, madam.
Yes, good evening. Please.
Learning mean जो written and view देखना और सुनने से explain करना. Is your
Very
learning?
good, very good, very good. Learning means देखना, मतलब आप किसी चीज को देखते हैं. You are seeing something and you are able to change in your behavior. Means when you see something, you learn something, and if the change is in your behavior, if you are learned a new language, you say. So if you are able to speak in that language, then only it is called that learning is completed. So learning is learning gives a different insight. It gives you different practice or different experiences. So in the cycle of learning, teacher only gives and a student receives. But if there is no transfer of knowledge or transfer of the skill and attitude, the learning cycle would never be completed. If the teacher is always telling something and students are not listening to, so it is not possible that students would learn anything. So the cycle of training, learning, and then outcome is there. And this is the responsibility of the trainer to transfer that knowledge which is required into the students. It is not the responsibility of the students. Whenever we go to the class, we think that it's the responsibility of the student to repeat the things or to recite the things. But remember, learning is responsibility of the trainer. This is a very famous saying. Can anyone explain it? Come on, CTC Hyderabad, good. Anyone else? कोई बताएगा? ये बहुत पुरानी कहावत है. मैंने सुना, मैं भूल गया. मैंने सुना, मैं भूल गया. Yes, CTC Hyderabad. Again.
And doing is the best way to learn something.
Yes, please.
Like you learn
Lakshmi
the best.
ma'am, yes.
You learn the best.
I'm not able to listen, ma'am. Kindly increase the volume.
Ma'am, you learn the best when you do the thing yourself.
मैम जो हम करते हैं वो हम ज्यादा अच्छे से समझ सकते हैं.
Very good, ma'am. Very good. So whatever I hear, I forget. I hear, I forget, because there is only one sensing organ or organ sense which is being used in that type of learning. So it is easier to forget it. When we see, we are using our two eyes. We see and we remember for a longer period. But when we do something, we understand it and may retain for a longer period. So when you are going to deliver a session in your class or in your with your students, always remember these three lines. Let them do the things, then only the learning cycle would be completed. And since we all are dealing with children, so you have to use the teaching methodologies which are children centric. So what type of methodologies are should be used there? They should be innovative. You know, children are very creative. They might get bored very easily, and since they are very enthusiastic, if you use innovative techniques, you have to be something new. You have to get something new every time. हर बार कुछ नया. So children would be involved in that case. Your training method should be interactive. You cannot leave the person who is sitting in the back side of the class. You should make it interactive and participative. Everyone should participate in the class. And this is the responsibility of the trainer to make everyone attentive and to be interactive. Your class should be exponential, means the children should experience something new, and it should be evolving. Evolving means they should develop a new thing into them, means their personality should develop. Every time they must learn something new. You might create a fun session. Suppose you have gone for a visit or for tour somewhere, but after tour, if you have to check that whether they have learned something new or not. So there must be there can be so many fun things or jokes or stories, but every time they have to learn, they should learn something. So this is the responsibility of the trainer to make those children uh, learn every time something new. So what are the participative methods of training? There are so many participative methods of training which you can use during your lectures or in your sessions. These are group presentations. You can divide your students in different groups. You can assign them tasks, and they can themselves choose a leader of their group, and then that leader can come with their outcomes. In that way, you are you're developing leadership skills and team building spirits into them. Game and exercises आप करा सकते हैं. आप उनका डिबेट स्पीच करा सकते हैं. In that way, हर बच्चा आपका उस क्लास में पार्टिसिपेट करेगा. आप क्विजेस करा सकते हैं. इन दैट वे बच्चे का जनरल नॉलेज भी बढ़ेगा और उसका इंटरेस्ट भी इस फील्ड में बढ़ेगा जो आप कराना चाहते हैं. फील्ड विजिट में जब भी ले जाएं तो आपके टॉपिक से जुड़ा हुआ फील्ड विजिट कराएं, एंड देन ask them the questions or let them do something new to learn. You can use case studies as well, and role playing is the I think it is the most effective way of training something. And since children are emotional persons, you can use this role playing method in an emotional manner, and you can transfer the learning or the proper attitude, whatever you want. So these can be used. And last one is the movie. So I have used a colored picture here because whenever you are going to deal with children, use more and more colors and diagrams or designs so that it would be very attractive for the children. So in that way, I have designed this presentation according to children. That I thought that I am going to train the adults who are going to train the students or young children. In that way, I have put these colorful pictures. And this is the learning pyramid. You might remember Dr. Sunita's session. She was telling that only 7% words are retained in our mind. And whenever we deal with someone or whenever we communicate, she was telling that only 7% words are communicated, and 38% are communicated through the tone of voice, and 55% was due to non-verbal means the body language communicates, And in this pyramid, what I am going to, I want to tell you all that you see, lecture percentage is the minimum. Since we are adults, we can deal with the lectures, but students, young students cannot. You have to come out with other innovative methods. If you go for reading, this is only 10% retention results. Go for audio visual, they will give only 20% retaining results. You see, discussion, practice doing and teaching others. So highest percentage of retention is where when you teach someone else. So make your students as leaders. When they will definitely develop the skill of teaching others, and in that way they would learn better. When you plan a session, know the class. Since sir was saying just in last session, Devrat sir was saying that he doesn't know who the class is and what type of participants are sitting in the session. Whenever you go to the class, just know it, because we all know that these are students of class 8 and 9. So little bit knowledge we are having about that. Prepare a lesson plan so that you can plan, you can cover all the topics, whatever you want, and in a time bound manner. So preparing a lesson plan is always a must. Define your aim and objectives as I did. It should be time bound and be original, never copy, never copy anyone else. Be creative or innovative, and always remember about the sitting plan. If you are going in a classroom and some children are always sitting in the back side, try to make sure that they should change their seat so that they come out, and then only they will be interactive with you or interact with you. Use more audio visual aids if possible, and learn communication skill. This would be beneficial for you as a police person also, as a police officer also. And try to engage the class and avoid the blocks to learning. Nowadays, the indoor training is converted into online training. So this is all. This is really a big block to learning. But yes, we can avoid these blocks. Means there might be a low light area. There might be some other things or sound or noise. So avoid these things which are blocks to learning in the class. Always use energizers or icebreakers after a few minutes, after a definite interval. So I'm going to tell you about these energizers after a few minutes. And let them learn themselves or grow themselves. उनको खुद ही सीखने दें और अपना भी एग्जाम्पल सेट करें. जो आप कहने जा रहे हैं आप उसको फॉलो करते हैं या नहीं. And focus on solutions, not the problems or the process. So उनको प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग मेथड आप सिखाइए. प्रॉब्लम का हिस्सा हम सब बन जाते हैं, बट उनको सॉल्विंग कैसे करना है वो उनको हमको सिखाना है. और ऑलवेज थिंक आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स. कुछ नया कीजिए, कुछ एक्स्ट्रा कीजिए. तो दिस इज द अटेंशन कर्व. अभी आपकी जो स्थिति हो गई होगी, मुझे लगता है कि हम 0 से शुरू हुए थे. जब हम 0 से शुरू हुए थे तो उस वक्त चूंकि कौशल साहब gave me a present an introduction of a new lecturer or a new person. At that time you were attentive. Then the attention curve goes down. You see, after 20 minutes or 30 minutes it goes very, very low. So if we use a storytelling method, you see, the storytelling method, in that way the story climax goes up, whereas the attention curve is going down. So always plan a 15 to 20 minutes presentation. Your presentation, break it into 20 minutes of presentation, so that your audience or the students would be attentive in your whole session. So, and whenever you go to the class, always greet them in a very energetic manner, and always say that you love them, because as you see that ma'am was saying that love and fear, someone was asking what is good, love or fear, so she said she would always go with love. So children are very innocent, and we must meet them as their friends, not as police officers. So we should always think about them, and then we can go there and use big concepts with icons or illustrations whenever you go. And give them a concept with icons or illustrations. In that way, you would be able to catch their attention, or their, you can say, their focus on the class. So now we come on the topic. What was the topic? Our topic is, what are the social evils? Everyone knows the meaning of social evils. These are the issues that directly or indirectly affect the members of the society. And these are considered a point of our controversy or a problem in regard to moral values. So there is no fixed number of these evils. We all know that caste system, poverty, dowry system, gender inequality, illiteracy, so many, it's a big list, you can say. So when I want to say in this slide that use pictures, colorful pictures, and if you are going to put some complex idea in the class, use picture to show or to make their attention towards you. Like in this photograph, we are going to tell about the social events. So you can get this type of calendar or some colorful pictures of different social events. Can anyone read out these social events for me? Dear friends, please read out. What are these? Any disagreement with this?
Yes, ma'am.
बताएं क्या क्या लिखा है इसमें, कुछ पढ़ेगा कोई मेरे लिए? कोई है
System
जो
ma'am.
पढ़ के बताए क्या लिखा है? Yes, please.
The discrimination.
Yes, rich and poor discrimination. Yes.
Dowry system,
Dowry, very good.
gender
Marriage.
discrimination,
Child marriage.
child marriage,
Child marriage. Good.
untouchability,
Child labor, corruption,
Child labor, yes. Corruption, yes.
color
discrimination,
Yes.
casteism,
Good, 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 good.
Child labor.
Yes, अमीर गरीब का भेद है, दहेज प्रथा, जाति प्रथा.
रंग भेद
तो ये लिस्ट जो है ये बहुत लंबी है. ये तो यहाँ you can see only a few of social levels are depicted. Yes, color discrimination is there, racism is there. So there are so many social levels, and we all are fighting with these. Even the children you are going to deal with, they are also fighting with these things. So they would be able to identify these social evils very well. If we want to classify them, we can classify in different manners. If we say that there are few social evils against a particular gender or against the women, so these are the female and feticide or infanticide. Domestic violence is there. Dowry is a big menace. Triple talaq is also a social event which is affecting lives of several women. Sati system, which was earlier being seen in our society, but now it is abolished. Less resources for gender, particular gender means to women. Sati system has come again, and rights of property is still there. So I have classified them in this manner. So when you go to the children, you can make them to classify, or you can tell them to make posters regarding gender sensitization. In this way, they will reach.
कोई बर्थडे सेलिब्रेट है केक केक सूमुजी क्यों दो
पोस्टर बना करके जैसे आप बच्चों का कंपटीशन कराएं कि डिफरेंट फॉर्म्स ऑफ डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस बताने के लिए वो पोस्टर बनाएं, या जैसे इसमें विमेन एक्सप्लॉयटेशन के लिए एक पोस्टर किसी बच्चे ने बनाया है, तो आप वो पोस्टर कंपटीशन जब कराएंगे तो वो बच्चे उस सब्जेक्ट पर काफी देर तक सोचेंगे। हो सकता है कि वो पोस्टर को 2 या 3 दिन तक डिजाइन करें। So in that period, they would be able to identify the social levels. They would be able to identify the causes, and they would be able to show the different different behaviors or bad behaviors which are going, which they are seeing in their society. They would be able to identify those behaviors. So in that way, we can train them for social levels. Okay, this is another poster made by a child. And these are the social evils against children, another classification, another group of social evils. Some of them are child labor, child trafficking, child marriage, begging, right to education, selling of unwanted children. So whenever you go for this social levels against children chapter you are going to cover, you can tell a story. You can show them the movie, the famous movie. What is that? Which movie is this?
Slumdog Millionaire.
Yes,
Slumdog
very
Millionaire.
famous movie, very popular movie, है ना? So हम उनको ये movie दिखा सकते हैं. In this movie, various forms of child abuse can be seen. तो जब ये बच्चे देखेंगे तो निश्चित है उनके ऊपर इसका इमोशनल इफेक्ट जो आप डालना चाहते हैं वो जाएगा, और उसके बाद वो उससे लड़ने की ट्रेनिंग आप फिर उनको दे पाएंगे। यूनिसेफ का कोई ना कोई मेंबर आपके शहर में होगा, तो यू कैन कॉल देम फॉर दिस ट्रेनिंग. You can make them participate this training. Use pictures and data. In this slide, I have used data. 7 kids go missing every hour. So this type of data attracts your eyes, or you can say it would retain in your mind for a longer period. So if you are going to tell something, put colors and data into it. Like I have written right side that 98% accused are known to us. When we talk about the children abuse, we know that 98% accused are known. So if you put this data on a wall, that would be easier for the students to remember. So this type of training we have to incorporate. These are the social evils against groups. Means what we have seen in the first picture: regionalism, caste difference, pollution, so many things, alcoholism, and just communal differences, untouchability. So you can make groups of your students, let them write down these evils, or let them classify these evils, and they will see that there is no final list of these things. But everyone is dealing with these evils. Everyone is living with these. So let them be aware of these things. This and group discussion, in group activity, they would learn more about these things. And since there is no examination in SPC, so you should not bother about the final list of anything that this should be written in this specific manner or specific sequence. So let them learn with them with their own ideas. Just facilitate them. These are the list of few films What was Article 15? Has anyone seen that movie? Article 15? So
Yes,
many
ma'am.
movies.
आयुष्मान खुराना जिसमें था वो.
Yes, Ayushmann Khurrana. Good,
Right.
good.
Yes, ma'am.
The central theme, what was the central theme of that movie? क्या था उसका main विषय क्या था Article 15 का?
Caste discrimination.
Yes, very good.
Right,
Caste
ma'am.
discrimination.
Right.
So when we talk children about this topic, particular topic, you can show a movie. Any movie. There are so many movies. Anyone else can put another name of any movie on different topic. Just read it out. So many things.
Rajniti.
Yes, Rajniti. On which social evil it was?
Reservation.
Reservation. Yes. Toilet Ek Prem Katha. A very funny movie, but on a very serious topic. So you can plan your session according to that. Just tell them the story. It is not possible. It might not be possible for you to take students for 3 hours somewhere or in a cinema hall. But you can tell the story. They might have seen the movie. You can just revise that movie and talk about the main theme of that movie, what they have learned from that movie. So learning through movies is very effective, and it may retain for a very long period, and training and learning cycle, I am trying to say that this is a basic cycle of any training. There should be a what in every session. What means what is your main topic, what you are going to tell. Then what is then the second thing comes, that is so what. Means my topic is fight against social evils. Then comes so what. So the children, to the children, you have to tell the different social name, the different social evils, the reasons, or the causes of that those evils, their effect on the society, and how and different social events in different areas of the country. So this is the second part of your lesson. First part is what means the definition, and second part is the elaboration. You have to elaborate the subject or the topic. And the last part should be now what. Now what means, yes, I have told you the definition. I have informed you about the different things about that topic, particular topic. And now what? Now I have learned about these things. What is the definition and what are the different things? And now what means, now I have learned the topic, what to do with it. If I have learned what are the social evils, what to do. Why am I learning these subjects? So this part of chapter is very important, or session is very important. कि अब हमें करना क्या है, what यानी क्या, so what यानी क्या क्या सीख लिया हमने. अब लेकिन सीख तो लिया, बट करें क्या करें. मतलब जब तक आपका सेशन किसी भी सब्जेक्ट पर पूरा नहीं होगा, जब तक आप उसको ना व्हाट ना बता दें. तो इस चैप्टर में डेफिनेशन आपका व्हाट हो गया, उसके बाद टाइप्स ऑफ सोशल लेवल्स बताया, रीजंस एंड कॉजेस बताया, इम्पैक्ट ऑन द सोसाइटी, देयर इफेक्ट ऑन डेवलपमेंट, एक्शन टेकन सो फार, and how can we eradicate them. So the last two lines, how can we eradicate them, आएगा now what. कि जब हमने ये सारा कुछ सीख लिया तो हम करें क्या. एंड देयर रोल आइडेंटिफिकेशन, कि हमारा रोल इस इरेडिकेशन में या इनसे जीतने में कहाँ पर है. कि आप you can make groups of the students, and that group can list out these causes of social evils. You all know better than me. I think everyone is working in police, so we all are aware of the causes and the impacts of these social evils on society. Poverty is a big thing. You see, it's a circle. There are so many social evils due to poverty, and poverty is also a result of these social evils. So the cause and result, both poverty is there. So, uh, broken families are big. Broken families are also on the center thing. They are causes also, and they are the results also. So these things, all these impact. Let the children or the students search for this, or you can create a storming in this. Just see this picture. Can anyone relate this picture with the social events? Anyone? Your imagination is required now. Is it related with social events or not? You can relate anything with social events. Anything. It's a tree, simple tree. A fruiting tree.
मैम जो ये ट्री दिखाया
Yes.
जो फ्रूट्स लगाए गए हैं ये ऐसे ट्री को समाज दर्शाया गया है और समाज में जो ये फ्रूट्स जो हैं इसको सोशल लेवल्स के रूप में दिखाया गया है।
गुड। ये एक तरीका हो सकता है। आप हर फ्रूट पर एक सोशल लेवल लिख करके बच्चे को बता सकते हैं। बट सोसाइटी में क्या केवल सोशल लेवल्स ही फ्रूट्स हैं? तो आप ऐसे इसको बता सकते हैं कि यू कैन से, आप ऐसा बता सकते हैं कि कुछ फ्रूट्स देखिए इसमें से खराब हो गए, आप उसमें से कुछ फ्रूट्स को काला कर दीजिए। आप बताइए कि ये देखिए सोसाइटी है और ये
फॉरबिडन है।
हाँ, आप एक ही चित्र से आप बहुत सारी चीजें इसमें बता सकते हैं। कुछ फ्रूट्स आप खराब कर दीजिए और बताइए कि देखिए सोशल लेवल के कारण ये आपके सोसाइटी के जो 100 फ्रूट्स होने वाले थे वो अब आपको 20 ही मिल रहे हैं क्योंकि 80 खराब हो गए हैं। या फिर आप ऐसे भी इसको बता सकते हैं, यू कैन यूज दिस पिक्चर टू टेल दैट एवरी पार्ट ऑफ अ ट्री इज इम्पोर्टेंट, कि रूट्स आर इनसाइड द अर्थ और बीनीथ द अर्थ। बट अगर हम कहें कि ओनली फ्रूट्स आर इम्पोर्टेंट इन अ ट्री, नहीं, जो रूट्स जो उसका नर्चरिंग कर रहा है, जो उसका पालन पोषण कर रहा है, वो भी इक्वली इम्पोर्टेंट है या बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है। ऐसे ही आप उसको कह सकते हैं कि जब आप बड़े हो जाते हो तो आप ट्री के जैसे होना है आपको, और जैसे ट्रीज अपना फल नहीं खाते ऐसे आपको भी अपना बड़े होने के बाद, आपका बड़ा होने का मतलब ही ये है कि आप दूसरों को सपोर्ट करो या दूसरों को अपने ट्रीज दो। इस पिक्चर का आप यूज ऐसे भी कर सकते हो कि अगर इसकी रूट्स डैमेज हो गई, इफ द चाइल्डहुड इज डैमेज्ड, how can it grow into a beautiful tree, or how can it give good fruits to the society? So one picture, lots of stories. So you can use this type of things in your session. This is a cycle. Let your students make a picture of cycle. Tell them how to make cycle. Then ask them, is it possible to run a cycle with one wheel only? Is it possible? No, we all know that cycle runs on 2 wheels, and both the wheels are equally important. So similarly, in our family, both the parents are equally important, or the male and female are equally important. They are 2 wheels of the same cycle. So just involve them in making cycle, then ask them the questions. You can play team games to involve them in the session. Like you can see easily in this photograph, you can play. So several team games are available online. You can search for them. In this picture, you can see the holding of responsibility, and you can make human chain. And when we all are holding the responsibility, if someone goes back, or if someone is not able to handle the situation, let others come to support that person. Or if anyone who is not having proper resources, how can we help that person? In this way, we can train them the importance of team, and every person or every member of the team is equally important. In the similar way, every caste is important, every region is important, every language is important. So we can collect or we can connect these things to tell our thoughts to the students. This is a very interesting blindfolded game. We can use this game for team building purpose. We can use this game for to understand the feeling of a deprived person. Means the person who is blindfolded may be called a deprived person to whom the society is telling how to do or how to go further. Or a young daughter who is being told by her parents that she has to follow everything blindfoldedly. After this game, everyone would be energized, everyone would be connected. Then you can tell the subject, or you can make them to learn. Since the gender insensitivity is the biggest one, biggest social evil we are dealing with. So in this chapter, you have to make your students understand the scientific approach of gender or sex. Just tell them the story of, tell them not the story, I think it's not a story. Tell them the scientific fact that how does the sex is defined. So if there is no, if no one is responsible for the sex determination, this is all scientific process, then how can one feel proud of being a male? So both are equal, and this is all a scientific procedure, or you can say this is all natural procedure. So no one is responsible of being a male or a female, and even the mother cannot decide the sex of a child. So if the children are able to understand this thing, they will definitely understand the differences by the societies making into male and female. So they would be able to identify these things, and they would be able to react for these things if they are seeing in their homes or in their area or in their classes. तो उनको सीखने दीजिए कि जब बच्चे पैदा होते हैं तो उनके पैदा होने से पहले कैसे दो एक्स क्रोमोसोम्स जब मिलते हैं तो वो एक बेबी गर्ल बन जाता है, और एक एक्स और एक वाई क्रोमोसोम के मिलने से वो बेबी बॉय बन जाता है. दिस इज ऑल नेचुरल, किसी का इस पर कोई कंट्रोल नहीं है. तो अगर कोई मेल पैदा हो गया है तो इसमें प्राउड फील करने की कोई बात नहीं है, दिस इज ऑल नेचुरल. और अगर कोई फीमेल पैदा हुई है तो इसमें कोई दुख मनाने की बात नहीं है. तो इस तरह से बच्चों को यदि समझाया जाए तो वो अपने घर में इस बात को कह पाएंगे और अपनी सोसाइटी में बात कह पाएंगे. उनकी ब्रॉड थिंकिंग को आपको डेवलप करना है. आप उनको यू कैन टेल अबाउट द सोलर सिस्टम. It's a big universe. We are very, very, very small part of it. Just tell about the universe, the solar system, the Milky Way, the planets. There are so many planets. Only one planet is a living planet, and we are very small creature on that planet. If we are able to make them understand that we are citizens of this planet, not a particular country, not a particular state or a district. We are living on the same planet. Then they would understand the meaning of environment. They would be able to understand that everyone is the same. We are all human beings. So in that way, we can train them. And yes, prevention is always better than cure. So this is the now what part of the session. They have learned the way the social levels, types of social levels, causes of social levels, impacts of social levels. Now what is the prevention? What we should do? So you can tell them, or you can make their groups. Means at family level, let them think what can they do. They can create their own safe circle. There should be no gender discrimination at homes. Whenever they go to a marriage, let them see that whether the dowry is being taken there or not. let them observe the things. At community level, we can make the community, the children can go to the community and make them aware. The community people maybe they may control the strangers who are coming to the area, or they can ensure safety of children, they can ensure safety of girls. So these are all these all can be done through SPC, the student police cadets in the area. This is a very important, or you can say very interesting way of training. Destroy the devil's eye, we call this. All children, give them small these balloons. They can blow them and write a name of any social level. So lots of social levels are there. They can see everyone would be connected in your class, and let them put together. Then they can break them off, or they can destroy these balloons. After destroying, you can tell that it is very easy to destroy a balloon, but it is not easy to destroy or eliminate the social evil we are seeing. How can we destroy now? So in that way, their mind would be attentive, and they would start thinking about the things, and the class would definitely enjoy the session, and it would be a good learning for them to how the social evils are affecting the society. In the similar manner, they can write down their own self bad habits, what they are they are keeping in. Means if someone is having drugs, or someone is consuming, someone's father is consuming alcohol, they can write down these bad habits they are seeing around them, and then they can destroy. Or if they are not destroying it, they can keep it to their home. There they can destroy it in front of their father, say that this is bad habit and you have to destroy it. So you can use creative methods with these small things available anywhere. These are the remedies available to deal with the social evils, and they are all studying these things in the books available there with them. But as a trainer, you have to tell their rules. What are their rules in this in the eradication of these events? Especially, they can keep the helpline numbers with them. They can tell others to those helpline numbers. They can inform their community people those helpline numbers. They can be connected to police. So what are the roles of these students? Tell those roles. Those roles are very important, and make sure that we make multidisciplinary teams. Call these members from WCT department, or health department, or social justice department, members of NGOs, call them to the school with you. They can participate in this type of training very well. And they are trained for training. So the social workers, they can help you in this particular topic. Can inspire children through stories of our leading important leaders like Raja Ram Mohan Rai, who was there in British government, worked for eradication of Sati Pratha. So Amar Chitra Katha was a very thing we all have learned that. So you can use those comic books. And you remember respect self. Madam was telling, Dr. Sunita, madam, yesterday she was telling that when we start respecting ourselves, then only we can respect ours. We can give whatever we have. So always respect yourself. So we have to train the students how can they respect themselves? Then how do they regard their sisters and other girls in the neighborhood? You can make them watch this movie Meena that is available online. It's a very good series. But several movies are there in different languages. So children can watch that movie together, and then you can make a discussion among them, and tell them to be responsible for their household chores. And you can make them to pledge not to take or give dowry. And you can create a calendar of women achievers of that area or your country also. There are few women achievers in this poster. Can anyone identify Kalpana Chawla ji? Any one of you? Are you able to see Kalpana Chawla?
Yes, 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 madam.
Yes, Kalpana Chawla ji is there.
With American flag.
और कौन पहचान में आ रही है बताइए? इसको
आशा
भी
भोसले,
कौन सबसे ज्यादा
मदर
पहचान
टेरेसा,
सकता है?
किरण बेदी,
यस यस किरण बेदी जी
सुषमा
और
स्वराज,
जी
सुषमा स्वराज,
सुषमा स्वराज जी, हाँ, वेरी गुड वेरी गुड।
पीटी उषा, पीटी
उषा जी, यस यस।
ममता बनर्जी,
मदर तेरेसा,
हाँ हाँ, और कौन है?
मदर तेरेसा,
डांसर, कैन यू नेम द डांसर? एक डांसर दिख रही है इसमें।
सोनल,
यस यस, सोनल मान सिंह जी, बिल्कुल सही।
सानिया मिर्जा,
सानिया मिर्जा, यस।
शहनाज हुसैन,
इंदिरा राजे, लता मंगेशकर,
यस,
मायावती,
बहुत बढ़िया। तो मेरी ये जो क्लास है,
पीटी उषा,
सुब्बालक्ष्मी, इंदिरा गांधी,
बस
पीटी उषा,
थैंक यू थैंक यू थैंक यू। तो मेरी ये जो क्लास है attentive हो गई। बस थैंक यू, अब म्यूट कर लीजिए। सो मेरी ये क्लास बहुत अटेंटिव हो गई जब हमने ये एक पोस्टर यूज किया जिसमें डिफरेंट फील्ड्स की विमेन जो अचीवर्स थी उनको हमने एक जगह ला के दिखाया। सो इसमें जो ब्रेन स्टॉर्मिंग हमने यूज किया कि पूरी क्लास इन्वॉल्व हो गई एंड एवरीवन वाज इन्वॉल्वड इन इट एंड एवरीवन वाज ईगर टू से समथिंग अबाउट इट। So you can also use these types of techniques. As you see, comics are always loved by children. So we at Indore Police have created a comic book. Shivam is also helping me in this. ये जो बुक है ये हिंदी में इंग्लिश में दोनों में बुक है। इस तरह की जो कॉमिक्स है आपके लोकल एरिया में भी आप डेवलप कर सकते हैं एंड यू कैन गेट दिस टाइप्स ऑफ कॉमिक्स एनीवेयर। और आप उसमें उस पर्टिकुलर टॉपिक पर जब आप पढ़ाएंगे so it would be very easy for the children to understand the topic and to and in a funny manner. Different activities can be done as you see in the left side, short movies on that and on a particular any topic. You can do a short movie competition or you can do a film festival for your students. Peer training groups can also be created. They say there was a rally, we can take our students for a rally to make others aware about the social events. Pledge taking activity, a helpline numbers distribution activity. So you can take them for different activities and what did they learn after that activity. Always check that. And make your children aware about their sexual abuse or any type of abuse. So they should be able to speak out about their needs and they should be able to reject the unjustified and inappropriate proposals. So they may remember these two numbers. This is POXO e-box. Tell them about this application. This application is being run by the National Commission for Protection of Child Rights. So now what? When your students have completed these sessions, what would they do? Tell them what can they do. They can respect women and girls, and the girls in your class should not underestimate themselves. They shall take care of their mother and sister, and they can talk to their parents about these social events. they can make their friends aware. I'm going to show you a mime in which friends make someone aware about social levels. How can they inform the teacher? They can tell the helpline numbers. And means if a cadet asks, what can I do to eradicate this social level, or what? I'm a very small or young child. How can I do? How can I participate in this? So these are several activities you can make them attend these activities, or you can make them a part of these things. So this is the mind. I have to let me check the hyperlink. It's not working. I have to learn how can
I think your link will not continue.
I'm not able to share the video actually. So so we had prepared a mime on this, and I was trying to show that mime to all of you. That mime was about this student police cadet scheme. How a young child was being abused by someone, and one day, and he was very upset because no one was listening to him. All his family members was ignoring him. One day, a student police cadet officer, means a police officer, comes to his school and informs about the qualities or features of this student police cadet scheme, and one of his friends make him to join this scheme. And when he joins, he learns a lot of things, and then he becomes smarter, and then he becomes able to reject those things which were being happen with him. He becomes such strong that he can report, or he can identify those people who are doing something wrong, or who are addicting of drugs, or who are selling drugs, or who are abusing others. So in that way, we can use we can train our cadets through mimes or through movies. We can use different training methods for this. You can make them create their weekly or monthly planner. Is it visible to everyone?
Not completely, ma'am.
Yes, visible, ma'am. The my video is the movie is there.
Yeah. The screen shows sample weekly planner. Is it visible? Sample weekly planner. It's a calendar type of thing. You can make your students to create a planner for them. If they make a planner or a calendar for themselves, so everything would be timelined, and they can do several things on this topic. Means they can discuss with their parents, they can watch a movie on gender sensitization with their sister, or brother and sister, both them can watch a movie. They can meet the childline people. They can write essay on anti-dowry campaign. They can watch any movie on social level. They can talk to others on bad effect of alcohol. They can go on rally. They can visit a local area to see that whether all the girls are going to school or not. The Beti Bachao and Beti Padhao Andolan is Andolan, not Andolan. It's a scheme. So is it being applied at that area or not? So in that way, we can make aware of these things, and we can tell them that they can do these things in a planned manner. If they do this in planned manner, they would be definitely participate in the social progress or development of our area or our country, you can say. What I wanted to share a movie. Actually. Okay, so that movie is not being run in city. So yeah. It's a roadmap. Roadmap is the roadmap visible to you? All of you? We can create
Yes,
a
ma'am.
roadmap to the students. We can create a roadmap for them. Make groups of your students. These groups can create this roadmap. If they create it themselves, they will definitely follow it. So one group can identify the social levels, another group can write down the causes, one group can identify the adverse effects of these events, and then they can decide the timeline of this. If they are able to do this, definitely you would see the difference, or you would see the change you want to. So in that way, if the roadmap is ready, or if the action plan is ready, you would see that the learning is going to be completed. Tell them about the equality, equity, and justice through the pictures. If we are delivering lectures only, if we are giving them definition to remember only, so it would be very difficult for children. They are already burdened up. So just tell everything through the pictures. They would understand easily and may retain for a longer period. These are the global goals. Everyone knows these are the global goals decided by the United Nations. And since we all are global citizens, make your students to understand that they are citizens of this planet. We all are human beings. So these goals are our goals, not only the United Nations goals. We should think about, we should think of broad, in a broad spectrum, or broader perspective. So when they think about the global world, or they think about the bigger things, they would definitely stop about the small things. They would think better, or means जब बड़ी चीजें सोचने लगेंगे तो जो छोटी छोटी चीजें हैं उस पर से उनका फोकस, ध्यान जो है वो हट जाएगा. सो आप उनको बड़ी चीजें सोचने के लिए बताइए, उनको ग्लोबल सिटीजन बनाइए, उनको हम वर्ल्ड के बारे में सोचने की बात करें. सो हम उनको इस तरह से ट्रेन करें कि वो ग्लोबल गोल्स के बारे में सोचें, सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट के बारे में सोचें, सोसाइटी के बारे में सोचें, खुद से बाहर निकलें. So in that way, we have to train those children and use quotations because quotations are very inspiring for students. So in that way, these quotations can be used. You can put these quotations on the walls or anywhere, wherever you find enough place. And in training session, don't take them on bus ride. Take them on bikes. What does this mean? It means that जब सारे बच्चे बस में बैठ जाते हैं, when we are traveling on a bus, we are not able to enjoy the journey actually. And when we go through a bike, we see everything on the road. We can enjoy things. We can see all the trees. We can feel the air. We can feel the road. So similarly, when we are training, we are imparting training. ऐसा मत कीजिए कि बच्चों को सिर्फ रटा दिया या पूरा सब्जेक्ट कि चलो ये पूरा हो गया. उनको एंजॉय करने दीजिए, उस सेशन को पढ़ने दीजिए और उनको खुद करने दीजिए. बाइक में जब वो जाएंगे तो वो खुद चलाएंगे, तो उनको, और जब वो खुद करेंगे तो उनका लर्निंग है बेहतर होगा. और ये मैंने ताली खुद से बजा दिया है इसलिए कि जब आप बच्चों के साथ हो तो ऐसी एक्टिविटीज आपको करवाते रहनी है. इससे उनका जो अटेंशन है वो आप गैदर कर पाएंगे. एंड इन द लास्ट, what I want to see that whether I have achieved those objectives I had decided. So मैं आप सबसे जानना चाहूंगी. मैं आपसे नहीं बोलूंगी कि आप क्वेश्चन कीजिए, मैं आपसे क्वेश्चन करूंगी कि are you all able to plan a session on this topic? Can you plan now?
Sure, ma'am.
You can plan a session on this topic easily. And can you apply new methods of teaching? Is it easier now, or whether it was good for you before this session? Have you learned something new? Some new methods
We have
of
learned a
teaching?
lot.
Okay, so you can prepare reading materials for your students.
Sure,
Yes, several reading materials. Everything is available with us. We don't need much things. We can create reading things, or we can create the teaching aids, whatever is available with us. So we can develop teaching aids easily. So now I feel that what objectives I had decided before this session are achieved. And thanks to all of you for listening me. Thank you.
Thanks, Dede.
Yeah, ma'am. Good afternoon. In fact, it was a wonderful session, ma'am. It was a last session, but the way you planned the talk and the way you involved the training aids and the slides really is marvelous. Hats off to you. Hats off. In fact, the last session generally people are not attentive, but they were very attentive. And in fact, I was listening through your complete session. It's really marvelous. Your profile speaks that the way you have planned the topic, and I am sure that all the participants, they must have learned a lot, and the way you remain focused to the objective is really marvelous. Hats off. Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
sir. Thank you. Have a great time
Thank you.
ahead. Thank you, all of you. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. So participants will meet again tomorrow at 9:30. And with that, you had a long day, and thank you for your participation and patient hearing. Thank you. We'll meet again tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Thank you, sir.
सर वो फॉर्म कब फिलअप करना है? आपने जो अब चार्ट सेक्शन में बीपीआरडी होस्ट ने एक फॉर्म दिया था गूगल का, वो कब सबमिट करना है? No one is listening.
पूछ लीजिएगा सर, सुबह पूछ लीजिएगा।